All right, a big, massive welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to day number 2 of the iconic Motorbikes New Zealand Grand Prix weekend here at Euromark Raceway as part of the Star Insure NZSBK New Zealand Superbike Championships. A little bit of excitement starting to brew here. First race session of the day out on track, and it is for the New Zealand Grand Prix title in Supersport 150 racing. Joined again today by Nick Mann. And Nick, oh, what a day yesterday. Unbelievable racing in all our categories, and shaping up to be an outstanding Grand Prix window this early morning racing.
Yeah, we're very excited, Brad. Awesome to be here for another cracker day. The sun's out and going to have a lot of fun with this one here. We're giving away Grand Prix titles here in round 2 of racing to start off our championship Sunday. So we've got first race on the grid at the moment is the Supersport 150s here, and it was all Hunter Charlotte on pole position yesterday and had a convincing lead over the rest of the pack here. So will it be a repeat order, or can Ryder Chamberlain maybe get an upset in there? This is a big 8-lapper here for the Supersport 150s, and we've got 6 competitors out there at the moment. And we're just about ready to go racing here as we're giving away a Grand Prix title here for our Supersport 150s.
All right, exciting stuff here. Full 8-lap New Zealand Grand Prix race for Supersport 150. Marshals are happy. Marshals are in. The lights about to come on. Lights are on now. This is going to be exciting. Who is going to put their name on the New Zealand Grand Prix title? A great start off pole from Hunter Charlotte. Ryder Chamberlain does the wise thing and just tucks into the slipstream there, so he will likely get a good little toe down into turn number 1. But early stuff, that is exactly what race 1 winner Hunter Charlotte wanted. Nick Mann, he has a wonderful start, leads him into turn 1.
Yeah, look at that go. So there we go. We've got Ryder Chamberlain there tucking in behind. Let's see if he can stay handy to the pace of Hunter Charlotte through this one. Billy McRae, everyone from the front grid actually got a good pull off of the line there. Samuel maybe on the front row of the grid as well. And there'll be ones to watch too. And we had a great battle yesterday between the 2 Elevate Motorsport machines, Isabel Smith and Troy Stevens. So they're 2 fairly evenly matched competitors. So that'll be great to watch. And already a big push from Ryder Chamberlain as he tries to sneak into the lead, into the Euromark hairpin. He might have made that stick. He has too. So early doors, we've got some action here in our 150s.
Fantastic move, Ryder Chamberlain. Just got the little toe out of pothole and stalked him into the Euromark hairpin. And a classical move. Hunter Charlotte looking to try and argue straight back. Not going to be in through there. The Fulton S is certainly an electrifying part of the track for these Supersport 150 machines, as the front 3 have broken clear into the Christchurch Casino Carousel for the first of this massive 8-lap race. And it is Ryder Chamberlain now who's just run a little bit wide on the exit of the carouseling. Hunter Charlotte might just sneak back up the inside here. Already, Nick Mann, what a thrilling start to this one here. Ryder Chamberlain and Hunter Charlotte side by side into the Parks Towing S's. This is great.
Awesome stuff from Ryder Chamberlain. That is exactly the start that he wanted to this one here, but already Hunter Charlotte is pursuing him, and there's a massive push. Is he going to try it on in the dipper? Only just Ryder Chamberlain holding on to that one there. And then to go back to Billy McRae and Samuel maybe as well. They'll be the best of the rest for this battle outside of the lead. But look at that, Hunter Charlotte already asking questions. So lap 1, we've got some serious competition on our hands as Ryder Chamberlain frantically trying to hold off Hunter Charlotte's attack along the front straight here. So we've clocked off the first lap of our Supersport 150 Grand Prix, and look at that, we've got the draft there down the home straight for Hunter Charlotte. He's snuck just the front wheel in front here. Can he make it stick into turn 1? So already back in the lead for Hunter Charlotte.
0.003 of a second between them as they come through 1,000ths of a second. Unbelievable stuff as it's now Hunter Charlotte leads into turn 1. He's got a couple of bike links on Ryder Chamberlain. They've just started to put the squeeze on and starting to break clear of Billy McRae in 3rd place. So no change to your top 3 from yesterday. It was good to see Billy, his first podium in Supersport 150 racing. Sam Maybe, good work from Sam there. In 4th place, Samuel Ch and Isabel Smith there, and then go back to Troy Stevens and all those 5th, 6th and 7th. They are all part of that to Elevate Racing crew. So outstanding stuff from that Elevate Racing team. Went down there this morning and had a look, hive of activity down there, and great to see them, all the effort they're putting in. Nick Mann, going to a good little reward there. Definitely got some improvement from yesterday, and the pace in this early stage is unbelievable.
Yeah, this is very good racing, and yeah, that Elevate Pits is looking fantastic too. Awesome to see them a part of the NZSBK paddock for 2026 as we go back to our race leader at the moment with Hunter Charlotte. So he's got couple of bike lengths on Ryder Chamberlain at the moment. So settled down a wee bit after that hectic first lap, trading positions between Hunter Charlotte and Ryder Chamberlain, as Hunter looks to potentially streak away here at the moment. And then going back to Billy McRae, he's still handy into the top three as well, as now the top three competitors are well clear of the rest of the field. We go back to Samuel maybe. So Samuel's got a bit of work on his hands as well, because you've got Samuel Chave and Isabel Smith and Troy Stevens all looking handy to the battle for fourth position at the moment. So there you go, we've got battles everywhere, but at the moment Hunter Charlotte took him that second lap here in the Grand Prix, and he's sort of put a stamp on this one, hasn't he, now, with potentially about a second ahead of Ryder Chamberlain at the moment as they head down the front straight.
Yeah, we saw this yesterday. It was Hunter Charlotte that got out in front and just put those couple of blistering laps in the early stages. A 1:54.9. That is a brand new track record on lap 2 of the New Zealand Grand Prix here. So, Hunter Charlotte, he has certainly come to play with the 1:55.3 in the race yesterday. He's gone underneath that again. So, I tell you, the track conditions, Nick, man, will be probably perfect right now. Not too much heat in that surface. Little light wind down the front straight here. So, optimal track conditions and a brand new lap record for Hunter Charlotte with a 1:54.9. And we're still going to make 6 laps to go. I'd say he's probably going to go underneath that again before this race is out.
Yeah, that's incredible, isn't it? And so Ryder Chamberlain only been able to put down a 1:56.8 in this one too. So Hunter outright fastest man on the track at the moment. So that's incredible to see, as he got that margin up to 1.8 seconds after that flying lap, and lap number 2 of this big 8-lap race for these 150s. So this is a big track here at Euromark Motorsport Park, and certainly a big ask for these Supersport 150 machines, as Hunter Charlotte will lead the crew into the Christchurch Casino Carousel with Ryder Chamberlain in second place and Billy McRae in third. But look at this battle for fourth place. We've got a 3-way battle with Samuel Chave and Isabel Smith. It looks to be battling it out for the rights to the best of the rest. And looks like we've got a move in. We may have a change for fourth position too. Looks like potentially Samuel Chave might have snuck in there, and then only to get wound back by Samuel maybe. So awesome racing here in the middle of the pack, as Hunter Charlotte now through the dipper in control of this one.
Yeah, this is great. So coming up, this is on lap number 2. So 8-lap race. He's got to the 6-lap race yesterday. That was exciting. Hunter Charlotte, a new track record in that one there. But already in this one here, the first real flying lap for Hunter Charlotte, and at 1:54.9. So outstanding stuff as he ticks off another lap. Let's keep an eye on that. We are lap record hunting here with Hunter Charlotte, the dynamic young sensation from the Canterbury, and going through. Doesn't improve on his lap time, but Nick Benny is certainly putting on an impressive show for his home fans.
Yeah, this is great. It's great, isn't it? And yes, perfect track conditions at the moment, early in the day, and not like we had in the afternoon yesterday, where it just probably got a little bit too hot out on the track, and we saw a couple of bikes getting a bit of wear in the tyres there, and a bit of fatigue in the tyre as well. So this is going to be pretty optimal conditions at the moment, and as we see Hunter Charlotte now streaking away with it, and that lead already after 3 laps is now 4.1 seconds. So after a very interesting opening lap for Ryder Chamberlain, he nearly had a look in to try and hold on to that lead. Hunter Charlotte has responded with a very convincing margin at the moment. So no change to our 1 and 2 there. And it was Samuel Chave that snuck into fourth position at the moment. Look at that 3-way battle for 4 going on at the moment as they head through pothole and gear up for that excellent Euromark hairpin, which has been sort of the riders' pick of the corners to make moves on. And look at that. Looks like Samuel may have just snuck back up into fourth position as well, using that hairpin. That has been the place of choice on the track to make moves here at Ruapuna this weekend. So excellent to see. We've got good battles just off of the podium there, as well as our front 3 fairly settled there. You've got 4.1 seconds between Hunter Charlotte and Ryder Chamberlain, and then 6 seconds between Ryder and third place Billy McRae at the moment. So a very settled top 3, and then we'll go back to Samuel Chave and Samuel Maybe, who are battling it out for fourth position.
Yeah, so he did a wonderful job in the 300 Supersport race as well. Hunter Charlotte won that comfortably here yesterday afternoon. So this is starting to shape up nicely, and we're coming up to the halfway stage of the New Zealand Grand Prix race for Supersport 150. The 73 of Hunter Charlotte. Wonderful to track Hunter's progression over the last calendar year. Did an extensive job in the Australian Superbike Championship. A lot of work and dedication by the family, and just a young 15-year-old man here in front of his hometown fan. Ticked off the halfway stage, and he is on fire here. Extends the lead out to 6 seconds, so a telling margin at the halfway stage and a brand new track record. So this is all shaping up nicely for that young man. Shout out to Billy McRae, got his first podium And NZSBK racing here yesterday, and he is sitting in third place comfortably as well as our top three. Well, pretty much all set in stone. We've got real bits of drama and excitement all through this pack for 4th, 5th and 6th place. They've been virtually inseparable, Nick Man. And good for the Elevate Racing duo of Sam Chave and Isabel Smith have really joined Sam Mabey, who had a good stranglehold on 4th place yesterday. Things looking exciting all throughout this 7-strong field of Supersport 150s. Coming up after this one here, we've got more of our New Zealand Grand Prix, the double delight that is our 650 Pro Twin and our sport bike class. That is exciting, Nick Man, and we've got the Superbikes, the third session up, New Zealand Grand Prix to give away. Outstanding.
Yeah, the Superbikes is certainly going to be one to watch. That is a big 15-lap Grand Prix race. 15 beautiful laps of Ruapuna, so that's going to be extremely exciting to see. And look at this, we're going 3 wide, and then the dive looks like that was Samuel maybe all the way back from 6th place. Now just dived and got a 2-for-1 deal as he goes into the Euromark hairpin and sneaks past those 2 Elevate Racing 150s. So that was a great move there. So that position of 4th is continuing to change throughout this one as our top 3 are fairly settled. So Hunter Charlotte just coming through the dipper now, so we'll be interesting to see if he can improve on his lap times or if he's just riding sensibly out the front there now, knowing that he's got a fairly good advantage over Ryder Chamberlain at the moment. So we did leave them with 6 seconds was the difference, and the lap times are telling at the moment. Ryder Chamberlain's best time out there is 1:56.8. That's it is 2 seconds slower than Hunter Charlotte's 1:54.9. So he won't improve on that time, but we'll take a look at the margin now, and he's definitely streaked out there, hasn't he? Leaving it with 6 seconds in the previous lap, and that's now out to nearly 10 seconds, 9.5 seconds. He's got a lead over Ryder Chamberlain in second at the moment, and then you think that Billy McRae a little bit off of that blistering pace, as well as the margin back to third increases to 11 seconds. So the money should be on who's going to take the best of the rest here for 4th position. This is where the real action is on the track at the moment as our top 3 streak away. But Samuel maybe was in control of that one, and he's seated again to the Elevate Racing machine of Samuel Chase. So Samuel currently holding on to 4th position at the moment, and Isabel Smith dropping back to 6th position in that excellent battle too with Troy Stevens, our 7th finisher at the moment.
All right, this is shaping up quite nicely for Hunter Charlotte. Exactly what it did yesterday. Got out, got the clear track, ticked away nicely. And I tell you what, looking at Ryder Chamberlain's laps next time, 150, he's been in the mid 156s all race. That's nothing wrong with that. It's a quick lap time on a Supersport 150 machine. So Ryder Chamberlain, I think he's doing a standout job in second place. It just happens to be that Hunter Charlotte, the hometown hero, has done a lot of laps around Euromark Raceway. And boy, oh boy, he's just putting on a clinic. This is fantastic at the front. Shout out to Billy McRae there in the 3rd place as well. As we've got so much to see and do here at Euromark Raceway. And remember that off-track entertainment during the lunch break. We're looking forward to that. The public pit lane walk, your chance to get an intimate look at the NZSBK pit lane. That'll be exciting. The Legends Parade, they're going to do some laps on those beautiful machines you can see in the Legends Garage. We've got the signing session as well. Well received by the fans and the public here yesterday. So the Legends are going to do some signing. And of course, if you've ridden your bike here to Euromark Raceway for day 2 of the iconic Motorbikes Super Sunday here, you can have a public exhibition track cruise. That happens at the lunch break as well. So go and sign yourself in the merchandise tent at the Legends Garage. An extensive range of wonderful merchandise up for sale here at Euromark Raceway. So go and check the Legends Garage out. If you've got your bike here in the beautiful bike park, get yourself signed in and get the sticker on the front, and you could taste some of the action. And isn't that that's a second to none experience, all free of charge, Nick Man, to come here to Euromark Raceway, and you can get a couple of laps out here on your motorbike.
Yeah, the NZSBK event now certainly is an extremely good package there with all of the off-track entertainment that's on offer this weekend as well. And make sure you go check out that Legends Garage as well. And take a look at Star Insure. Joe down there in the Star Insure marquee. They can do quotes for you on the spot and appraisals. So make sure you go and see the team at Star Insure for that excellent cover there. Campers, motorbikes and cars. So thank you very much to Star Insure for jumping on board for our NZSBK season in 2026. 26. As we take a look now, 6 laps down here in our Supersport 150 Grand Prix, and Hunter Charlotte now 12 seconds ahead of Ryder Chamberlain in second place, and then Billy McRae still holding on to that third position, and it was Samuel Chave who had that fourth over Samuel Mabey and Isabel Smith. So Sam Mabey was our fourth finisher yesterday in race number 1. Look at that, we might even see Samuel Mabey sneak back into fourth over Samuel Chave, just as we're talking about them through the Euromark hairpin. So that lead has, or that fourth position has changed every time those riders have gone into that hairpin around this Grand Prix race. So awesome racing in the middle of the pack for our 150s, as Isabel Smith just dropping off of that pace of 4th and 5th at the moment now, as the two Samuels streak away with that battle continuing. But at the moment, Hunter Charlotte, this is just starting out to be a perfect weekend as we see the white flag is out for our final lap here in the Supersport 150 Grand Prix. Hunter Charlotte absolutely in control of this one. Just needs to keep it upright, and he will claim a Grand Prix title just in 1 lap. So there we go, back to Ryder Chamberlain, still holding on to second place. He'll be on the last lap now, and then we go back to Billy McRae for our provisional podium.
Oh, starting to get exciting for the hometown fans here. What a way to start Grand Prix window off here. Round 2 of racing. So all of our New Zealand Grand Prix titles will be given out in the second round of racing. Of course, we've got 650 Pro Twin. We've got the new Sportbike class. We're going to have a brand new Grand Prix champion in that class. It's its first inaugural event here at NZSBK this weekend. We've got the Superbikes, so we've got sidecars, 300s and 600s. So we've got our whole Grand Prix window to unfold here. And so far, so good. Hunter Charlotte now half a lap away. A brand new track record here is a 154.9. So that is a blistering lap time and very favourable track conditions here this morning. So Hunter Charlotte leads comfortably. Then get back to Ryder Chamberlain, done an awesome job. He's been consistently lapping in those 156s all race long, and that is a competitive lap time. So shout out to Ryder Chamberlain. Good job on the 52 machine. He's got Billy McRae nearly there. 1 lap to go for Billy, and he may be able to back up his podium here yesterday with the New Zealand Grand Prix podium finish. But Nick, man, this is exactly what the hometown fans wanted to see. This man, number 73, out there putting on a clinic. He has a 14.9 second lead in the New Zealand Grand Prix with 3 corners to go.
Awesome stuff as we watch him go through the dipper there, and this is shaping up to be absolutely a stellar weekend for Hunter Charlotte. So let's see if he can keep up this performance later on today in his Supersport 300 Grand Prix. Imagine bringing home 2 Grand Prix titles. Wouldn't that be exciting for the Charlotte family as he comes around the final corner onto our home straight? It has been absolutely Hunter Charlotte from about lap number 2 in this one, as he battled early with Ryder Chamberlain, but he's going to seal the deal with a checkered flag. Congratulations, Hunter Charlotte, your Grand Prix 150 champion, as he completes that Grand Prix in style, the big 8-lapper. And we're looking for Ryder Chamberlain now. Can he seal that second step on the podium? He's had an absolutely stellar ride as well, but just no answer for the blistering pace of Hunter Charlotte. And there we go. He gets the confirmed second position there for Ryder Chamberlain. Congratulations. He's having a fantastic weekend as well. Another trip to the podium for him and Billy McRae as well. And bright future ahead of young Billy here, as he will make it 2 trips to the podium from 2 races here at Euromark Motorsport Park. And there's your top 3, ladies and gentlemen. Hunter Charlotte, Ryder Chamberlain and Billy McRae will head to the podium for this Supersport 150 Grand Prix, and all eyes will be on the battle for 4th position as they are side by side as they head into the final sweeper and onto the home straight. Will it be Samuel Mabey or Isabel Smith? We've actually had Samuel Chave drop off too, so he was in the battle for that 4th position, but we seem to have lost him on the timing. And who is that? It's Elevate Racing. There we go. Congratulations. Isabel Smith will grab 4th in the Grand Prix. So a massive result for Isabel as we go back to Samuel Mabey, who cleans up 5th position, and we'll be waiting for Troy Stevens there and Samuel Chave. We may have lost on the lap there, so unfortunate for Sam after that great start to the race there. He had it going for him in 4th position there, but will be a potential non-finish for him there, as Troy Stevens will be our last to come through on the checkered flag. So that was your Supersport 150 Grand Prix there, and Hunter Charlotte with flying colours there, 18 seconds over the rest of the competition, and Ryder Chamberlain and Billy McRae will join him down there on the podium. As we see next of the Elevate Racing machines of Troy Stevens confirm that 6th position there. So well done to the Elevate Racing team for some good results. And we'll head down to Brad at the podium very shortly to have a chat to our Grand Prix 150 podium. Yes, a massive congratulations there, Hunter Charlotte, your Super Sport 150 Grand Prix champion there, and breaking into the 155s with a new lap record debut as well. So a fantastic way to start his championship Sunday as we move to one of our most exciting pieces of the program here, the Sport Bike and 650 Pro Twin. This will be 2 Grand Prix titles being given away here in this one here as we've got the 2 classes joining up. So it is going to be a new look for this one here as it appears we will go to a split start for these 2 machines. And let's taking a look in class here. So it's all Zach Fuller at the moment. He had a great outing in race number 1 here yesterday afternoon. And it was a good battle between him and Tyler King for the rights of that one. And Tyler King just having to back off. Looked like there was a bit of heat getting into those tyres and getting pretty slippery out there in the scorching heat of Saturday's racing there. So Zach Fuller at the moment, he is the man to beat. As you can see him on pole position, he's joined by Johnny Lewis, Tyler King and Simon Attridge there on the front row of the grid. Your Pro Twins, Dennis Charlotte, Cameron Leslie, Marcus Thompson and Harrison Shanks. They're your top 4 front row of that grid, so there will be a gap in the starting grid for these 2 race classes as we're ready to go racing here. So the split starts, we'll get our sport bike class underway very shortly. The lights are out and off racing. Great start from Zach Fuller there, exactly what he needed, but he gets the front wheel up. That's going to hurt him a little bit, but Tyler King also with a great start too. And Johnny Lewis stuck in a bit of traffic there into turn 1. So there we go, a repeat of starting yesterday with Tyler King and Zach Fuller battling up the front at the moment. Awesome to see. And then just waiting for our lights here as we get the split start underway for our Pro Twins. And Dennis Charlotte, good start there with the front wheel off. And then the 90 of Marcus Thompson too, great start for him. So we've got our 2 packs now underway with Zach Fuller and Tyler King. Look at that first early doors into the Euromark hairpin. Tyler King makes the dive into the lead. Can he hold on to this one now in a fiercely contested sports bike class? So Zach Fuller now back into second position with Johnny Lewis and Cameron Leslie hunting around as well. You've got Ben Rosendahl, Luke Ryder as well. They'll be ones to watch in this class. So lots to watch here in this fantastic split class with Dennis Charlotte currently leading out our Pro Twins.
All right, this is an exciting new era of NZSBK. The sport bike class has to be acknowledged. All the people that have put all the work into the parity rules and all the different development of this class as well to get it out on the racetrack. And we're getting a real treat as fans right now. Tyler King leads. Zach Fuller race 1 winner here yesterday. And you got a good start from Luke Ryder. He is our current Super Twins national champion. Now, of course, that class now no longer exists. It's been absorbed into the sports bike class. And absolutely fantastic. Got some high-level names all filtered through there. And something a little bit different today, Nick, man, the split start. So yesterday we had a few of those Pro Twin boys battling it up and mixing in with the other class. This time everyone gets to run their own race. We've got New Zealand Grand Prix titles up for grabs here, so everyone racing in their own classes respectively. And I think we should have some real fireworks. So no, Cameron Leslie had a crash in the scrub sessions on his KTM in New Zealand RC8, so he has not made the start of the New Zealand Grand Prix Pro Twin racing. And he'll be devastated with that after a good win in Pro Twin racing yesterday, Nick.
Yeah, that is a huge bit of drama there for that Pro Twins, leaving it a bit wide open as well. As we take a look, we've completed our first lap for our sports bike class with Tyler King, fastest man on the track. He's got half a second ahead of Zach Fuller, Luke Ryder, Johnny Lewis and Ben Rosendahl. Currently running the top 5 runners in this one, but Dennis Charlotte streaking away with the 650 Pro Twins at the moment. And good battles coming up for second and third in that one too. You've got Simon Attridge as well. He's handy to that front running pace. But look at this, Tyler King does exactly what he needs as well. So he's out leading our sports bikes at the moment. And Zach Fuller, he'll have a lot of work to do to try and catch Tyler with a bit of clear air in front of him. This is a great way to start his Grand Prix challenge for young Tyler King. And Luke Ryder, our defending Super Twin champion, he is back in action as well in third place. And there's a good battle brewing up there for third position between him, Ben Rosendahl and Josh Goddard as well. Johnny Lewis handy to these front runners too, an absolute veteran of the sport now as well. And there we go, Johnny Lewis looks like to be having a look up on the inside of Luke Ryder for that third position, but not able to make it stick, as Zach Fuller's right on Tyler King for the lead in the sports bike class too. So full of excitement here at the front runner. This was a great race yesterday. So now we've got the split group at the moment, so we'll see them merge as the racing progresses. The big 10-lap race as well, Brad, for the Grand Prix title in this one. And Tyler King at the moment showing us how it's done.
Yeah, we've seen how good Zach Fuller, that modal Honda race team machine, is really good down this front straight and into turn number 1. So I think we've got real genuine excitement brewing at the front of this one here. So it's only 0.5 of a second with the purple lap time for Tyler King. So trying to up the ante here a little bit, but look at how much Zach Fuller pulls in on him. Into turn number 1, great racing. You got Luke Ryder and Johnny Lewis virtually inseparable when they went through. Ben Rosendale's got himself in the mix as well. He's now in 5th place ahead of Josh Goddard on the Race Supplies Aprilia. Nixon Frost, he's on the Suzuki New Zealand GX8R. That's in 7th place for Simon Etridge and Jordan Leslie, Rob E. Edwards. So the 10-strong field and highly competitive, Nick Man, as we see Zach Fuller now right on the back wheel. Very exciting stuff as we go through. Then look out for the Pro Twins to come through. Dennis Charlotte has a 2.3 second lead. His son Hunter just won the New Zealand Grand Prix for Supersport 150s, Nick. How cool will it be if we see a father and son win Grand Prix titles back to back? We're exciting stuff. There's still a massive 8 laps to go.
Yeah, what a special weekend here at Euromark Motorsport Park here. If Dennis Charlotte can get on the podium as well with a Grand Prix win along with his son, that would be absolutely special. But hey, great push as well from Aslan Blackwell to get up into currently 2nd for the 650 Pro Twins as well, with Marcus Thompson and Vaughan Main as well handy to that front running of the 650 Pro Twins. And now let's get attention back to the lead of the sports bike classes. Tyler King has still got his work cut out for him, only just holding on against Zach Fuller in that heated battle for the lead of our sports bike. And then go back, look at the battle for 3rd. It's a 3-way knife fight out there through the dipper, with Luke Ryder only just holding on over Johnny Lewis and Ben Rosendale, and Josh Goddard still keeping handy to that fight too. So excellent to see. So we've got racing absolutely everywhere. And look at this Tyler King. That looks like a better lap from Tyler as well. So it looks like he's got a little bit more room on young Zach there. Yes, he does. 0.7 of a second now. Still not a lot as well. So one would say it would be all for Zach to take over. But currently Tyler King doing all the things he can. Right, and there's a 1:37.9, so he is the fastest man out on the track at the moment by 0.3 of a second over Zach Fuller's best time. Going back to Luke Ryder, Johnny Lewis and Josh Goddard, so Josh being able to sneak into the top 5 past Ben, so good move there.
He's a lot quicker than the 2 ahead of him, so that's the podium shake-up for that 3rd and final step of the podium. 1 and 2 are having a good old fight. They are out and gone. They've got 4 seconds ahead of the rest of the pack. Johnny Lewis goes up the inside of Luke Ryder into the Euromark here, and that is a wonderful move from an experienced campaigner, and he gets the job done. So now an updated podium look as Johnny Lewis sneaks into 3rd place. That'll get Luke Ryder back now to 4th, and look out for Josh Goddard, the quicker of those 3 out there at the moment. And Ben Rosendale, he's handy as well, so look out for him. He's a former New Zealand Pro Twin National Champion. And Nixon Frost right there on the TSS Motorcycles Suzuki New Zealand GSX-R8. Oh man, I tell you, this is great racing here. The 1 and 2, that's must-see entertainment. And who's going to be on that final step of the podium, Nick? Unbelievable stuff with a massive 6 and a bit laps to go. Zach Fuller up the inside. That is a classical move here at Euromark Raceway. Action all over the track, and Zach Fuller now new race leader, Nick Man.
That was a beautiful move through the S's and into the dipper as well. And look at that, just fantastic racecraft there from Zach Fuller to make that stick as he sneaks past Tyler King. But look at that, what an awesome battle we've got on our hands for 1st place, just about side by side through the sweeper and onto the home straight. Can Tyler King get a good drive on the inside here? No, he's going to tuck in, try and get that slipstream. Look at that, incredible stuff. The wheels just about touching as they pass the timing mark, 0.03 of a second. And look at that, Tyler King is going to make it stick on the inside of turn 1. Can he hold on? He's going to reclaim the lead, Tyler King, as he sneaks past Zach Fuller. This is excellent racing. This is what we come to expect from this fantastic new class, the sport bikes, as Johnny Lewis and Luke Ryder are still battling for that 3rd position. And Josh Goddard, again, fastest of the 3 in 5th, 6th and 7th there. But look at that, Johnny Lewis there now breaking into the 1:38s, and along with Luke Ryder still holding on to that 4th position. So great battles all around as we look at our 650 Pro Twins. Dennis Charlotte still pretty healthy. His margin over the next best in 650 Pro Twins. You've got Aslan Blackwell and Marcus Thompson still rounding out that podium there. So 2 Grand Prix titles to give away in this one. And it looks like we've got a bike off the track there too. Unfortunate.
I think it's like they've got the mechanical look to it. He's had to limp off and run into the grass. He's got a grana there. Oh, that's absolutely heartbreaking for Tyler King as he's now trackside of the New Zealand Grand Prix at the halfway stage. Zach Fuller, who had made the move a lap ago into the lead, now inherits a healthy margin. And what that's done is really got the attention of that podium fight. You've got now 2 steps on the podium up for grabs. And I tell you what, the likes of Ben Rosendale and Nixon Frost have found their way onto the back of that train. I think we've got a genuine thriller coming our way as we get close to the halfway stage. 5 laps will be gone, 5 laps will remain when Zach Fuller streaks down the front straight here and ticks off another lap. Let's give you an update of our 650 Pro Twins as well, as Dennis Charlotte has a 3.5 second lead over Aslan Blackwell. Marcus Thompson on the top cars commercial machine got his first podium in NZSBK here yesterday. He was absolutely ecstatic with that one, and he's sitting there in third place for Harrison Shanks. Good work from Harrison. Just a young man, 18 years old, 35 machines, top 4 in the New Zealand Grand Prix in his debut rookie season in Pro Twin Racing. So that is a fabulous story. The hometown hero has got Vaughan Main, Sam Johnson, Megan Kemp, some of those in the top 6. So the two classes going at it here at the moment. Nick Mann halfway through. I still have no idea how this one's going to shape up. We've got so much to look out for.
Oh, heartbreaking for Tyler King. No, that is just absolutely devastating for his Grand Prix hopes, as he had the lead in that one, and then, yeah, looks like a bit of a mechanical thing. He looks like limping off the side of the track there, so absolutely devastating for his campaign on the Aprilia RS 660, but it has given this absolutely sitting duck of an opportunity for Zach Fuller to run away with this one, as he now holds on to a 3.8 second lead. But that battle for second place is heating up there between Luke Ryder and Johnny Lewis there, so both of them now have inherited a trip to the podium. But which order are we going to end up in, as the two front runners of that pack separate themselves from 4th and 5th at the moment? And that looks like Nixon Frost, Josh Goddard having a great battle. Ben Rosendahl still handy in there, so excellent to see the great battle here. So the podium far from confirmed yet, as Zach Fuller will be our race leader at the moment, and Dennis Charlotte leading our Pro Twins at the moment as we see it, with Aslan Blackwell. Aslan having a great ride as well to hold on to this second place at the moment. So there's action everywhere as we see another lap ticked off here by current race leader Zach Fuller. Let's see, still fastest man on the track is still Tyler King early on, so no improvement there on the times for our riders, but Johnny Lewis and Luke Ryder now still sticking to their second and third respectively, with Josh Goddard in fourth position.
Yeah, keep an eye on Nixon Frost as well, who was fastest on track last lap around. So the 99 on the TSS Motorcycle Suzuki New Zealand machine, he is there in 5th place, but certainly now starting to get excited. I think he's made the move ahead of Josh as well, so I think we might see him now in 4th place. He's got podium glory in his sights. Let's keep an eye on that, as we're starting to get a bit of lap traffic for Zach Fuller and the team as they come through to start the final 3.5 laps of the New Zealand Grand Prix Championship. Of course, this is the first ever time we've had a sport bike class in NZSBK, so this is going to be a brand new Grand Prix to give away. And so far, Zach Fuller 2.9 seconds. He needs to be careful though. He was about half a second slower than Johnny and Luke. Johnny and Luke certainly have got some excitement still for their Grand Prix aspirations. Nick, I think this is still going to be a thrilling finish with 3 and a bit laps to go.
Yeah, and I think that lap rider might have hurt Zach Fuller a wee bit as well, as we saw he had nearly 4 seconds ahead of these guys once Tyler King was out of the equation. But now that gap has gone down to 2.9 seconds. And look at that battle for second place, Brad. It looks like Johnny Lewis and Luke Ryder are absolutely going for it. And yes, it is indeed. Nixon Frost as well is handy to that battle, as we see Ben Rosendahl and Simon Atkins as well is looking to gear up. So we've also got Josh Goddard in there holding on frantically to try and keep relevant with the top 3. But we've got another lap ticked off here as we're going into lap number 7 of our Sports Bike Grand Prix, with the race leader. There he is, the number 80 machine is Zach Fuller. And so puts down a 1:38. And again, Luke Ryder fastest that lap around. And the margin doesn't change though, so still 2.9 seconds between first and second. And with Johnny Lewis now 1:38.4. So that's your current provisional podium at the moment. Nixon Frost getting into 4th position.
Fastest on track, Nixon Frost, by some margin too. So he's 1:38.2. No one else is even close to that. Nixon Frost is the man to watch at the moment. He's now in 4th place, going to pull up next to Johnny Lewis on the run to the Euro Mark hairpin. Johnny has a big dive on Luke Ryder. Can he get that Aprilia machine stopped? He can. It's a good move. He's now in 2nd place. Nixon Frost is really fired up and right into the thick of things here. We've got Zach Fuller out to 2.9 seconds, and still so much to unfold on this racetrack. Outside of our top 4, Josh Goddard and Ben Rosendahl, they locked at a good little battle as well. Simon Ettridge, Jordan Leslie and Robbie Edwards make up your sport bike top 9 at the moment. Of course, a non-finish coming the way of Tyler King. That will be absolutely heartbreaking. He was well in contention for a New Zealand Grand Prix title here. He's now watching this trackside. The 650 Pro Twin is now 5.6 seconds. Dennis Charlotte has a decent buffer, Nick Mann, and can we see a father-son duo go back-to-back and win New Zealand Grand Prix titles? The excitement's starting to build. We are going to have just 2 laps to go very, very shortly when we see Zach Fuller out down the front straight.
Great riding here from Zach Fuller, and I think those lap riders may have worked in Zach's favour there, as he got a clean line through the S's and our infield. So let's see what that does to the margin, as the battle for second still waging between Luke Ryder and Johnny Lewis, as the lappers are well in the mix now. And there we go, Johnny Lewis reclaims that second position and has 0.6 of a second over Luke Ryder. And then going back to Nixon Frost and Josh Goddard there for that top 5, with Simon Attridge and Ben Rosendahl, Jordan Leslie, the front runners here in the sports bike class. And then just taking a look at still with Dennis Charlotte and our Pro Twins there, as the merging of the classes everywhere over the track at the moment. But that margin now 4 seconds for Zach Fuller in the lead of the sports bike class. So there you go, he did get a good drive that last lap there, so still showing them how it's done. And Luke Ryder there putting down a 138 flat there. So Luke Ryder extremely quick out of that top 3 as well. And with Johnny Lewis, though, he's got those moves. He knows Euromark Motorsport Park very well. He's got another rider off the track too as he heads into the infield there. So unfortunate result there. We'll hopefully be able to confirm who that is shortly. But just taking a look now with Zach Fuller, our race leader in the sports bike class, is currently in line to grab the first Grand Prix title in the sports bike class. So that's something very exciting for young Zach. We'll be absolutely thrilled with that. Look at this battle here for second place, still heating up between Johnny Lewis and Luke Ryder.
Oh man, I can't wait for this one here. This is going to be the white flag coming out very, very shortly. Zach Fuller leads. Look at how tight that battle for second and third is. Still nothing in it between Johnny and Luke. Nixon Frost, although he reeled that pack, and he's just sort of lost touch a little bit with the podium fight. And a solid old ride for Josh Goddard. That is the story we can tell you. With one now exciting lap to go, Zach Fuller's going to come down and grab the white flag to start the final lap of the first ever New Zealand Grand Prix title race for the sport bike class here at NZSBK. Of course, not too late to go and sign in with the team at the merchandise tent. You can have your public track cruise here if you've ridden your bike here at Euromark Raceway. Nick, man, that's an exciting prospect for the fans here. And I tell you what, an exciting prospect for the Honda New Zealand Motor Race team. There, man, Zach Fuller has a 3.5 second lead with the final lap now of the New Zealand Grand Prix for sports bikes.
Yeah, certainly his from here. Zach Fuller just has to keep it upright and he can claim that inaugural Grand Prix title here for the sports bike class. But this battle here for the second step on the podium between Johnny Lewis and Luke Ryder, the Euromark hairpin had to be the place to do it, but Luke Ryder unable to get close to Johnny Lewis, so Johnny will hold on as he heads into the midfield of the track and into our Christchurch Casino carousel. And he's just holding on at the moment, as now that the second and third have broken away from young Nixon Frost and Josh Goddard. So things are settling for our sports bikes in the final lap as we get a look at Zach Fuller. Been a fantastic, absolutely fantastic second race and Grand Prix race for Zach. The big 10 laps here on these sports bikes as well. And Johnny Lewis is holding on as we head into the dipper.
Still nothing in that battle for second and third either, Nick, man, as Johnny Lewis has got it by the absolute narrowest of margins. But into the final corner here, the big sweeper, turn 11 at Euromark Raceway. A good feeling here for the number 80. Zach Fuller, who's been out of the sport for a long time, but he comes back big and bold. He had a race win here yesterday, and now out of the final corner and down the front straight. A brand new New Zealand Grand Prix champion, Zach Fuller, wins here in the first sport bike Grand Prix race. Johnny Lewis is going to hang on for a top 2, and Luke Ryder rounds out the podium. So, absolutely epic scenes, Nick. What a win for Zach Fuller.
Awesome stuff. Congratulations to Zach and the Moto Racing Honda team as well. That bike is absolutely firing this weekend. And great to see Nixon Frost there in a 4th position overall for this one. Josh Goddard, great ride from Josh too, to keep handy to those front runners with Jordan Leslie, Simon Attridge, Ben Rosendahl, currently our top 8 finishers in that one. So excellent stuff here in the sports bike class. Lots of action for everyone there, as the margin for first place only came down to 2.6 seconds in the end of that. So Johnny Lewis and Luke Ryder were right there on race pace with our leader. And Nixon Frost, great outing there too after a disappointing non-finish in his 300 outing. So hopefully he can better that later on today. And taking a look for our 650 Pro Twins, Dennis Charlotte will confirm the Grand Prix win there in our 650 Pro Twins, with Aslam Blackwell and Marcus Thompson giving us our Pro Twin podium. So we'll head down to Brad very shortly to have a chat to our podium top 3s in both classes, and we'll move on to our exciting big 15-lap race with the Superbikes very shortly. Here we go, getting underway for our big 15-lap Grand Prix race for our Superbike class. And Alistair Hugenbosom was our race 1 winner. Second on the grid there at the moment is Dale Finch. Al, who gets a great start there too, so I think he will lead our pack into turn 1 with Dale Finch handy there as well. Dale coming off in race number 1 here of our Superbike class yesterday, so he'll be hoping to keep it upright for this big 15-lap race. Rogan Chandler and Luca Durning had a fantastic race as well to get onto that Superbike podium. And look at that, already a big push between our KMD Racing Yamaha R1s out the front at the moment. So this is going to be the absolute star of our program at the moment. Big 15-lap Grand Prix with our Superbikes as Al Hugenbosom leads the bout at the moment, along with Dale Finch, Rogan Chandler, Luca Durning. They are our 4 front runners. The rest of our pack here as well, we've got Dave Sharp. So Dave also coming off in race number 1 as well. So hopefully he can redeem himself out there at the moment and get some valuable championship points and have a good go at this Grand Prix race. You've got James Hugenbosom and also Morgan McLaren Wood in this one as well. So there's been a lot of drama here in these Superbikes, and we've already got a massive 4-way battle for the lead at the moment. So exciting stuff. It'll be interesting to see where this one heads as we've got 15 laps to get around Euromark Motorsport at the moment with our Superbikes.
Uncharted territory for our New Zealand Superbike paddock. No one of these guys has done 15-lap races in a long time, so we don't know what the tyre's going to do. Track temperature's already started to really heat up in a massive 15-lap encounter, so this will be exciting stuff. The KMD Yamaha boys are 1-2 at the moment. Rogan and Luca, they had podium finishes here yesterday, so they'll be certainly shaping up nicely. This is going to be good as the boys nearly touch down the front straight here. Alistair Hugenbosom, Rogan Chandler is going to go up the inside of Dale Finch. They're nearly 4 wide as they break into turn 1. Outstanding stuff. Nick, this is breathtaking. 1 lap into the New Zealand Grand Prix race.
Oh, look at that massive move as well. So we've got a big change. Excellent stuff from Rogan Chandler too. That was an aggressive move just after completing lap number 1 and already making big moves. But Al Hugenbosom is keeping his head above the water at the moment, and Dale Finch settling back into 3rd position. Look at that, Luca Durning. He had a fantastic race as well. Look at that, we've got a dive into the lead for Rogan Chandler, but can he make a stick? Yes, he can. So a change for the lead already. Great stuff there. So it's all action again, and this was a great race too earlier in Saturday here for our Superbike. So Luca Durning is one to watch as well, currently sitting in 4th position, but he's got just as much pace as the rest of these front runners, so it could be anyone's at the front at the moment. But now Rogan has an early lead in this one, and the pressure will mount extremely quickly with Al Hugenbosom and Dale Finch hot on his tail. Can he keep them off for 14 more laps of Euromark Motorsport Park? Exciting stuff. There we go. So who is fastest out on the track? Still Al Hugenbosom in just 0.2 of a second. Sorry, that's the 1:35 of Rogan Chandler and Luca Durning, both fastest out on the track at the moment. And so Rogan having a great lap here in lap number 2 with Al Hugenbosom, who is going to dice between these two. This is going to be very exciting with Dale Finch handy to that top 3 race at the moment. But Luca Durning certainly has the pace as well. And then we go back to Dave Sharp, Morgan McLaren Wood and James Hugenbosom. They're the best of the rest at the moment. Rogan Chandler manages to keep his head in front for another lap here over Al Hugenbosom, but just 2.2 of a second in it for the lead there, Brad. Exciting stuff early doors for our Superbike Grand Prix.
Oh, this is unbelievable stuff. Breathtaking scenes here. Still got a massive 13 laps to go. The gloves are off at the front of this one here, and I love the fact that there is a genuine 7-way fight. There's 7 competitors out there, and all of them are staying well within touch of the New Zealand Grand Prix Championship here. So we've got Rogan, Al, Dale, then Luca. Great racing from these guys here, and we've got also James Hugenbosom up the inside of Dave Sharp as well, so a change for 6th and 7th place. The relentless pace at the start of the New Zealand Grand Prix race. I tell you, this is going to be absolutely thrilling. We've got all our New Zealand Grand Prix to give away this morning, and I tell you, that's a great little window to do it early in the morning here, Nick, man. The New Zealand Grand Prix title straight away round 2 of racing. I think it's a great little concept. We're having a thrilling time at Euromark Raceway.
Yeah, this is awesome stuff, but it's going to take a lot. It was an 8-lap race yesterday. That was hard enough for Rogan Chandler to keep up with this pace as well. Can he fend them off for another 13 laps here in this massive Grand Prix race, as Al Hugenbosom is a veteran around this track, knows it extremely well, and so will Dale Finch, the 2 local Cantabs going at it as well. But look at that, Luca Durning already making a big push to try and get into that top 3 as well. So Luca did a great job to head into 2nd for race number 1 in Saturday's program. and he'll be looking to get back onto that podium again. But Dale Finch as well, so he's our fastest qualifier too. So he's currently in 3rd position, and there doesn't look to be pretty much changed that either. 0.3 of a second separate Rogan Chandler and Alistair Hugenboozem up the front, and with Dale Finch just 0.2 of a second off of those two as well. So there we go, things are heating up, and Luca Durning, fastest man on the track at the moment with a 1:31.3. So things are already shaping up to be very exciting up that front, as we've got a genuine 4-way battle with Morgan McLaren Wood as well. He's not too far away from that battle either, so one mistake for those front runners, and Morgan will be right up there in contention as well.
Yeah, the entire top 5, all of the 131s last lap around, so that's just how competitive this New Zealand Grand Prix race is, with a big 11.5 laps still remaining. Of course, we've got many more of our Grand Prix to give away. The sidecars coming up after this one here. We've got Supersport 600 and Supersport 300, all to feast our entertainment here. We've got a big lunch break with all the off-track entertainment coming your way as well. We've got the public pit lane walk as well, so you can get an intimate look at what it takes to be an NZSBK competitor with that wonderful pit walk. That'll follow you right down into the Legends Garage for the Legend Parade laps, where we'll see the Britain go out on track, and absolutely fantastic, the Canterbury story that is the Britain motorcycle. You can see that here at Euromark Raceway at the lunch break. And then, of course, the Legends are going to all sit down and your chance to get their autographs with the Legends signing session. And just right after that, the Street Rider track cruise as well. So if you've ridden your bike to Euromark Raceway here today, you can sign in at the merchandise tent, get your sticker on the front, and then you can be part of that awesome track cruise. There's some good numbers here yesterday, and some spectacular motorcycles here at Euromark Raceway. We pick up another lap, 11 laps to go, and joined in the commentary by current New Zealand Superbike champion Mitch Rees. Mitch, not here competing. You've got bigger aspirations for 2026, trying to go back to the Isle of Man in the northwest as well. So it's certainly a thrilling time to watch this New Zealand Grand Prix.
Yeah, Brad, for sure. Obviously, yesterday's race was nothing but exciting. Probably one of the most exciting Superbike races I've ever watched. I don't know about you, but yeah, it was fantastic to watch. You know, had a chat to pretty much all the boys yesterday, and they all sort of admitted they sort of struggled a bit for whatever reason. Track temp was real high. You know, another heat cycle on the front tyre with that red flag as well. So sometimes that can cause some sort of little niggly issues like that. So obviously a few little crashes. And like Rogan was a big one. He was like, you know, he knew he was good to go, but he just made those little mistakes. And it seems like they all sort of had a front end little mistake that they made, ran wide, whatever. They all were in contention. They all led the race, and they all could have won.
Absolutely. It's so thrilling how good and competitive our New Zealand Superbike Championship is for 2026. Rogan Chandler leads by 2 bike lengths over Alistair Hugenboozem. And, of course, Al, congratulations to Al. He won the flat track feature and the overall at Moore Park last night. So he won a race here in the New Zealand Superbike Championships, went on to win the flat track class at Moore Park last night. Al Hugenboozem certainly full of confidence, and that man's done a lot of laps around Euromark Raceway, Mitch. He will know exactly what's going on here with going to be 10 laps to go shortly.
Yeah, 100%. It's always tough with Al. He always just fires here. He might be a little bit off the pace in practice qualifying when we get to racing, and this happens. Al's there, he's always there on you, and he knows where to pass, he can make things happen. He's really strong, especially from the Casino Carousel round through to the Dipper. He's really strong through that section of circuit. Just maybe it's a little bit different to the rest of the circuits in the country, and he just excels really well there. Struggles a little bit through the sort of first, second turns, but yeah, he knows how to make it happen.
All right, starting to really ramp up at the front. Rogan Chandler and Hugenboozem, they have tried to clear out into the distance. They've put a little bit of a squeeze on in the third race mark here. Then you go back to Dale Finch. Shout out to Dale's boy Carter, 8th birthday today. So happy birthday, Carter Finch. Absolutely outstanding. The cool family atmosphere here, especially that KMD racing. Luca Durnin's got a big problem. He's run off onto the grass. He's got some dramas there, Mitch. Not sure what happened, but that is not what he wanted to see in his New Zealand Grand Prix race. I think he's maybe rectify that, maybe just went riding the Fulton Hoganis's, and big mistake for Luca Durning.
Yeah, he came out of the hairpin then and looked like he either missed a gear or had some sort of electrical issue, which unfortunately sometimes nowadays with the bikes as they are, they just have so much electronics going on, so it could be a damaged sensor or anything. But he's obviously looks like he's back on the pace, so we'll see what happens if he can get up sort of in that top sort of 4. If he can get back to Morgan, will be interesting. But yeah, it's obviously breaking away a little bit. Al and Rogan are sort of broken away from Dale a little bit here at the front, and it'll be interesting to see how the fitness comes in here at a 15-lap race. It's always tough around Ruapuna. Fortunately, it's a morning race for the GP, so it definitely makes it a lot easier to sort of focus and lock into this race this morning.
And of course, 15 laps. A lot of these guys haven't done 15 laps on the Bridgestone tyre. There's a couple of different compounds for them to select as well, so there'll be all that going on as well. So really, with 9 laps to go, we've got no idea what's going to unfold in the back end of the New Zealand Grand Prix, do we, Mitch?
No, 100%. And working with Dave this weekend, you know, that was something you were sort of making a decision this morning going into it. With the hot temperatures yesterday, everyone looked like they sort of struggled a little bit, and Dave was sort of contemplating going with the soft versus the super soft. Actually went back with the super soft just with the cooler temperatures, a bit of overcast, bit of a breeze. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see what the boys reckon after the race here.
All right, Bridgestone tyres have got your summer sorted, so check them out at bridgestonemoto.co.nz, your extensive range of road, adventure, and cruiser and off-road tyres. So bridgestonemoto.co.nz, the new era of NZSBK, the Whites Power Sport team with their Puline oils and Bridgestone tyres coming on board and making this a highly competitive series with a controlled tyre. So outstanding stuff as we see Rogan Chandler still cannot break the relentless pressure of Alistair Hugenboos, and this is great riding from those two. And Mitch, that relentless pressure and pace at the front has really started to take its toll. Dale Finch slowly but surely losing touch with that front too.
Yeah, for sure. And yeah, hey, he hasn't done a lot of racing leading into the series. So for him, I think he's only been on the bike 2 or 3 times. So it always is tough, especially when you get to this 15 lapper to try and make it work. And you know, Al's in the right position behind Rogan. You can sort of sit there and try and sort of bide your time a bit and save a bit of energy, save a bit of tyre and focus, you know, sort of later in the race. For me, that was always sort of the plan, was to try and be there at lap 11, lap 12 and start looking to make a pass then and try and make something happen. And I generally tried to do that, and sometimes I'd either crash or the tyre actually didn't last. It was no better. I don't think I've ever had a runaway sort of win here at Ruapuna.
All right, so checking it out. Last time around, Rogan Chandler was a 1:31.2. Alistair Hugenboos was a 1:31.3. That is only 0.3 of a second off their best laps of the whole race. So the pace is still absolutely red hot as Rogan Chandler and Alistair Hugenboos are a 1-2 at the moment. The M1 BMW team, they will be absolutely excited about this one here. And you could just tell the mistakes Rogan Chandler, he should have really won here yesterday. He was quite bitterly disappointed with his 3rd place finish, but he's making up for it now as he leads by only a bike length out of the carousel, Mitch.
Yeah, for sure. But hey, that was all of them. They all did that. They all made mistakes. They all had something that they didn't quite nail, and that's racing. So it's good to see this morning. He's sort of he's walking the walk as to what he wanted to do yesterday. He's locked that in here today. He's looking good. What are we at the lap 7 mark now? Going into lap 8. So you know, and Al's just, he's solid. You know, he's fit dude. Obviously, he's at the speedway last night making the flat track happen, and you know, he knows how to do the business around here.
So Luca Durning up into 4th place. He's got Morgan McLaren Woodgeston behind, in front of him, so he's got ahead of James Hugenboos. So Luca Durning was right in contention for a podium finish here. He made the mistake in the Fulton Hogan and now is playing catch-up. But that's a cool story for Luca Durning to be a competitive New Zealand Superbike competitor straight away on the Dentist Sidecar TR20 machine, Mitch.
Yeah, and Adam and his whole team that they've built, you know, they're doing such a great job. You know, look very professional. You know, it's fantastic to see another rider or another team step up into the Superbike class and do such a fantastic job and be a good presentation for the sport. So, and it's great that Luke has stepped up as well. He's, you know, made that progress slowly but surely, much like Rogan did last year. So it'll be interesting to see how Morgan goes. Obviously, he's only just jumped onto the Bridgestones. He ran the Pirellis over Suzuki Series. He's jumped onto the Bridgestones now to sort of, so maybe a little bit late in that testing aspect. So he's got a lot to learn at the moment. So we'll see what happens. I think Luke can bridge the gap there and get up to Morgan. But we'll see how the race unfolds.
All right, so exciting. Look at Alistair Hugenboos. Mitch has talked about how solid and fast he is through this infield section of Euromark Raceway. He's done a lot of laps around here. His beloved home track, no longer living down here, but still his beloved home of Canterbury. The family still down here. Great to catch up with Mum and Dad over the weekend, and always fantastic to see the Hugenboos family out here at Euromark Raceway. You can just sense that it's starting to ramp up here, but we're going to have 6 laps to go, and I think we've got some kind of finish coming our way with these two out the front. Yeah,
like I said earlier, you know, we start looking, you know, so this at 11 lap mark, I know Al will start looking at trying to make a pass somewhere if he can get close enough. You know, Morgan's fast. You know, they got a little bit of horsepower advantage over the Yamaha, but alternatively the Yamaha is good in other areas. It's good off the turn. That was always something I struggled to get to the Yamaha here. I always would get outdriven off. Off the final turn was a big one. Off the hairpin a little bit, off turn 1. So sometimes, you know, he's got that advantage there. So it's sort of a give and take where you have your power sometimes and how the motors are, how the different characteristics of the bike work as well.
This is exciting stuff. Still nothing in it at the front of the New Zealand Grand Prix. Dale Finch doing a solid job there in third place, but we are in real uncharted territory coming up shortly. The 10-lap race here yesterday, and that was quite tough and tricky. Now we're still going to have a massive 5 laps to go when they come back through. And of course, Mitch, for you personally, back with Padgett's on the race team over to BSB, going to do the Northwest, the Isle of Man, and that is an exciting proposition for Team Rees in 2026.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, for me, it's a big one. It's another big year. Got a massive focus there. It's obviously, you go to these roads events like the Northwest and the TT especially, you compare them to our little street races here in New Zealand, and we're second, third gear at best, and your top gear, 6th gear on a Superbike, flat out. Isle of Man TT, you're doing 200 plus consistently. That's your average lap speed. So you're sitting at a really high average speed, and it's a lot of work, to learn, but it's been an awesome journey, and been great to have the opportunity to do it, and that's the big thing that I've sort of taken. I've loved the racing here, and unfortunately had to sacrifice it this year just to focus on that and financially focus on it as well, because it's a big job.
Talk to us a little bit about the Isle of Man. Is there any part of the track that is a relaxing bit, or is it just absolutely wound for the whole 16.5-minute lap time?
I think maybe the first couple of corners are not so bad when you get down there. You can kind of sort of, and especially at the start of the race, you're kind of trying to build there a little bit, and you don't want to push the front tyre too much. The fuel tank's full, and that's something, like this 15-lap race today for the boys. We fill the tanks up a lot more than what you would in an 8 or a 10-lapper, and sometimes you don't even think about it. And you might go into turn 1 here. You've got a bit of a tailwind. You've got an extra sort of 5 kilos on board, and you choose the same braking marker, but you've been riding around ineffectively a qualifying position. During practice, you only run sort of 5 to 8 litres of fuel. So when you go chuck another, couple of kilos on, sometimes that braking marker is a little different, and you actually end up running in the turn a bit deep, a little bit wider. So, and that's something we have with the TT as well. Like you get down to the first bridge, and you've got 24 litres of fuel. Tyres aren't super hot by then, and you've got to be very cautious in the first sort of 5-10 kilometres of the circuit, just to try and mitigate the risk and the mistakes.
Oh, this is starting to get very exciting. Look at how close Alistair Hugenboom is, about the closest he's been in some time as they get out of the final sweeping corner and down at the front straight. Rogan Chandler and Alistair Hugenboom have now got 4 laps to go in the front of the New Zealand Grand Prix for the New Zealand Superbike Championships here in 2026. And of course, the reason you're not competing here, Mitch, this weekend, the financial pressures of going back to the UK to race, just a bit too much to do everything you can, although you'd love to be out there. But people can support you and get on board that Team Rees Honda raffle, and also be a financial partner of Team Rees Honda as you endeavour to take on the world again.
Yeah, 100%. I've been very fortunate. I've got a lot of great support, and had some good sponsors come on board. Actually had a mate of mine from Wellington. He's just come on board, and he's given me some support this year, and to do as much as I can, social media, the YouTube channel, and all that sort of thing, just to try and, I guess, it's such a long way for any Kiwi to go anywhere internationally, not much like Cormac Buchanan. So as much exposure as I can try and give the people that support me is the best I can do. And stuff like the raffle, I really enjoy that, because I feel like I'm giving something back. I'm not just asking for a handout. I want someone to win some cool prizes. Snap-on Tools has given me, mate of mine, Des, owns the franchise. He's given me a Snap-on toolbox to give away with the raffle this year. So, look, Al Hugi, he's on it. He's right there. What did we say? Lap 11, and you start looking at trying to make the win happen. And he's right there. That's as close as he's been all race on the back of Rogan.
I think this is exciting. It's an important psychological move to really show Rogan a wheel, isn't it, Mitch? To show that Alistair Hugenboom means business with going to be 3 laps to go in the New Zealand Grand Prix.
Yeah, and sometimes when you get a little bit tired and fatigued this late in the race, and someone comes past you, you can get an extra spurt of energy. So we might see the lap times drop back down a little bit. They've been consistent. 31.8s, 31.7s has been quite consistent towards the sort of latter half of the race. So it's going to be interesting to see if they can drop the lap time back down, especially if Al manages to make the pass back on Rogan.
Of course, that's a shout-out performance from Dale Finch as well, Mitch. I mean, he hadn't had a Bridgestone tyre on a motorcycle until Friday of this weekend. So him to be competitive, straight up there in 3rd place with 3 laps to go in the New Zealand Grand Prix, that's a good effort from the KMD man himself.
Yeah, 100%. Dale's he's good around here as well. He's been fantastic. Obviously, ex-Supersport champion. He's been with Grant and the boys for a while now. So, they've got a good working relationship, and they know what they're wanting. They know what they're doing. So, Grant and the team there do such a great job, and he's been supporting Dale for a long time. So it's fantastic to see.
All right, man, oh man, this is really starting to shape up. Is Alistair Hugenboosem going to have a little look here? He's right on the back wheel into the Christchurch Casino Carousel. This is starting to really heat up. There is not many laps remaining in the New Zealand Grand Prix race. Has a little look into the Parks towing S's. Not going to be close enough here, but he is really strong through this infield section. They go left and left again into the awesome dipper here at Euromark Raceway. And I tell you what, where is he going to have a look? Is it going to be the infield? Is he going to try something special? Rogan Chandler so far doing a very good defensive job, Mitch.
Yeah, 100%. I actually gave Rogan a few little tips on, I know how Al sort of races around here, and I know where Al's strong. So we sort of had a little bit of a chat about that this morning, but you know, Al's really crafty. He'll be able to make it happen sort of wherever if he can. And he's there. He's close enough. If Rogan makes the slightest mistake, runs a little wide, he's right there to get under it.
All right, only 2 laps to go now. Exciting stuff. And the lap time's still red hot. That's impressive, Mitch, to be still in the 131s with 2 laps to go. And these tyres will be absolutely screaming at them right now. So impressive pace at the front from these two.
Yeah, 100%. And it'll be interesting to see if they've both gone through the same compound. Obviously, neither of them have done this longer race here at going to be interesting to see if they both chose the same compound or if they tried mixing it up. One's gone super soft, one's gone soft. So, yeah, I mean, hey, looks like they're fairly even at the moment.
This is exciting stuff. So Rogan Chandler and Alistair Hugenboosem 1 and 2 in the New Zealand Grand Prix with a lap and a half remaining. Dale Finch still there in 3rd place. Morgan McLaren Wood, he's got a really good consistent pace in the latter stage of this race. So he's managed to hold off the charge of Luca Durning. He remains in 4th place. Luca there in 5th after the mistake in the early stages of this race. There he went off onto the grass, lucky to still keep it on board. He's sitting in 5th place with a lap and a half to go. James Hugenboosem, Dave Sharp, and no start for Aaron Scott. So a 7-strong field of New Zealand Superbike competitors, and it's just fantastic how nice and competitive the New Zealand title is this year, isn't it, Mitch?
Oh, 100%. You know, like like I said before, you know, that race yesterday was, you know, just absolutely exciting. You know, 4 guys going for the lead. You know, we haven't seen that for a little while. Sorry about that, guys, but it's fantastic to see. And obviously going to the last lap here, Al's setting himself up, trying to get a good drive. See if he can get alongside Rogan going down here into turn 1, because I know he knows how to make it happen into the apex there.
Look at that. The M1 BMW is doing enough at the moment as the white flag comes out. 1 lap to go in the New Zealand Grand Prix for the New Zealand Superbikes here as Alistair Hugenboosem has a little look up the inside. He's not going to be close enough, but he is really very close into turn 1 and around to the waistcoat straight. We're going to look out with this one with anticipation. Still no change outside of the top 2 with Dale Finch, Morgan McLaren Wood and Luca Durning about to start their final lap here. Look out for James Hugenboosem, who is ahead of Dave Sharp to round out the 7 remaining runners in the New Zealand Grand Prix. But Rogan Chandler, this is an absolute masterclass defensively. He's just maybe found a little bit of extra pace in this final lap, Mitch.
Yeah, for sure. You know, you always know going to the last lap, the other guy's going to be there. And like I said earlier, the BM's good for their first sector versus Al, but this is where Al tends to close up. So it's going to be interesting if he can get close enough and make a pass happen.
It is, of course, very exciting. Of course, and another thing to keep an eye on, this is a 12-race series too, so you can't really afford to do anything. It is the New Zealand Grand Prix, but a good solid points finish is still going to be handy in the New Zealand Championship, isn't it, Mitch?
100%. With a sort of smaller field, yeah, any mechanical or DNF, you know, it's going to be detrimental. You know, sometimes taking a second or a third is better for your championship hopes. So it looks like Rogan's got the job done here, short of a mistake or a massive lunge in the last turn, which is very hard to do here. I think he's got this one.
Outstanding stuff. They go into the final corner here of the New Zealand Grand Prix race. Alistair Hugenboosem will pull up along the back wheel of Rogan Chandler, but Rogan Chandler out of the final corner. This has been an absolute masterclass. Alistair Hugenboosem's going to try, but Rogan Chandler's going to win the New Zealand Grand Prix Championship in our New Zealand Superbikes. Alistair Hugenboosem threw absolutely everything at him, but he'll settle for 2nd place to go with his win here yesterday. Dale Finch rounds out the podium. Congratulations to KMD Yamaha. Get 2 spots on the podium, and a shout out to Morgan McLaren Wood. He'll come through in 4th place ahead of Luca Durning. But Mitch, that is a performance to remember. Well done to Rogan Chandler.
Yeah, 100%. Congrats to Moggy and the team. You know, I know they put a lot of hard work in. You know, they've been doing the Bridgestone thing for a while now, so you know, massive congrats to them. They've done a good job, and congrats to Rogan. I think that might be his first NZSBK win.
Yeah, congratulations, Rogan. Extremely well done. So we'll head down with Brad to have a chat to our Superbike podium. So just confirming our full finish there for the 15-lap Superbike Grand Prix. Rogan Chandler, Alistair Hugenboosem and Dale Finch, your podium with Morgan McLaren Wood. Great ride to keep up in the minor money there, along with Luca Durning and James Hugenboosem in 6th position, and Dave Sharp rounding out our 7 finishes for that one. So thank you very much to NZSBK Superbike champion Mitch Rees for joining joining us in the commentary booth for that one, and that was certainly a thrilling 15-lap episode of our Superbikes, an extremely demanding challenge out there in the heat today. So the well-earned podium finish, number one for Rogan Chandler there. He'll be absolutely thrilled with that, to be on the top step of the podium. So we'll go down to see that with Brad and catch up with Rogan, Alistair and Dale very shortly before we move through the rest of our race program here, and also the exciting stuff that we've got on during our lunch break. You've got the public pit lane walk. We've got parade laps here at Euromark Motorsport with the legends, the likes of Aaron Slight, Graham Crosby, all of your favourites are down there, and then they'll be joining us with a signing session afterwards, and then also an opportunity for street riders to head out on the track during our lunch break too. So lots of action coming up, as we've still got Grand Prix titles to give away with our sidecars coming up next, followed by Supersport 600s, and then our 300s and our Beers support class to follow them as we roll into our lunch break. Let's head down to Brad at the podium. Fantastic. Here we go. Sidecar racing here. We're giving away Grand Prix titles for our sidecar class. It was all Spike and Isaac Taylor yesterday on that Wire Upper Mobility. Altier electrical machine, the number 17 bike out the front. And joining them on the front row of the grid is Barry and Dave Smith of the Carl Cox Motorsport team. And then we go back to the 13, Phil Law, Angus Ravenwood, and a horror qualifier for defending champions Burt Wallen and Vaughan Main is there on the third row of the grid, as the marshals are happy with it, and the lights are on, and we're away racing. Great start there from Baz and Dave as they head into an early lead, and a shocking start from Spike and Isaac Taylor. Not what they were looking for, as Phil Law and Angus Ravenwood also sneak up into second position, and our defending champs of Burt and Vaughan, they're hot on their tail as well, as it looks like they'll get into third early on in the show. So our commanding race one winner of Spike and Isaac Taylor currently sitting in fourth position at the start of our Grand Prix sidecar race here. So this is going to be excellent stuff, as already we've got a great challenge for the lead. Can Barry and Dave Smith hold on to it? And look at that, we've got a change for the lead already. Phil Law and Angus Ravenwood wasting no time and getting into their work as they sneak out to an early lead through the Euromark hairpin. There has been must-watch racing at that part of the track all weekend here. We've seen some fantastic moves throughout all of our classes. And then there we go. We've got the Burton Vaughan machine there, the Motorcycle HQ supported sidecar getting around Barry and Dave. And they're going to see two positions there. Unfortunate stuff for the Carl Cox Motorsport machine there as they run a bit wide, and they will give up third and fourth place there. So that's disappointing for them, as we've got a new look podium as we head into the S's. And it's the number 13 bike of Phil Law and Angus Ravenwood. So we're going to have a bit of a mix-up here, but already, look at that, Spike and Isaac Taylor after that horror start, they're already back into second position, looking to gun down Phil and Angus.
Oh, this is shaping up to be an absolute doozy. So an on finish for Phil and Angus here yesterday. So unsure what the case was there, but they've made up for that big time with a great start in this 8-lap New Zealand Grand Prix sidecar thriller here. Spike and Isaac Taylor had a runaway win here yesterday. They'll be looking to try and repeat that dose. And you got Burt and Vaughan, who have got their New Zealand title defence back on track with this top two finish. A relatively horror show for Burt and Vaughan in qualifying and practice here yesterday, but good to see that Motorcycle HQ machine back where it firmly belongs in podium contention there, Nick.
Yeah, it's awesome to see. So they've got a real shake-up in the points here. So their title challenge is going to be extremely interesting, as Phil Law and Angus Ravenwood are going to grab some valuable points too. But that non-finish yesterday, that's going to hurt their chances as well. So it is anyone's early doors, but man, Spike and Isaac already heating things up as we settle into a bit of a groove. And there's 2 seconds separating first and second position at the moment. Both Burt and Spike doing early 150 lap time, so that pace is hot. But a 147 from Phil Law and Angus Ravenwood, that is extremely quick out there on the number 13 Windle machine. So exciting stuff here. We've got a new look race lead at the moment, but my money's on Spike and Isaac to hunt them down shortly. This is a big 10-lap race as well, Brad, so this could be anyone's here as we head into the workings of the sidecar racing, and still with Phil Law and Angus Ravenwood for the time being.
Yeah, of course, second in the National Sidecar Championship last calendar year for the Gisborne pairing, and now they're certainly a real contender in New Zealand sidecar racing, of relative newcomers to top-level sidecar racing, and man, have they just all of a sudden turned into real dynamic New Zealand contenders. So the 13 that leads the 17, but it's starting to heat up. There is not much in it now, and Spike and Isaac, we saw just how electric quick they were here yesterday, and now things are going to start really shaping up nicely for this New Zealand Grand Prix for the sidecars. You've got Burt and Vaughan, we've got Baz and Dave there in what will be fourth place. And shout out to Dave MacArthur and James there, the number 67. They are fifth place with Peter Braddock and Vincent Kerslake. Your number 46 machine, that is a sixth place update. And shout out to young Heath Braddock, won the Pee-wee class at Moore Park in the Speedway last night too. So awesome that our sidecar family also sharing some glory at Speedway last night as well. Cool stuff as we get excited about this one here. Phil Law down to 0.7 of a second now, Nick, man. That team of Spike and Bubba certainly coming for them in second place.
Yeah, excellent racing there from the Taylors as they've narrowed down that margin there. Excellent racing to watch this sidecar battle for the lead at the moment. Can Phil Law and Angus Ravenwood hold on to it as they narrow the margin even more? Spike Taylor reeling them in through the Euromark hairpin and trying to stay handy to it. So we've still got 6 laps to go in this exciting Grand Prix feature for our sidecars, and then going back to defending champions of Burt Wallen and Vaughan Main, still holding on to 3rd position over Barry and Dave Smith on the Carl Cox Motorsport machine. So exciting stuff all over the paddock here at the moment. This is great racing for our sidecars as we see Spike and Isaac Taylor trying to get the work done over Phil Law and Angus Ravenwood. This is a very, very good stuff. And look at that, there is a change for the lead there as well. Fantastic. Spike and Isaac are in. Oh no, we're going to change it back too. They might have run a tad wide, and Phil Law and Angus Ravenwood are going to sneak back into the lead as they head into the dipper. That was some excellent racing through there. Exciting stuff as we've got a real change up for the lead.
Oh, this is great stuff. The bar-to-bar racing here in our New Zealand Sidecar National Grand Prix. Spike and Isaac around the outside of the park towing S's, and then Phil Law and Angus Ravenwood got the door left open a little bit, and they went straight back into the lead. Great racing here as we tick off another lap. There's going to be 5 laps to go. We're getting through them now as the New Zealand Grand Prix title for our sidecars is only 6/10 of a second between first and second place. You've got Burton Vaughan. And a good, solid top 3 result for them at the moment, Nick, man. They've got a comfy margin back to Baz and Dave.
Yeah, they really do, don't they? Look at that. There is daylight there. So comfortable on the podium at the moment. But this battle for the lead is extremely spicy at the moment as Phil Law and Angus Ravenwood seem to have done well through the early stage of the lap and gotten a fair margin back over Spike and Isaac. But this is great racing. This is just what we wanted to see for our sidecar Grand Prix. No one's running away with this one. It's still fiercely competitive up the front. And Burton Vaughan still holding on to that podium for us.
Tell you what, that move Spike and Bubba put on Phil and Angus has probably just woken them up a little. They've now look a much more inspired performance out there, Nick, man. They've got real genuine pace and now got back to one of those big margins they had in the early stages.
Yeah, they certainly do. They seem to be very quick around the early stage of the lap there, just before we go through Pothole and into the Euromark hairpin there. So great racing too. But look, that's where the Altair electrical machine, the wider upper mobility of Spike and Isaac Taylor, they're very quick through the infield and out of the Euromark hairpin. So that's some good racing too. So the machines are fairly evenly matched here at the moment as the Windle, the number 13, Phil Law and Angus Ravenwood, will hold on to this one through the dipper. And we've got 5, nearly 4 laps to go here in our sidecar Grand Prix with Burt and Vaughan doing a good job of keeping that 3rd place, that last step on the podium, alive and reviving their points attempt to defend their national title too. So they'll be absolutely desperate to keep on the podium this weekend if they want that 1NZ plate at the end of the season.
All right, halfway through the New Zealand Grand Prix for our sidecars and a purple lap time for Phil Law and Angus Ravenwood. So they have been inspired by that move that Spike put on a lap or so ago, Nick, man. They've got real genuine pace now and out to 1.4 seconds. So telling margin in the midway stage of the New Zealand Grand Prix title. I'll tell you what, at the Cemetery Circuit on Boxing Day of last year, this was an absolute fierce battle between these two pairings in the absolute torrential rain. And Phil and Angus actually chased down Spike, who's a wet weather maestro, and put the move on with a couple of laps to go. There was an absolute thrilling New Zealand sidecar race at the Cemetery Circuit. And Phil Law and Angus Ravenwood, they had their first ever win on the streets of Wanganui and go into the history books as one of the real dynamic pairings on the move. What a performance. That should top 2 going at it. We've got Burton Vaughan, current New Zealand sidecar champions, looking to defend their title. They had a second here yesterday in the afternoon's racing. They've got a 3rd place update at the moment. And Barry Smith, former multiple-time national sidecar champion, he's got his brother Dave over from the UK. And I tell you what, we have to say that is a shout-out performance from Dave. He has had over 3 decades between himself and the last time he competed competitively, Nick, man. So for him to come back here to Ruapuna, not an easy task on a sidecar, and a good job at the moment in the top 4.
Yeah, certainly starting off with the one of the more difficult tracks of our Superbike campaign as well to relearn on. So a massive effort for Dave Smith for keeping the Carl Cox Motorsport team alive this season. So great to have him over here in New Zealand as he battles with Barry for valuable championship points as we take a look with Phil Law and Angus Ravenwood still in control of this one over Spike and Isaac. So excellent racing is forming up here as we're going to tick off a couple more laps. Looking at 3 laps to go here in our sidecar Grand Prix. And we'll take a look at that margin, 1.4 seconds will separate the front runners, and no quicker than the 1:43 there of Phil Law and Angus Ravenwood. So still there, the fastest machine out on the track at the moment. And then we have to go back to Burton Vaughan still holding on to the podium as well and with Carl Cox Motorsport just outside of that elusive sidecar podium, giving away Grand Prix titles here shortly, Brad. Just 3 laps to go, so we will be interesting to see how this helps with the points championship overall as well.
Yeah, no change outside of the top 3 with Barry and Dave Smith coming out of the final corner. So the brothers reunited on the sidecar. They used to compete in the British Championships back over 3 decades ago, so that is fantastic. I'll tell you what, some of the passengers out there weren't even born last time Dave was a competitor in competitive sidecar racing. So he's doing a fabulous job. And shout out to Baz and the best son-in-law in New Zealand, Blair Meyer. They'll be competing on the Speedway sidecars at the Super Shelley Speedway at the Burt Munro Challenge. So shout out to Blimmers, Joe, and all the team here. The families come all the way from the Manawatu to support Dad and Uncle Dave, and they're having a wonderful time. So 4th place finished with a podium here yesterday. Good haul of championship points coming their way, and we think this is going to be an exciting, thrilling finish. There's going to be 2 laps to go very shortly, Nick, and look at that RT Electrical mobility wire wrapper machine that has found the back wheel of Phil and Angus. I think a thrilling finish is coming our way.
Yeah, that's great. Watch those 2 bikes through the dipper. That's some awesome racing there too. So Spike and Isaac will be looking to gun down Phil Law and Angus Ravenwood on this pointy end of the Super Sidecar Grand Prix. So here we go. Will that margin change? That will be the one to watch. It was 1.4 seconds last lap around. They certainly feel like they're closer. That way, let's take a look. So it's 1.3, so not too much of a change there, but Spike and Isaac still a tad quicker on that last lap time around. So there you go. Will they be able to turn the screws in with 2 laps to go? That will be very exciting to see, and they've absolutely left the rest of the pack, and the pace up the top is extremely quick. Then we go back a 4-second difference between lap times between Burt Wallen and Vaughan Main off of the front 2 competitors. So there's a bit of parity there with the front competitors, but Phil Law and Angus Raven were doing extremely well to hold on to this one, Brad.
Oh man, I tell you what, they've got some lap traffic to look out for on the next lap in a bit as well, so it's all going to get very, very exciting and very tense for Phil and Angus out the front, the Gisborne pairing. They were leading the New Zealand Sidecar Championships heading into the final round, but unfortunately a conflict in the schedules meant they could not attend and were unable to win their debut New Zealand Sidecar Championship, but they have certainly come out to play here. A mechanical issue, non-start for them yesterday. This time, the gloves have been off. They've got themselves in the lead early on, and they have run a fabulous New Zealand Grand Prix race, but not over yet, Nick, man. We've still got a lap and a bit to go, and anything can happen here in the New Zealand Sidecar Grand Prix. Yeah, look at this. We've also got a lapper coming up as well, which is going to really throw the cat amongst the pigeons there, but there's nothing in it now. The bikes are very even through the infield as they head through the Parks Towing S's and into the dipper, and they're right on the back wheel of them. They are. That's Spike and Isaac Taylor are reeling in the race lead at the moment, so they've got to work around the lap rider, Dave McArthur there. Can they get a little bit of breathing room? Phil Law and Angus Ravenwood. Yeah, they both get past. Shout out to Dave. He did a good job and just stayed on the high line, so the others were not impeded by any lap traffic. So we now start the final lap of the New Zealand Sidecar Grand Prix. It's down to 0.7 of a second with a personal best and quickest lap time of the race. So Spike and Isaac are coming, Nick, man. This is going to be a thriller. Awesome stuff to see. There we go. We are on the final lap. How good is this? And Spike and Isaac Taylor are on the best pace of the race so far, and they are gunning them down. But look at that. We can see that windle machine of Phil Law and Angus Ravenwood. They do have pretty long legs as we head down the West Coast Straight and into the Euromark hairpin. This has been a good move, placed on the track to pass for the sidecars, but unlikely that they've got enough room to make it happen there. So it's still with Phil Law and Angus Ravenwood at the moment before we go back to Spike and Isaac Taylor on that wonderful Altair electrical machine. And look at that, they're reeling them in as they head through the Fulton Hogan S's. This is exciting stuff, Brad. We've got a real battle here. This could be anyone's for the lead at the moment, so no change there. And then we go back to Burt and Vaughan, who are going to stay on the track for a podium finish, but keep your eyes peeled for this race lead because anything could happen. Oh, pull up alongside out of the Christchurch Casino Carousel, not quite close enough, but we know how strong Spike and Isaac are through the infield section. So thrilling stuff here. What a conclusion to the New Zealand Sidecar Grand Prix is Spike and Isaac desperately trying to find a way around Phil Law and Angus Ravenwood. There is only a sidecar length in it as they go in and out of the dipper. The 13 has done a wonderful job so far. Can they hang on, or can Spike and Isaac steal a New Zealand Grand Prix title right at the death? Great racing from these two here. It's a shout out to all of our 6 competitors out there. But out of the final sweeping corner, the 13, the Gisborne pairing of Phil Law and Angus Ravenwood have got Spike and Isaac Taylor right on the back door, but they are going to hang on and be a brand new New Zealand Sidecar Grand Prix Championship pairing. Outstanding stuff. Spike and Isaac threw everything at it, Nick, man, but unfortunately for them, they'll have to settle for second place. What a thriller.
Oh, that was an awesome, great last push there from Spike and Isaac Taylor too. That was the fastest Spike on the track. That last lap too, they gunned them down. That was a 1:43 flat. That is the fastest machine there. And as well, Phil Law and Angus Ravenwood putting down their fastest lap of the race in the final lap too. So what a show those two machines put on for us. And we've got our eyes peeled for who is going to claim the podium as well. It was with Burt Wallen and Vaughan Main. So who is going to join those two machines on the podium? Yes, it will be. Congratulations. The defending 1NZ sidecar there of Burt Wallen and Vaughan Main are going to head to the podium and join Phil Law and Angus Ravenwood and Spike and Isaac Taylor. So that's going to be awesome to see how they found that. That was a challenging 8-lap Grand Prix for our sidecars there, and waiting for that fourth place finish there for Barry and Dave Smith on the Carl Cox Motorsports sidecar. So awesome action we've seen here with our sidecar racing, and a good mix-up from yesterday's results as well. So hopefully race 3 will bring us a bit more excitement as well. We're tearing through our program as well, ladies and gentlemen, as we move from our sidecars, and we'll head to our super sport classes here. Grand Prix titles for our 600s coming up, along with the 300s, and then our Bears support class before we move into our wonderful lunchtime entertainment with the public pit lane walk, Legends Parade laps. We've got the signing session with our Legends in the Legends Garage, and then we'll also have a chance for you to head out onto Euromark Motorsport Park and do laps around the track. Thank you very much to Star Insure for bringing us this action for our lunch break, and very shortly we'll head down to Brad at the podium with the sidecars. Well done to our sidecar competitors. Now we are away laughing with our Supersport 600 Grand Prix challenge here, and a great start from Ashton Hughes as he pips past Jake Lewis early stages. This was a great race yesterday as well. This is absolutely anyone's up the front here, this Supersport 600 class, as it looks like Jake Lewis might have also snuck back into the lead over Ashton Hughes on that bright blue Triumph 675. Fantastic to see as well. So we've got some action, heaps of action out here with Jesse Stroud. Hayden Fordyce also handy to the pace. You've got Carl Hooper as well. He was doing extremely well to keep up with these front runners, but that KMD R6 of Jake Lewis showing us how it's done, along with Ashton and Jesse. They are a top three. They had a great race yesterday as well. So no Cameron Leslie as well. So that's the big change on this one. So this is going to be very exciting. So we lost him in a scrub session early on this morning, and doesn't appear to be a starter here for our 600 Grand Prix. So disappointing for Cameron. He was extremely hot in this one too with that new RC8 machine from the D6 Motorsport. They were absolutely challenging this KMD Yamaha R6. But look at this, we've got a massive three-way battle for the lead at the moment, with it just being with Jake Lewis and Ashton Hughes and Jesse Stroud, all big names up the front at the moment. We've got also to keep an eye on Hayden Fordyce, Logan Rowell, Carl Hooper. They'll all be extremely hot contenders for this one too. So this is anyone's here. The Supersport 600 Grand Prix, we are underway, and this is going to be a very big challenge here for our Supersport 600. This is another big 15-lap challenge. So let's take a look here as we've got Jesse Stroud in the lead over Ashton Hughes. It's Jake Lewis in third position at the moment with Hayden Fordyce, Logan Rowell, Carl Hooper, Kieran Meir and Seth Devro 8th at the moment, and then along with Jacob Pearce will be our 9th competitor at the moment. So we've got a massive three-way fight at the moment, as we've got Jake Lewis and we've got Ashton Hughes battling. It looks like Ashton slipped back into third position at the moment, and Hayden Fordyce is there to clean up as well in fourth position. So a great start there for young Jesse Stroud on that KMD machine. So let's see if he can make it stick as well. So the two Yamahas are out in front at the moment, which is exciting to see. But Ashton too, he had a great day yesterday as well. He'd be extremely happy with his performance at the moment. It's great to see him back in the NZSBK paddock and giving 2026 season a good nudge. And he's been rewarded with some good results so far, but already looking like those two Yamahas are going to make it very tough for him in this Grand Prix. This is challenging too, 15 laps, and the sun is definitely beating down now at the moment. That track is going to get very hot very shortly as we take a look with Jesse Stroud and Jake Lewis at the moment. And of course, Jake Lewis coming off an absolutely flawless 2025 campaign here in the Supersport 600s, 12 race wins from 12 races. So he will certainly be the one to beat at the moment.
With the win yesterday, it's 13 now. 13 race win streak for
there you go.
Jake Lewis.
Jake Lewis, incredible.
Outstanding. This is going to shape up nicely. Look out for Hayden Fordyce too, hanging on to the pace in fourth. So he had a good result here yesterday. Relative newcomer to 600 Supersport racing, and that's a good story, Nick. The youngster Hayden Fordyce on the Element racing machine, keeping pace with the Supersport 600 podium. Jake Lewis 1:33.1. So just starting to get a little bit excited about this one here. His teammate for the weekend, Jesse Stroud, riding behind as well.
Awesome to see. So still the two KMD boys up in front. We've got, yes, Jake Lewis into the lead now with Ashton Hughes handy in that top three too. So look at that streaking away too. This was a big four-way battle for the lead yesterday as well, and it's looking to shape up to be more of the same as well. And then going back to this battle for what looks to be fifth position too, we've got Hayden Fordyce and Logan Rowell shaping things up. So Logan will be flying the KTM flag here today with no Cameron Leslie. That is going to be a big shake-up of our points here in the front runners for the 600s. So now it's all up to Logan Rowell to see what he can do as he gets past Hayden Fordyce there. Excellent to see a good battle forming in the middle of the pack. Fantastic for Jake Lewis though, so he's already off to a good flyer there along with Jesse Stroud, very seasoned competitor there is Jesse, and then Ashton Hughes trying to stay relevant with it as well. So a good three-way battle forming for the lead. So a lot to look out for in this big 15-lap race for our 600s.
Yeah, this is shaping up nice. So the three of them all still well within striking distance of each other. Hayden Fordyce, a good job. Solid top four result for Hayden. And then look out, that's a good little battle. So we've got Carl Hooper on the Ducati Panigale V2, so one of the new look bikes in the New Zealand Supersport paddock. He's there. He's got ahead of Logan Rowell, so a good little fight going on there. And I must say, our thoughts with Cameron Leslie. Had a crash in the scrub session here this morning, so not taking part in either New Zealand Grand Prix for the Pro Twins and for this one here, the 600 Supersport title. So a little bit of heartbreak for poor Cameron Leslie here this morning, Nick, man.
Yeah, that is going to be huge. That's really going to shake things up after he had a fantastic outing yesterday. over that RC8 from D6 Motorsports. So that will be a real new look at Podium here for our 600s in the Grand Prix. But so far with Jake Lewis, he's got 0.4 of a second over his teammate Jesse Stroud on those KMD Racing Yamaha R6s. And Ashton Hughes as well, still holding on there. So he's got a 0.7 gap between him and Jesse Stroud in second place at the moment. So no change to our front three runners. Hayden Fordyce is doing very well as well, so this is great pace shown from him today. So he's got a bit of daylight between him, and then we're going back to Carl Hooper and Logan Rowell. That's another good battle to watch too, so those look to be some fairly evenly matched machines in the midfield. And then looking at Seth Dedro having a good run there, so he managed to sneak past Kieran Meyer to get back into 7th position on that ZX6. That is a wonderful machine there. Go and check that out in the pits. Is Seth Dedro, another one of our seasoned competitors here in NZSBK. He's back to give 2026 a good nudge here in the South Island leg of the tour. So good to see from Seth Devro. But as we go back to our race leader, Brad, it's all Jake Lewis at the moment.
Yeah, I wonder if Jesse Stroud just watched that New Zealand Superbike Grand Prix and just thought Al Hugenbosom was comfortable to sit in behind Jake, learn where he's strong, learn where he can make a move. And talking to Mitch Rees during that Superbike Grand Prix, just surviving to that 11-12 lap mark, and then maybe trying to look for a move. But as I say that, he goes up to the inside, but not quite close enough. And Jesse Stroud with the purple lap time, he's outbraked himself a little bit into turn one, gone a little bit deep, but no, Jesse Stroud, forget what I said, Nick, he's pulling the trigger now. He wants to get in front of the New Zealand Grand Prix for 600 Supersport.
Yeah, it's an aggressive ride from him, isn't it? So, yeah, with that a little bit of a mistake into that corner there, he has given Jake a bit of breathing room at the moment. So a little bit of daylight between the two now as they narrow up into Euromark Motorsport Park. But yeah, it looks like Jesse is going to be battling all the way through this 15-lap session as well, as Ashton Hughes still keeping up with that blistering pace at the front. So we're looking at Jake Lewis now, another flawless outing for him as he goes into lap number 4 in control of the race. And then looking at the best of the rest at the moment outside of our podium battle, Hayden Fordyce and Carl Hooper still 4th and 5th at the moment, with Logan Rowell too shaking things up. So everyone's sort of settling into a bit of a groove as we get through the first 4 laps of our 15-lap 600 Grand Prix. And Jake Lewis and Jesse Stroud still battling at it at the moment, but Jake just doing everything right at the moment and still holding on to a healthy margin there. And look at that, Jesse Stroud might have just got on a little bit of space there in the dipper as he reels in Jake Lewis down through the sweeper, and Ashton Hughes is also handy with that battle too. So still a 3-way battle for the lead at the moment. Still anyone's here as we're early stages with our 600 Grand Prix, but Jake Lewis doing everything he can and it's working for him.
A massive 15 laps this one too, so we've still got a massive 10 of them to go. Jake, Jesse and Ashton all within a second of each other, so don't discount Ashton Hughes, who's just been super consistent. Just did a 1:33.3 to go with his 1:33.2 the lap before, so very consistent, neat and tidy and accurate. The man on the Scott Structural Triumph, that is Ashton Hughes on the 92. He's ready to pounce in 3rd place. Of course, that call for you guys that want to be part of the track exhibition laps for the public. You need to go and sign in at the merchandise tent and get yourself ready to go. So the lunch break, so we've got this Grand Prix happening. We've got 10 laps to go in the New Zealand Supersport 600 Grand Prix. We've got the New Zealand 300 Supersport Grand Prix coming up next. We've got the Bears Support Racing for the weekend. So there's only this one and 2 more race sessions to get through. Then we're into that lunch break, Nick, and that epic off-track entertainment, including the pit walk, the Legends exhibition laps, and that autograph signing from our Legends.
Yeah, that's awesome. That pit walk was absolutely amazing yesterday. It's awesome. You don't often get a chance to go and see the hive of activity along the pit lane there, so that is a great opportunity for our guests to go and check out the mighty machines along pit wall there. So something that you won't want to miss as we get into our lunch break at the moment. Now rolling back to our race here with the Grand Prix of our 600s. Jake Lewis is still holding on only just. Jesse Stroud, what an aggressive ride he is having at the moment. He's giving absolutely everything. We just had 0.27 of a second as we went around the last lap, and there is nothing between those two up the front too, and even streaking away a little bit from Ashton Hughes as well. So Ashton might have dropped off this place just a small fraction. So Jake Lewis there has just 0.18 of a second. Ashton's still within a second, 0.98 of a second off of Jake Lewis in the lead there. But look at that, they're nearly side by side into turn 1, Jake Lewis and Jesse Stroud. So that battle for the lead is still heating up. That's awesome to see from Jesse Stroud. What a great push. Awesome to have the Stroud name still with us here in NZSBK in 2026. And he's doing extremely well at the moment. We'll be very pleased with that. What a new look bike too. He was on the retrographic R6 for race number 1 yesterday, and now back with the blue machine of KMD Racing, and identical machine there with Jake Lewis as well. Hard to tell them apart, but we can definitely see that gold number plate of Jake Lewis, the number one. He's still in control of this, but look at that. What a great push there, Brad, from Jesse Stroud. He's certainly keeping Jake honest.
Absolutely. He has an experienced campaign. He's a multiple-time national champion. He's won the Supersport 150 class. He's won the Supersport 300 class. He hasn't had a race win in Supersport 600 racing. He had a couple of podium positions, though. So he's certainly a contender here. And look at him. He is fired up within 2/10 of Jake Lewis in the front. So KMD Racing, Nick, they'll just be absolutely elated. They had 2 spots on that New Zealand Superbike Grand Prix podium. Now their riders are in a 1-2 at the moment. So all the work that Grant and their team at KMD have done, it is so good for them to get a bit of reward here with 9 and a bit laps to go in the New Zealand Grand Prix.
Yeah, awesome team. Shout out to KMD Racing there. They'll be absolutely thrilled. And we had Al Hugenbosom on the top step of our podium in race number 1 for the Superbikes yesterday too. So very good outing here for our Yamaha team this weekend. And 1-2 at the moment here in the Supersport 600 Grand Prix. Jake Lewis, he's got 0.1 of a second over Jesse Stroud that last time through. And so there we go. He's got a little bit of breathing room. And now outside of the 1 second mark for Ashton Hughes. So he has dropped off the pace a wee bit there. It is absolutely relentless between those two at the front. And so taking a look at the rest of our competitors, there's no change through the middle as we've got Hayden Fordyce holding on in 4th position with Carl Hooper and Logan Rowell, our top 6 at the moment. Then Seth Devereaux, the non-factory machine there.
There it is.
Massive move.
Oh, Jesse Stroud, that is a wonderful move. Just come from way, way back, held it on the brakes as late as he could, and he now leads the New Zealand Grand Prix at around about the halfway stage. So 7.5 laps gone, 7.5 laps remaining, and Jesse Stroud, the brand new race leader here in our New Zealand Grand Prix race. Personal best lap times for Carl Hooper, Logan Rowell, and Seth Devereaux, Nick, man. So just because we're keeping our eyes on that battle at the front, there is still plenty of tales to be told here, as Carl Hooper certainly looks fired up. He wants a top 4 result in the New Zealand Grand Prix. He's chasing down Hayden Fordyce at the moment, and he is bringing the likes of Logan Rowell and Seth Devereaux with him. Jake Lewis trying to answer back, Nick. He cannot find a way through. Jesse Stroud has now got himself in the lead, and Jake will have to be careful. He does not want to let Jesse get into a groove and settle into a pace at the front of the New Zealand Grand Prix.
Yeah, for sure. It's been 13 races since we've seen a different person on the top step of the podium here in 600 racing, and at the moment we're looking at a provisional race lead here for Jesse Stroud. That is an awesome outing there. There's nothing between their bikes. They're so evenly matched here as Jake Lewis is right on the rear wheel of Jesse Stroud. He goes side by side down into turn 1, but I don't think he's going to try it on there. He's going to stick into the slipstream and bide his time through the rest of this track. Look at that through. Oh no, Jesse Stroud is down. Oh, disappointing for Jesse. He was doing so well there, and unfortunately he'll throw it away in turn 1 and has inherited Jake Lewis, the race lead, back in control with Jake there. So unfortunate for Jesse. Hope he's A-OK there. And Ashton Hughes walks into 2nd position now as well. So drama here in our 600 Grand Prix. Still 7 laps left in it.
Oh, that's not what Jesse Stroud wanted to. He'd just got himself in the lead. He'd settled into a nice little comfy little line into turn number 1, but just that front tyre said no, thank you. A little bit hot into the first corner. That is devastating for the young man. And he now sits on the tyre wall watching the New Zealand Grand Prix. There are 7 laps remaining, and Jake Lewis, Ashton Hughes, and look at that, Hayden Fordyce now been elevated into a podium spot, Nick, man. But the interesting scene to look at there, 2.8 seconds between himself and Carl Hooper, with Carl being a little bit quicker on the last couple of laps. This is really going to shape up to quite a little prospect. The podium look in our New Zealand Grand Prix is now all on.
Yeah, it'll be very good for Carl. Once he notices the change up the front there, he'll be wanting to drive and see if he can sneak into podium contention as well. Now, great to see Hayden Fordyce, well earned, working his way into the top 3 as well. He's having a solid outing at the moment, as we see Logan Rowell also handy to that pace with our 4th and 5th runners. And Seth Devereaux too. Look at that, don't count Seth out either. He's doing extremely well, keeping up with these factory machines. So great to see Seth still with us here in contention. He's currently in 7th. Now he'll in here at that 6th place too, so great to see. Hayden Fordyce will sneak into the podium here at the moment, but just take a look now. Jake Lewis, he's 9 laps down. That means we've got 6 to go here, and we've already got 3 seconds over Ashton Hughes out in front. So another dominating outing here for Jake Lewis. He might make this 14 from 14, Brad. Isn't that just absolutely dominant?
Oh, absolutely. So a bit of a heartbreak for KMD Motorsport in one aspect, but Jake Lewis is now well in control, 3.2 seconds ahead of Ashton Hughes in the New Zealand Grand Prix. Remember, of course, we've got the 300 Supersport New Zealand Grand Prix ready to go the next race session out, Nick. That is going to be a tantalising prospect. Anyone can win that one there. We had some great racing yesterday. And then Bears support racing, there's 22 Bears competitors here this weekend. They're coming out for their race after that. And then that off-track exhibition that is outstanding. The Legends Garage will come alive. You can get your pit lane walk as well. So you've got to start down the very far end of the pit garages, right by Garage Run, the club room's end of the pits. And then the awesome pit walk comes all the way down. The Legends will be warming up those iconic motorcycles that are here in the Legends Garage, so they're going to do some exhibition laps on those, and then there'll be a Legends autograph signing session as well. And to cap it all off, the rider bike cruise as well. So if you've ridden your bike here to Euromark Raceway, go and sign in with the team at the merchandise tent, and you could have some laps around Euromark Raceway. All part of the exciting Festival of Speed. There's 10 laps gone, 5 laps to go, and Jake Lewis now at the 4.2 seconds. Nick, man, he is just on another level. Well, with Jesse Stroud's poor little crash.
Yeah, he certainly is, and he's a whole second quicker than Ashton Hughes did last time around too, so dominating stuff for Jake Lewis. We'll take a look at the rest of our field at the moment. Hayden Fordyce still sitting comfortable in that third position as he's got 2.5 seconds over Carl Hooper. Logan Rouse, Seth Devereaux, they're gearing up to have a good battle there. Just a couple of seconds separating them. And then going back to Kieran Meyer and Jacob Pearce. So 2 non-finishers going to be in this one, Brad. We've got, and they're all up the front too. So we've got Jesse Stroud and Cameron Leslie missing out on points in this race. So this is going to make it very interesting for the rest of the season too for our 600s. So the doors left wide open though. Jake Lewis is going to snag 2 valuable wins here if he can keep this up, which is definitely going to put the pressure on the rest of this group, like the likes of Ashton Hughes. Hayden Fordyce though. Hayden will be doing well to get some top 3 points here as well. It'll be excellent to see him on the podium if he can keep this up. So we've got a new look podium heading our way with 10 laps down in this wonderful 600 Grand Prix, and fantastic stuff still from Jake Lewis out the front. Will he increase on his 4.2 second margin over Ashton Hughes? Ashton doing nothing wrong out there, but just no answer for the excellent pace of Jake Lewis on that KMD racing machine. All right, we're going to keep a close eye on this one here. We're going to have 4 laps to go. Jake Lewis down the front straight here. Great to have Jake back in the country now, over living in Australia, but the current New Zealand 600 Supersport champion. The 12-race flawless run last year has been extended to 13 yesterday. Looking to extend it to 14 race wins if he can hang on for another 4 laps. And great to have Jake over here. Of course, Superwife Avalon, she's competing in the World Women's Circuit Racing Championship again in 2026, so we wish her all the best. And she is going to be riding the KMD Motorsport R7 at the Burt Munro Challenge too. So Burt Munro Challenge certainly shaping up nicely. It starts Wednesday at Teretonga Park Raceway with the awesome Southland Honda Have a Go Day. Then we shift our attention to the New Zealand Hill Climb Championships. That's on the legendary Bluff Hill. On Thursday, we've got the drags on the Thursday night down the front straight of Teretonga Park Raceway. We've also got the excitement that is our E. Hayes and Son New Zealand Beach Racing Championships. That is going to take place on around about 10 a.m. on Friday morning. And then, of course, we've got 2 epic days. Round 2 of the New Zealand Superbike Championships. Teretonga Park Raceway, must-see entertainment. And cap all that off with the Super Shelley Speedway. What an absolute festival of entertainment from the 4th to the 8th of February. So get your information, burtmunrochallenge.co.nz. Well worth the trip. And of course, if you're going to bike down there during the week, Nick, man, the Highlands experience the exceptional track laps. Just $60. They run on the Tuesday, the 3rd of February from 3 p.m. or Wednesday, the 4th of February from 12 p.m. as well. So the $60 track laps at Highlands Park, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity as you head down to the Burt Munro Challenge. We're excited about that, Nick, man. Just one of the exciting parts of the Star Insure New Zealand Superbike Championships. Yeah, that is a real treat. That Highlands is an exceptional place there, so well worth the visit if you are making the pilgrimage down to the Burt Munro next week. So we'll see all of these competitors here as well, and we're still guaranteed some excellent racing at Teretonga Park. A shorter circuit than Ruapuna here, so that's going to make for fun, fast-paced action. It round 2 of the NZSBKs. So let's take a look. 12 laps down in this Grand Prix, 3 to go. And still, Jesse Stroud was our fastest rider there while he was out there. Was only one to break into the 132s today. So that is fantastic pace, just showing you how good Jesse Stroud is there. An unfortunate end to his race here, 8 laps in, so hoping he's A-OK and able to join us in race number 3 to get back into the hunt for that championship. But Jake Lewis now streaking out to 6 seconds over Ashton Hughes and making it look very easy out there. And Hayden Fordyce as well, still looking handy for a podium finish. You got Carl Hooper and Logan Rowell and Seth Devereaux, your top 6 at the moment. So all Jake Lewis at the moment. He didn't have it all his way though. There was an excellent battle forming up between him, Ashton and Jesse Stroud before unfortunately we lost Jesse, and now Jake's streaking away with it.
Yeah, tell you what, something to look out for. Seth Devereaux in 6th place, just at a 1:34.9. The other one else on the racetrack in the 1:34s last time was Jake Lewis out in the front. So Seth Devereaux with a little late race push here. He's now reeled in Logan Rowell. I think there's an exciting battle for 5th and 6th coming our way here, Nick, as they come into the Dipper. But it is still Jake Lewis now, 2 laps to go. Starting to get a little bit exciting. A former multiple-time New Zealand Grand Prix champion, Nick Man. But this is going to be just another wonderful feeling with 2 laps to go.
Yeah, he's certainly no stranger to getting on the top of that podium there, Jake Lewis. So looking to make it 14 from 14 in a row here in the Supersport 600 class. But yes, Walleye should be here. Take a look at the battle for 5th at the moment. Seth Devereaux and Logan Rowell. Logan on that beautiful KTM RC8. He is hanging on desperately. And now Seth is just half a second off him. So this is going to be a massive battle here. So we've got a good battle forming for 5th position at the moment. And how's Hayden Fordyce doing? So he's still got 2.5 seconds over Carl Hooper, who's in 4th at the moment. And Carl, he's quite safe from Logan in 5th at the moment. He's got 6 seconds up his sleeve there. So there you have it at the moment in the top 5 standings. And as we just keep our eyes peeled for our race leader, still no change up there for Jake Lewis in control of this one. But look how close Seth Devereaux is getting here. How awesome will that be for Seth if he can claim a top 5 here in this extremely competitive 600 class?
All right, this is certainly starting to get a little bit dynamic here. So Jake Lewis at 7.1 seconds, as Nick talked about. Flawless performance from the current national champion, and the KMD Motorsport team will be just starting to get a little bit excited as the white flag ready and waiting. The thing I'm looking out for is have a look at that battle for the line step of the podium. You've got Carl Hooper, who's been a little bit quicker than Hayden Fordyce the last couple. We were not sure what's going on. The tyres might be going on a couple of these bikes, Nick. These are brutal conditions out here at Euromark Raceway. Still, so much to keep an eye on here as the white flag comes out, and one exciting lap to go in the New Zealand Grand Prix for 600 Supersport. We've got Seth Devereaux about surely to make a move on Logan Rowell, and Ashton Hughes starts the final lap in 2nd place. Shout out to Ashton, 2nd place in the New Zealand TT for F2 racing at the Cemetery Circuit at Boxing Day at Wanganui. So he'll be looking for more of that wonderful silverware, but still a little bit of a nervous wait this last lap here, Nick Man.
Oh, how good is this? The final lap of our 600 Grand Prix, and all eyes should be on this battle for 5th at the moment, with Logan Rowell only just desperately hanging on against Seth Devereaux here. Seth has found some serious pace at the end of this race there. And take a look, a green lap time there for Seth Devereaux with a 1:34.8. So he was the fastest man on the track that last time around. So well done to him. Can he get into the top 5 here? What a job that'll do for his points in the championship standings. But taking a look with our race leader here, he comes through the Christchurch Casino Carousel. Jake Lewis will be streaking away and looking at 14 victories in a row here in this 600 class over the 2025 season. Absolutely dominated, and now looking to continue more of the same here in 2026. So well done to Jake Lewis there as he heads through the Dipper, and it was absolutely wonderful to see him. Great racing all day long here from Jake Lewis, and hopefully everything A-OK with Jesse Stroud, and hopefully we can see him challenging again in race number 3 this afternoon. But we're about to crown a Grand Prix.
No, Logan Rowell down into the Parks S's, so a bit of drama in the late stages here, but the checkered flag comes out. We've got a New Zealand Grand Prix Championship for Jake Lewis. He gets the job done on the KMD Motorsports Yamaha. Well done, Ashton Hughes out of the final corner. He's down the front straight, and he will come home in 2nd place in the New Zealand Grand Prix, and rounding out the first podium in 600 Supersport racing. Congratulations, Hayden Fordyce gets the job done. He will be pumped as that podium look up there. Great stuff here, but Jake Lewis, as you talked about, Nick Man, 14 races on the trot, the dominant force in Supersport racing.
Yeah, well done, Jake Lewis. Another flawless outing for him. So well done. Well-earned trip to the podium. And heart just goes out to Logan Rowell there. A heartbreaking way to end it. Not how Seth Devereaux will want to inherit that 5th place there. He would have liked to have gotten past fair and square, but heartbreak for Logan to be another non-finisher in this one. So hopefully he is A-OK out there, getting sorted out by the medics and race officials at the moment. So there you go. The top 5 is confirmed, and Kieran Mayer is going to inherit a 6th position there. So well done to Kieran for staying with it. He's also on an RC8 as well, the man out of Upper Hutt. So that's a good, strong finish there to earn 6th position in this class here. So look at that. 3 non-finishers in this one too. And no Cameron Leslie either. So there was a massive shake-up for the points here for our Supersport 600. But all praise to Jake Lewis out there at the moment. In the end, he ended up being 9.3 seconds he had in the lead over Ashton Hughes. Ashton, another trip to that 2nd step of the podium. He'll be stoked. He's having a great weekend so far, so great to see him here in the mainland, giving the 2026 season a good nudge. So shortly we'll head on down to Brad at the Legends Garage to have a chat to our Supersport 600 podium, and then we'll move into our final of the Grand Prix titles to give away in Sunday race schedule. So that is round 2 of racing. We still have another round of racing this afternoon after our lunch break. We'll head into our Supersport 300 Grand Prix very shortly, and then our Bears support class, and then on to that fantastic public pit lane walk, the Legend Parade Laps, Legend signing session, and an opportunity for the general public to get on their bikes and out onto Euromark Motorsport for a couple of parade laps. All coming up very shortly. We'll head down to Brad at the Supersport 600 podium. Supersport 300 Grand Prix. We're just about ready to get underway, and after a heartbreaking mechanical yesterday for Nixon Frost, he is back competing. Front row of the grid there, he's joined by Harriet Grace in 4th position, and Jethro Bowman is the next best in 2nd. But it's all Hunter Charlotte at the moment, having a stellar weekend here already, dominating 2 race wins from his Supersport 150s and taking home a Grand Prix title in that class as well. So it's all Hunters from here at the moment, as he's going to now have an extra push from Nixon Frost back in the action. Harriet Grace, great to see her on the podium yesterday as well. So things are going to be pretty exciting here in this big 10-lap challenge for our Supersport 300 Grand Prix. As just looking at a quick delay here on the start. And hopefully we can get underway shortly. But this one's going to be shaping up to be a good challenge here. It was all Hunter Charlotte without the challenge from Nixon Frost as well. But this battle here, this is one to keep out for. And Jethro Bowman having a great weekend as well. He's extremely quick on the number 22 machine. Another one to look out for. So there you go. Front 4 of this Supersport 300 group. This could be anyone's here. And then taking a look at 2nd row of the grid, Jacob Henderson, Christopher Reynolds, Anson Huang and Lucas Hyslop. They were all having a great outing yesterday too in race number 1. So going to be an exciting one here, Brad, as we've got anyone's challenge at the moment in Supersport 300.
Yeah, I think it's a bit of an issue down in turn number 1. So the marshals just getting that all cleared up, so they'll go for another formation lap there. So I'll tell you what, that's no good. You know, you get New Zealand Grand Prix, the nerves are all there, and you get the delayed start and then another warm-up lap too. So just another little thing these competitors have got to try and shake off and compete with here. There's a big 10-lap New Zealand Grand Prix race for 300 Supersport, Nick, and I cannot be more excited. One of my favourite classes in the paddock, and a big 10-lap Grand Prix with absolutely plenty to play for.
Yeah, there certainly is. It's not going to be all easy for Hunter Charlotte. He's going to have a lot of work on in this one too. But, wow, what a performance of him. If he can grab 2 Grand Prix titles in this weekend here, that would be absolutely a great result for him. So all eyes will be on Hunter Charlotte to see if he can keep Nixon and Jethro at bay here at the moment. And don't forget as well, on the Helicraft Racing, Harriet Grace having a fantastic start to her 2026 campaign as well, following a great Suzuki series up in the North Island too. So there are lots of hot competitors in this one. It could be anyone's, but Hunter Charlotte already showing us how it's done in race number 1 yesterday. So he's set the tone for this 300 class as we just catch them doing their warm-up lap. And very shortly we'll be off racing for a Grand Prix title here in the Supersport 300s.
All right, so it is Hunter Charlotte who will be the one to beat here. Big 8-second race win here yesterday. And he's already won a New Zealand Grand Prix Championship in the Supersport 150 category. So he'll be full of confidence. Nick Mann, he'll be sort of buoyed up by all of that. Dad won a New Zealand Grand Prix title as well on the Pro Twin Racing. So Hunter Charlotte certainly put his hand up here, the local hometown hero. He's be the man to beat at the moment in this 10-lap New Zealand Grand Prix, Nick.
Yes, very exciting stuff to see the local man doing extremely well, and along with his campaign last year through Australia as well, giving it another crack this year too. So bright future ahead for young Hunter Charlotte, just 15 years old as well. So lots of excellent racing ahead of him as well. And here we go, lining up here for their 8-lap Grand Prix. This is going to be exciting stuff here, so we're not too far away from getting into our Supersport 300 Grand Prix. The last of our 3 Grand Prix titles to give away this afternoon, and then we'll head into our Beers support class after that, and our fantastic lunch break, Brad, with the pit lane walk. We've got legends doing parade laps, a signing session, and a chance for the public to get out and have a few laps around Euromark Motorsport too. So lots to stick around for as we hand it over to the race officials now. We are nearly ready to go racing, as Hunter Charlotte sits there on pole position alongside Jethro Bowman, Nixon Frost and Harriet Grace. Those are your front 4 on the first row of the grid.
Right, we're on for a little bit of another delay here. So I think all our competitors are all happy now. I think we get the marshals just to form back up there. Yes, marshals are happy. Marshals are in. We've got the lights about to come on here. We're about to start the New Zealand Grand Prix for 300 Supersport. The lights come on. We are now in the starter's hands. The lights out, and a great start by Jethro Bowman on the front row. That is a wonderful drop off the clutch there. And got Nixon Frost and Hunter Charlotte. That's 2 contenders. We're going to look out for the big showdown here. And also Harriet Grace on the Helicraft Racing. R3 had a podium here yesterday. She's loving that. Go the girl power. She finds herself into about 3rd or 4th place heading into this frantic turn 1 Euromark Raceway. It is outstanding stuff from Hunter Charlotte though, Nick Mann, exactly what he wanted to do out in front, leading the lap 1 of the New Zealand Grand Prix.
Yeah, look at this battle here for second position too. You got Jethro Bowman holding on for dear life as Nixon Frost gives him a good push as we head into the Euromark hairpin there. And this is where all of the moves have been made this weekend here. So we'll see some action from these front 3, no doubt, as we get through 10 laps in this Grand Prix race. How exciting is this? And then there's a good push as well. I think that's Christopher Reynolds too sticking up. Harriet Grace may have dropped back to about 6th position at the moment. So we've got Jacob Henderson, Chris Reynolds there looking quick as well as they enter early on into the top 5 of this one, and already a good push. Hunter Charlotte being kept honest up the front there by Jethro Bowman and Nixon Frost as well. So Nixon had a mechanical in race number 1 yesterday, but he is back racing thanks to the pits. He's managed to source a new motor for that machine. He is out there and competing here for race number 2. So that's really going to hurt his points challenge this season, Brad, not getting that finish and any points from Saturday's race. So he's got a lot of work to do if he wants to keep his eye on that number 1 plate this year.
Oh, he's got a drama too. He's got issues out of the dipper too. This is not the weekend Nixon Frost has wanted, and unfortunate stuff. So Nixon Frost, he has got yet another mechanical issue. He will now no longer be taking part in the New Zealand Grand Prix for 300 Supersport, and that is not what we wanted to see from that young man. He was full of confidence heading into this one, and unfortunate stuff. But Hunter Charlotte leads by 0.7 of a second ahead of Jethro Bowman. Diego Petrucci with a wonderful start up at a 3rd place ahead of Harriet Grace. Jacob Henderson continues his good weekend. He's in 5th place with Alvin Wu and the Elevate Racing team there in 6th place. Lucas Heislop, Chris Reynolds and Anson Huang running out our top 9. And look out for me, some more of the girl power in the top 10 on the 294 machine. She finds herself in 10th place. So star-studded lineup of 300 Supersport competitors here, Nick Mann, and Hunter Charlotte now with already a developing lead.
Yep, this is looking like a repeat of yesterday too for Hunter Charlotte there. So another dominating start to this one, and with no challenge from Nixon again. He's got it a lot easier again this time around for the Grand Prix title. But Jethro Bowman is making a good push there. It was 0.7 of a second, so it's all on Jethro. Can he stay handy with the pace of Hunter Charlotte up there in this one here? This is going to be a grueling competition now. The track's certainly heating up in the sunny. There is a bit of a breeze floating around out there today, not like yesterday where it was dead still and the sun was absolutely ferocious. So a little bit of a breeze, maybe slightly less track temperature here today, but certainly heating up, no doubt, as Hunter Charlotte is rolling through with the lead at the moment. And we've got a massive pack forming up for that battle for 3rd. That's where the action is happening on the track so far. 1st and 2nd very settled, but 3rd position there for young Diego Petrucci so far. And it looks like potentially a Harriet Grace having a look in there as well. You've got the likes of Alvin Wu and Jacob Henderson there handy with Lucas Heislop in there too. So not the start that Chris Reynolds would have wanted as well. So he slipped back to 8th place at the moment. He had a great outing in race number 1 yesterday too. But here we go. That lead surely has crept a little bit ahead. I think Brad, Hunter Charlotte there looking like 2 seconds already over Jethro Bowman. That is massive. There is just no answer for Hunter Charlotte this weekend as he storms away at 2 laps down here. And just taking a look, Harriet Grace has snuck into 3rd place there as well, along with Jacob Henderson. Diego Petrucci drops back to 5th position. Well, Lucas Heislop ahead of Alvin Wu, Chris Reynolds, Anson Huang and Megan Kemp rounding out our top 10 so far.
All right, look at this one here. What a blistering pace in these early stages. A big 10-lap race, though, so plenty to keep an eye on. Harriet Grace looks like she's about to retake 3rd place into the hairpin. No, Jacob Henderson just a little bit later on the break, so that remains with Jacob in 3rd place. There's plenty to play for at battle for the podium. I think there's about 7 of them in contention for the final step of the podium here. But like we talked about, Nick, like we've talked about in all these big Grand Prix races, there is a long way to go, and there are some challenging conditions ahead of the riders here at Euromark Raceway. Blistering heat and the hot pace on the track as well.
Yeah, look at that from Hunter Charlotte there too. He's well in control of this one here, but Jethro's still staying handy though. Never count him out as well. He had a great outing to hold on to 2nd position in race number 1 yesterday. But the Grand Prix is a little bit longer than our usual race format though, so it's still going to be a challenge, especially for these young riders. Not as much track experience as some of our older competitors here, so it's going to be a true challenge here as we've got an excellent battle forming for 3rd position at the moment. It's Harriet and Jacob going absolutely at it on the 2 white machines out there at the moment with Diego Petrucci. He's sniffing around as well, so we've got good battle forming. And then you go back to the group of 4. They're battling out for about 6th position. That's Lucas Heislop, Alvin Wu, Chris Reynolds, and Anson Huang. So look at that. You've got the top 9 staying well within relevance of each other there. So we do have about a 7-way battle. Any of those riders could get up into 3rd position, as Harriet Grace only just holding on, and no pit by that will be Jacob Henderson. He is going to sneak into 3rd position there. So wow, we've got massive changes there in for 3rd position. And that could be anyone's too, as there's a 3-way fight in each corner looking to get onto that final step of the podium. This is a Grand Prix title as well. Everyone will be pushing to get that glorious trophy here this weekend.
Look at this, 2.8 seconds. So it's quite a little margin starting to develop here. Of course, this one here, we've got this one here has got about 7 odd laps still remaining. And then we've got the Bears to come out for their final race of round number 2. After that, the off-track entertainment will begin with the pit lane walk. So look out for the pit lane walk. That's going to be exciting. So if you want to be a part of that, you'll have to try and get yourself down to the very city end of the garages, garage number 1. We've got one down in the Euromark hairpin, so good to see them straight back on their feet, but some more drama. A very high attrition rate here in the challenging conditions, Nick, man, that someone that isn't finding it very tough, Hunter Charlotte, already winning his Supersport 150 Grand Prix Championship, and now look at him go. This is a delight for the local Cantab fans, Nick.
Yeah, certainly is. He's on his way to, he's staring down the barrel of 2 Grand Prix titles this weekend. Dad's already got one as well, so there'll be 3 trophies potentially coming home with the Charlotte family this weekend. That is incredible. So there we go, that battle for 3rd place, and that's still heating up. Still anyone's to get onto the podium to join Hunter and Jethro at the moment. So he nearly had 3 seconds between the 2, and Hunter is just setting the tone here. Last time around, he had a 1:43 lap. He's just bettered that with a 1:43.2. And then going back to Jethro Bowman now, 4 seconds off of Hunter Charlotte's pace. Look at that, Jacob Bowman only just holding on. Harriet's got the slipstream now as they head into turn 1. Can Harriet make it stick? She has snuck past. Excellent drafting down the front straight. And hopefully she can make that stick there and get back into the podium. But they're just trading paint the whole way through this race, Brad. That is excellent to see. And Diego Petrucci, Chris Reynolds, they're still contending for that 5th place battle as well. And Anson Huang, Alvin Wu, Seb Mitchell, and Morgan Kempers, your new look top 10 as well. We've got a couple of other competitors out there as well. We've got the likes of Carl and Sel. It must have been Lucas Heislop, Brad, that's fallen off in Euromark as well. We've lost him on the timing, so he will be a non-finish as well potentially. And unfortunate for Lucas, he was having a great run too and battling for that 5th position there. So unfortunate to see Lucas out of this one.
Oh, this is chaos and drama. I tell you, of the 15 starters in this race, we've only got 12 of them left. So, man, big bits of drama shaping up here. But we have had 4 laps gone. We've got 6 laps going, only 5.5 really, as we see Hunter Charlotte into the parks towing S's. He is just on another planet as far as 300 Supersport racing goes. Jethro Bowman, good solid 2nd place. He'll be getting helped out a lot by the toing and froing and chopping and changing in that battle for the podium, Nick. That'll be playing right in the hands of the 22 Jethro Bowman. He is odds on to go back-to-back in 2nd place finishes here and really have a good start to his New Zealand Superbike Championship in this 300 class.
Yep, he's doing extremely well. He's doing everything right there, isn't he, in 2nd position there, but still just has no answer for that pace of Hunter Charlotte out the front too, and my money's on even extending that lead for Hunter here as we tick off lap number 5. Exciting stuff there, 5.8 seconds. That is incredible. Hunter Charlotte doing extremely well, and Harriet Grace has a bit of breathing room in 3rd position now as well, so unlikely to see if Jacob Henderson will get the draft on her into turn 1 there, but they are absolutely neck and neck here. There is potentially room there for Jacob, but he can't make it stick there. So excellent stuff as we go back to Christopher Reynolds, Diego Petrucci. They're still having a good battle for 5th position as well. So it's absolutely anyone's there at the moment. Harriet might even be walking onto 2 podiums this weekend, Brad. So that'll be awesome to see Harriet as her 2026 campaign, if she can get onto the Grand Prix podium as well. But Jacob Henderson certainly making her work for it at the moment.
Right, this is an exciting weekend for us. The Iconic Motorbikes New Zealand Grand Prix titles. We've given away quite a few of them. It's the last one we're going to give away here. That is our 300 Supersport Grand Prix Championship. And of course, Iconic Motorbikes, your headline sponsor for round number 1. If you want to list or buy one of the bikes off Iconic Motorbikes, check out iconicmotorbikeauctions.com. And with over 300,000 followers on all social media platforms, they are well worth a follow. They do some awesome stuff, and they truly do handle and sell iconic motorbikes. So thank you to Adam and his team. Not here for us this year, but We've heard he plans on coming for a good stint in New Zealand next year for the summer. So Iconic Motorbikes in the excitement building with a New Zealand branch ready to be developed as well. So Iconic Motorbikes starting to make a bit of a stamp here in New Zealand. They're bringing us New Zealand Grand Prix weekend as part of our Star Insure NZSBK show for epic rounds. Check out next weekend the Burt Munro Challenge, 2 days, Saturday, Sunday, Teretonga Park Raceway. That will be must-see entertainment. We go to the early rounds of March. That will be at Hampton Downs for Motorfest. That is going to be must-see entertainment with the motorbike trade show and the awesome off-track entertainment at Motorfest as well, including the New Zealand TT titles we give away at that event. In the final round of the NZSBK, brought to us by Star Insure, that will be at Motomania, Tokyo International Motorsports Park, and that will be the middle weekend of March. So get yourself excited, get yourself to the North Island. What we've seen here at Euromark Raceway has just been second to none. There is some phenomenal racing going on for that battle for the podium, and there'll be absolutely any one of those four could find themselves on the third step of the podium there, Nick.
Yeah, awesome to see there. I think that might have been Jacob Henderson has stuck a move on Harriet Grace there, so we may have a new look podium there as well. But look at this, Diego and Chris Reynolds are right there to pounce as well, and they're not backing off either. Chris Reynolds is doing a great job to try and clean up that battle for the podium at the moment, and even got close a couple of corners ago. Oh, Harriet's down. It looks like we may have Harriet down there. That's unfortunate there. So one of those white machines battling for the podium we have lost there. So we've got another one down in the 300s. So that is unfortunate. Hoping the rider is A-OK on that one there. So a bit of heartbreak here at the moment as the podium continues to shake up for our Grand Prix 300 outing. 6 laps down in this one. And there's been absolutely carnage all over the track here with Hunter Charlotte still putting on a show. He's still out in the lead of this one at the moment with 7 seconds last time around. We'll wait and see once he passes us on the front straight what sort of margin we're dealing with now over Jethro Bowman. But Jethro's still doing everything right as well to hold on to that second position, Brad. But now a new look podium as well, as we've lost one of our competitors. This is going to be absolutely carnage. And who have we lost there? It is the 77 of Harriet Grace there that went down. So that's heartbreaking for her. She was just about on the way to another trip to the podium. So hopefully Harriet is A-OK. So a bit more drama here in the 300s, Brad.
Oh, is it what? This is chaos. These are challenging conditions. It's very, very hot. And Euromark Raceway does get quite greasy, quite slippery when the track temperature gets really high. So they are finding it very, very challenging here. But Hunter Charlotte doing everything he needs to at the moment. 7 laps gone, 3 laps remaining. 8.8 seconds. That's the buffer. And this delightful young man, just 15 years of age, he's got a massive calendar year coming up in 2026. So follow Hunter Charlotte Racing. He's going to take on the Asian circuit, as well as all his work he does here in New Zealand. So Hunter Charlotte doing a wonderful job. Jethro Bowman and Jacob Henderson. So Jacob now got a half a second buffer back to Diego and Christopher there in 4th and 5th. But there's still anything and everything about to unfold in the New Zealand Grand Prix. Tell you what, another interesting look there, Nick, man. Only 2.3 seconds. Jethro Bowman he's got not as good a pace as those guys in behind us. So there is some little exciting scenes coming up here in the dying stages of the New Zealand Grand Prix for 300 Supersport.
Yeah, and that battle there for must be 3rd position is heating up there. Chris Reynolds is now making a good nudge to try and sneak into the podium with Jacob Henderson there. So look at that battle through the dipper. That's good stuff there. And then back to Diego Petrucci, who's just a wee bit off of that pace for that podium battle here. But my word, we've got Hunter Charlotte just about to come around, tick off lap number 8 there. Look at that, ladies and gentlemen. We've got our white flag out there. So there we go. We're on the final lap of this one. That is exciting stuff to see as we've got Jethro Bowman now ticking off another lap. But look at how much that gap's changed, Brad. So we've got the podium that's closing up real good there. And Jacob Henderson may even have a chance to ask a few questions as Chris Reynolds gets close on that straight though. So Chris having a look on the outside there. Can he make a move? This is good racing here. Jacob only just holding on into turn 1. So this could be anyone's. We could have a different looking podium in a couple of corners here. This is exciting stuff. But man, you just cannot stop Hunter Charlotte. Another domination here. He's got 9.7 seconds ahead of the rest of the pack. And Jethro Bowman has got, look at that. Look at how small that gap is now with Jethro only just ahead of Jacob and Chris.
Jethro's in big trouble. He's been reeled in over the last couple of laps. And last time they took a whole second out of Jethro Bowman's second place update. So look out for the New Zealand Supersport 300 Grand Prix to start coming alive here. Hunter Charlotte leads by 9.7 seconds. Surely only a disaster would cost him. He's done an absolutely outstanding job here this weekend. The number 73 had a win in the Supersport 150 Grand Prix. Now he's less than half a lap away here from real-time glory in front of his hometown fans. Outstanding stuff. The Charlotte family, they do so much work for the sport. Of course, Super Dad of Motorcycling New Zealand board member. He's also the president of Motorcycling Canterbury, the New Zealand Grand Prix champion here this morning. So the Charlotte family are loving it. Look at the battle for second place. Jethro Bowman in big trouble. He's got Jacob Henderson and Chris Reynolds right in behind him. But we're looking out of the final corner down the sweeper, and excitement here for the local Canterbury fans as young man Hunter Charlotte is going to become a New Zealand Grand Prix champion here in 300 Supersport. He is loving it. Well done, Hunter Charlotte. Gets the job done. Out of the final corner. Have a look at Jethro Bowman under immense pressure, but has he done enough? He's going to maybe hang on. He is going to hang on. Second place to Jethro Bowman by only a bike length. Jacob Henderson comes and rounds out the podium. Yeah. That is breathtaking, and what a performance, Dick, man. Hunter Charlotte, that is a 9.6 second demolition of the New Zealand Grand Prix.
Another visit to the podium there for Hunter, and another Grand Prix title. That is 3 Grand Prix trophies headed back to the Charlotte family today. So well done to Dennis, the team. Hunter, what a fantastic performance. Nearly 10 seconds over the rest of the pack there. And Jethro only just holding on. Well done to Jethro. Another second place. He'll be absolutely wrapped with that. And Jacob Henderson onto the podium here after, unfortunately, we lost Harriet Grace in that excellent battle for third. And she just couldn't handle there when we lost it. Tucked the front. And unfortunately, poor Harriet will miss out on points in this one here. As she was on her way to third in that Grand Prix there. So hopefully she's A-OK and can join us for race number 3 this afternoon. But well done. Well earned there from Jacob Henderson, even nearly getting his way up to the second step on the podium. Chris Reynolds narrowly missing out of the podium in 4th position, and he had some great battles there with Diego Petrucci in 5th. Alvin Wu, Anson Huang, Seb Mitchell, Megan Kemp getting up into 9th position, and Carlin Self with a top 10 finish there as well. So there are your 10 front runners in the Supersport 300 Grand Prix. And just as usual, providing us with some of the best racing here at NZSBK. A bright future there for our Supersport 300 riders. As we've got one more race here in our program before the lunch break. Exciting stuff. We've got the Bears support class coming up. So that is all of our Grand Prix titles decided. And we'll head down to Brad at the podium to have a chat to Hunter Charlotte, your Supersport 300 Grand Prix winner.
Hey, it would actually be quite nice. No, it actually would be. No, because you'll learn that all the time. Yeah, you're tired. Like, I was filming out more parts. And then I got work during the week. I love to do it full time in the work, but it's not enough.
I had the opportunity in Switzerland years ago.
Yeah.
Discovery came into where I was living. Like when they were doing the extreme, what was it? The multi-event race. You know, we have 3 people and cycling or whatever.
Yeah.
Anyway, I was living there. I was living there, and Kiwi guy down came around and goes, oh, I need 16 drivers to drive our camel crew around, you know. Come on, you can do all the. I've got so much video footage on it, and he was like, "Do a job. We can trade you up." And at that stage, I couldn't leave, you know, where I was. And he goes, come back to the States. We'll sort it all out. I got on really well. Keep in contact with him. One of the other drivers who got the job for him, started off as a trainee, but because I've got so much, he was like with me going, Brian, I'm going to have camera crews coming around during this event, but I'm the producer, so basically I want you, we're following the lead. As soon as it happens, I want you to be there. Yeah. We've got all sorts of little, one of them was a Kiwi senior race, the Bridgestone, and probably just fell out.
Oh, Jesus.
And an argument between the Nokia team, because there was 2 guys and a girl,
Yeah.
and they were having a bit of a, but then when I got the tape, I was like, you're not going to love it.
Yeah. Oh, cool.
So that's what it was all about.
Yeah.
So sometimes you enjoy it being in the light space.
Exactly.
And it was huge.
Yeah.
They got sort of, it's got like Red Bull.
Okay. Yeah. Oh, right. Oh, that'll be nice. All Facebook, we're on Facebook as well.
Final race of round 2, just about to get underway. This is our beers support class. Hey, just a reminder to the general public, if you want to be a part of the pit lane walk, that's going to be absolutely must-see entertainment here. Please head down to the Christchurch City end of pit lane. That's garage number 1, all the way down to the end of pit lane and form up, and we'll let you walk through the pit lane, take a look at all the garages and all of the machinery on offer here at NZSBK at Euromark Motorsport Park. And a reminder to all of our race teams as well, make sure you get out there and present yourselves along the pit lane for the general public to see. So you're not going to want to miss that one. We've got the pit lane walk, and then followed up after that we'll have the legends starting up those glorious machines and taking a couple of laps around Ruapuna Raceway, and then they'll be in for a signing session at the Legends Garage as well. So that will be absolutely must-see entertainment. And then along with your opportunity to head out onto Euromark Motorsport Park for a couple of laps. If you've brought your motorcycle here this weekend, it's all roadworthy and ready to go. Sign up at the Star and Shore marquee, sign the indemnity form, and you can have a chance to get out on a couple of laps here at Euromark Motorsport Park. So lots of action here at our lunch break as we gear up for the final race of round 2. This is our beers support class, and going to be an interesting new look front row at the moment. I don't think we have Aaron Scott back there in pole position, so Angus Finn, and here it's pole in this one. He's on the Formula 2 machine as well, so it's going to be a real shake-up here after we had some great racing yesterday, and this is a solid field of entries, a little over 20 riders in this one here, so another great race coming up very shortly here. This is at the start Star Insure, NZSBK Round 1, and all Grand Prix titles have now found homes for 2026. So congratulations to all of our riders there as we now look forward to our final round of racing coming up.
Right, and of course, this awesome iconic Beers Club, quite a strong following down here in the Canterbury, and they've got their big feature marquee event, the Sound of Thunder, on the 20th to the 22nd of February, so it's about 3 weeks away, and you'll see a lot of these competitors and a lot of extra additional Beers competitors. Of course, Beers British, European, American Racing Series, so pretty much non-Japanese bikes. It was developed around about 40-odd years ago when the domination of Japanese motorcycles started to filter into motorcycle racing all over the world. And the Beers scene still going, so well over 40 years of the Sound of Thunder, and exciting that they can be back here at Euromark Raceway in 3 weeks. If you like what you see out here, do come back and get excited about the Sound of Thunder. And of course, no Aaron Scott had a crash in the first of the Superbike races here yesterday, so that leaves the best of the rest. On pole will now be Angus Finn, Heath Boddicker and Garth Wilson, so Heath and Garth trips to the podium here yesterday. We're joined by James Hugenboozem on that beautiful V4 Panigale on the second row. You got Jordan Leslie next to him as well. So there's plenty of firepower on this one here, as the marshals are now happy and they're in. When we get the all clear, we'll put the lights on. And now the lights have come on. When they go out, we're away with the final race of round number 2. It is race 2 for the weekend for our Bears. Great start, Heath Boddicker on that big Ducati engineering machine. So he'll streak up alongside the Angus Finn into turn number 1. And familiar sight for these Bears competitors as they watch Heath Boddicker in the lead, Nick Man.
Yeah, great start there from Heath and on that beautiful F1 machine there, streaking away at the big block compared to the Formula 2 of Angus Finn. We've also got Garth Wilson, Jordan Leslie. He'll be one to watch as well. He loves this class as well. He's very competitive here in our Bears support, so one to keep an eye on as we've got a clear outright front four breaking away from the rest of the pack at the moment. But Heath Boddicker, can he hold on here as well and get a trip to the podium in race number 2 here? Valuable points on offer, and great to see this Bears support class offered here with the NZSBK program, and great to have a healthy field of entries too. Look at that, we've got about 20 bikes out on the track at the moment, and a good battle here for first place at the moment. We've got Angus Finn trying to dice it together, so he inherited pole position after a non-start for Aaron Scott. Aaron Scott had a great start to the day, but yeah, having a unfortunate crash in that first Superbike race meant that he is out for the weekend, and it leaves the door wide open here as you've got the likes of Jordan Leslie pushing up as well. We've got Garth Wilson also in the mix. Simon Attridge, he'll be handy to the pace here as well. But look at that, already heating up, Brad. They're very close. This four-way battle for the lead at the moment, and Heath Boddicker in a bit of trouble.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, look out for James Hugenboozem as well. He started to come on really strong in the back end of race number 1 here yesterday, and he's got a real good start. He's right there ready to pounce. So the man in 4th place, James Hugenboozem, former New Zealand Grand Prix champion in 600 Supersport racing. He is certainly going to be one to watch here as we tick off lap number 1. Heath Boddicker, Angus Finn, then go back to James Hugenboozem and hit it down Wilson. So that's your top 4. As even James, I think, might even sneak another one into turn 1 as well. So the big thundering V4 Panigale, a little bit quicker than those F2 machines down the front straight, and a good move, James Hugenboozem over the second pick.
Yeah, that's huge as well. So Garth Wilson, he's up there with them as well in 4th position, and then back to Gary Graham, Pete Buss, Glenn Corson, and then you go back to Simon Attridge and Jordan Leslie. So Simon and Jordan, they're usually up the front of these battles here, and they're caught with a bit of traffic early on as well, which is hampering their performance a wee bit. But this is a great battle for them. Look at that, James Hugenboozem wasting no time getting up in the front there. So great to see that. You've got 2 Formula 1 machines leading the first home for Formula 2 of Angus Finn. So that 4-way battle for the lead is heating up, and very exciting stuff following this, Brad. We're heading down to the pit lane to have a walk. The public is invited, and we ask that you head down to garage number 1 at the Christchurch City end of pit lane. That's the far end there, and get ready to take a look at all of the machinery on offer here at Euromark Motorsport Park this weekend with the Star Insure NZSBK, as we're back with Heath Boddicker and James Hugenboozem. This is going to be a great battle too. Those beautiful Ducatis absolutely tearing it up on the front as well. And Angus Finn, he's still handy to the pace as well, even on that Formula 2 machine. Light and nimble through the infield in some of these technical corners at Euromark Motorsport Park. And great to see that he's still keeping James Hugenboozem honest, even though they might streak away here on the front straight. But Angus quick to reel them back on the infield, Brad.
Oh, this is going to be great. Look at James Hugenboozem pulling up alongside Heath Boddicker. Great little dust up here in Bears F1 racing. We've got it all going on there with the 2 F2 boys in 3rd and 4th place, and then another big pack coming through as Bears racing certainly getting excited about that one here. And our Legends Garage will start to come alive very, very shortly. Of course, we're going to have that pit lane walk. So if you want to be part of that pit lane walk, get yourself down to the Christchurch City end of our pit garages here. And also that note to the competitors to get your bikes out the front and have your intimate look at the NZSBK pit walk. That'll bring you right down the end towards the Legends Garage, where the exhibition laps are going to be on display. With the Britain motorcycle, you've got Grand Prix two-stroke machines from the late 90s as taken to the British Grand Prix win by the legendary New Zealander Simon Crafer. So that bike will be going out for some parade laps. As well as a couple of others, and then we've got all the legends here, and it is a who's who, Nick, man, of New Zealand motorcycle racing legends with a bit of a Canterbury theme, the likes of Stu Avant, Mike Sinclair, just to name a few. There is absolutely a mouth-watering lineup of legends here, and they'll be doing an autograph session as James Hugenboos up the inside in the parks towing S's. What a move from the man that is James Hugie.
Wow, that was aggressive. What an awesome run there. He got on Heath Boddicker there and straight into the lead, no questions asked. And leaves the door open a bit for Angus Finn there too. He's still handy to those F1 machines too. That Formula 2 bike of Angus Finn gets a great drive out of the corners too, and he's doing well to keep up with this pace. So it's still a good three-way battle forming for the lead, but a change up in front. James Hugenboos, a man no stranger to the NZSBK paddock. He's now out in the lead here of our Bears support class here. First home for the Formula 1s, and then go back to Angus Finn, Garth Wilson. They're battling it out for honours in the Formula 2 class there. So they're the best of the rest there. That four-way battle for the lead has absolutely streaked ahead of the rest of the pack, hasn't it? We've got to go back. Let's take a look at the timing roll over there. 13 seconds to go back to the fifth position of Gary Graham, Pete Buss, and Jordan Leslie. He's done well to get back up into seventh position as well. Glenn Corson and Simon Attridge there as well in eighth and ninth position. But man, this front four is showing absolutely hot pace at the moment with James Hugenboos. Isn't that Ducati just a work of art, isn't it? So we've got two Ducatis leading the way at the moment up in front, and Angus Finn still keeping relevant with them as well. Yeah. Garth Wilson having a great outing too in fourth position.
Great to watch this Bears racing. They're going at it at the front. And of course, we're getting geared up and excited about the Burt Munro Challenge next week, starting on the 4th of January, the Southern Honda Have a Go Day. So your chance to take your bike to Teretonga Park Raceway and have a go there. We've also got the Star Insurance New Zealand Hill Climb Championship starting Thursday, the 5th of February. So that is going to be exciting. And the update is Mitch Rees from Team Rees Honda will be competing in that event. So come and check out the current New Zealand Superbike champion in action at the New Zealand Hill Climb Championships. So we've got the New Zealand Beach Race Championships brought to us by E. Hayes and Son. That's Friday morning around about 10 a.m. at Oreedy Beach. And then we've got more exciting racing over the weekend, including 2 days of Teretonga Park Raceway for the Star Insure NZSBK show to come into town. We've got the Drags on Thursday night. We've got the Super Stella Shelley Speedway on Saturday as well. An absolute festival of entertainment thanks to the Southland Motorcycle Club. So check out the BurtMunroChallenge.co.nz for more entertainment. But we'll be there, Nick, man, and we'd love to see some of these Cantab fans at the Burt Munro as well.
Yeah, most certainly will. And also, if you are heading down on a motorbike and you want to take the long way, the scenic road, make sure you check out Highland Motorsport Park way down there as well. They're offering on Tuesday the 3rd and Wednesday the 4th of February, they're offering an opportunity for bikes to get onto the Highland circuit, which is something you don't see every day. So it's going to be a rare opportunity for you to sample Highlands Motorsport Park. There are also lots of other discounts you can receive. Go online and take a look at highlands.co.nz and use the promo code NZSBK, and you get a further 15% off of all of Highlands experiences. So that's something not to be missing. Great to have Highlands on board looking after our race fans as well. So a little bit of options there for those of us heading down to the Burt this week as we take a look with our race lead at the moment. And James Hugenboos still in control here. But man, there's no changes. Actually, we've got the front three streaking away ahead of Garth Wilson now. So James Hugenboos, Heath Boddicker and Angus Finn. There's still nothing in it too. There's only a couple of bike lanes between each of them, and even Angus Finn could probably get a 2-for-1 if he tried on one of these corners here, but we may see the Formula 1s streak away with it down the front straight over the smaller F2 machine of Angus. But James Hugenboos on that wonderful Panigale there is doing all he can to keep in control of this one.
Oh, this is going to be good. Can't wait to hear about all the antics the Bears get up to. The Sound of Thunder back in 3 weeks' time. So right here at Euromark Raceway, and these guys are going to be real contenders in their F1 and F2 classes. Good racing from these boys. 22 entries in this fabulous Bears lineup, and a good support package for our NZSBK show, the iconic Motorbikes Grand Prix weekend here. I tell you what, Heath Boddicker's got a little bit excited in the back end of this one here, Nick. He has reeled right back in to contention here. James Hugenbosom is going to have to stay neat and tidy with Heath Boddicker sizing him up at the Euro mark here, but he's not quite close enough just yet, but things starting to come alive with a couple laps to go, Nick.
Yeah, how good is that? Heath has certainly found some pace out there. We've got 5.5 laps down in this one. Look at that good drive out of the Euromark here, putting there into the Falk Hogan part of the track, but not enough. James Hugenbosom is still going to hold on here. But look at this, there's nothing in it for the battle for the lead. We're going to leave the rest of the front runners for dead as well. So it's heating up here in the beer support class here. You've got the two F1 machines out in front. They're giving it a good nudge there with Angus Finn and Garth still battling it out for honours outside of the top two. But awesome to see here James Hugenbosom. Great to see him getting some more glory here at the beer support class, and long-time competitor Heath Boddicker. He's still handy to the pace and doing extremely well here. So expect a couple more pushes from Heath throughout this one, as he's right on the rear wheel of James Hugenbosom as we head into the sweeper and tick off another lap here in our beer support class.
There's going to be 2 laps to go when they cross the line here, and things couldn't be tighter at the front as James Hugenbosom, Heath Boddicker. Have a look at the hind legs of that big Anchor Engineering V4 Panigale of Heath Boddicker as he tries to reel in James Hugenbosom. So 2 laps to go, Nick, not far away from their lunch break and that off-track entertainment. That's going to be absolutely brilliant. So start making your way down to garage number 1 to get ready for that pit lane walk. And of course, down there will be your chance to win one of those free passes to the iconic brand new Britain Museum as well, Nick, man. So that's going to be cool. You can get that information at britainmuseum.nz and your chance to buy the book that's just come out, the John Britton story. So an iconic part of Cantab motorcycle history and the legendary Britain motorcycle with its own brand new museum. The likes of Mike Perry done an outstanding job bringing that to life here for the fans in Christchurch. What an epic location right in the middle of town, Nick.
Yeah, it's awesome. It's a great addition to the Christchurch CBD as well, and that will be absolutely must viewing. That is open from the 18th of February as well, so that is an absolute must-see piece of entertainment in the middle of Christchurch there. Great addition. So just going back to our race lead at the moment, and James Hugenbosom still nothing in it with Heath Boddicker. That is a great battle forming up for the lead at the moment, and leaving Angus Finn a couple of bike lengths back in 3rd position. Garth Wilson, he's still there. He's still hanging with us in 4th position, and he'll be 2nd in class for the Formula 2s, though. And then Gary Graham's going to round out the Formula 1 podium so far, and Jordan Leslie will get Formula 2 podium honours here at the moment as well. So he's doing well, Jordan Leslie. I don't think he had the greatest start there as well, when he's currently sitting back in around 6th or 7th position, but 3rd in class, so he'll be happy with that. As we take a look at our lead at the moment, nothing there as we've got the white flag. We are on the final lap here for James Hugenbosom. 0.3 of a second between the two of them. Heath Boddicker now the fastest rider on the track at the moment. He's just put down a 1:36.21. And look at that, he's right on James Hugenbosom. This is excellent racing. Heath Boddicker is going to try and make a dive on this last lap here. Can he make it step and get onto that top step of the podium, or is James Hugenbosom going to have it his way?
Well, James Hugenbosom is really good and strong in this infield section, so if Heath Boddicker is going to do it, he's going to have to do it really early in the lap and try and hang on for dear life, because we know how good James Hugenbosom is in this middle stage of the Euromark Raceway. Frantic racing in our beer support class here. The 2F1 boys have distanced themselves from the rest of the pack, but Angus Finn and Garth Wilson still there in 3rd and 4th place. And Angus, tell you what, heartbreak for Angus Finn as he had a crash out of the hairpin yesterday. He'll be pretty much excited, Nick, man, to try and hang on and grab some points here in a very illustrious lineup of bears racing.
Yeah, it certainly is, isn't it? So Angus done great, good response here in race number 2 today. So he'll be stoked with that, but already the battle shaping up to be a good one. And honours for the podium. Garth Wilson's getting a bit excited as well. But excellent to see. We've got a couple of lap riders through the mix as well. What's going to become of this? James Hugenbosom only just holding on here. Has Heath Boddicker got anything? He's got 2 corners left. Can he make something happen there? He's got good drive out of the dipper, but not enough, I think. James Hugenbosom is going to hold on to this one, barring an absolute catastrophe. So there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. They're heading down the front straight here. There's nothing in it. Can Heath Boddicker get a good drive onto the front straight? I think James is going to hold on to it. The checkered flag. Congratulations, James Hugenbosom, with a first overall here in race number 2. Heath Boddicker and Angus Finn for your overall top 3. Angus will get 1st in class honours for Formula 2s, though, so well done. And then along with Garth Wilson rounding up the top 4 there. So that was great racing there between James and Heath on those beautiful Ducati machines. And this is exactly what Beers is all about. Exotic bikes coming to life here on the track, and just waiting for the rest of our finishers as well. We should be looking for the likes of Gary Graham to round out that Formula One podium too. So exciting to see how the rest of all our classes unfold. Look at this massive battle here. This could be anyone's as we get past there. It's going to be Gary Graham over Pete Buss. Jordan Leslie's going to round up in 7th position with Glenn Corson, Simon Attridge and Mark Tilden there for your top 10 overall here in the Beer support class. So great racing there. And a reminder to our fans as well, we'll get down to the podium shortly, and then we are going to take a walk down pit lane, ladies and gentlemen. So please head down to the Christchurch City end of the pits and form up at garage number 1, and we'll take you through a walk of the pit lane. You'll be able to see all of the machinery that's on offer here at the Aramark Motorsport Park, and then we'll roll into our Legends parade laps around the track. You're going to see the likes of Aaron Slight, Paul Tracy, done wonderful work in getting these bikes organised there. We've got Grand Prix 2-strokes. We've got Graham Crosby there as well. Stu Avant. There's some big names here in these Legends that are going to come and put on a show for us and do a couple of laps of Aramark Motorsport Park. And then they'll be back at the Legends Garage for a signing session afterwards. And then an opportunity as well. Make sure you form up right now and go and get yourself signed up for that opportunity to get on the track for a cruise. A couple of laps around Aramark Motorsport Park. If you haven't done so already, gear up and sign up with Star Insure down by the Legends Garage to get yourself on the track for a couple of laps. We'll head down to the podium shortly and have a chat with our top 3 finishers, and then we'll see you at the pit lane for our pit lane walk and all of our lunch break entertainment here at round 1 of the NZSBK, brought to you by Iconic Motorbikes and Star Insure.
All right, as the public start to form up and get down to the pit lane, iconic scenes out here as the legends are going to start firing up these motorcycles and get out for a few exhibition parade laps, and a bit of excitement for us in the commentary box, joined by the President of Motorcycling New Zealand, Big Mac Mike McLeod. Mac, welcome to Euromark Raceway and this wonderful Star Insure New Zealand Superbike Championships.
Yeah, thanks, Brad. It's been awesome to be here, and it's good to see a good crowd and that good racing that's been going on today. It's awesome.
All right, and of course, as far as the MNZ perspective is, the New Zealand Grand Prix titles given away. Isn't it fantastic to see some of those youngsters become New Zealand Grand Prix champions for the first time?
Yeah, it's awesome to see the young riders coming up and the lap records getting broken and the way they're riding and their abilities. It's great to see.
All right, and this wonderful iconic Motorbikes Grand Prix weekend couldn't be couldn't be possible without all the hard-working officials and all the volunteers and marshals that make it all happen. So it must be pretty happy from you, from a governing body perspective, to see everyone come together and make this awesome show.
It's really good to see the Motorcycle New Zealand officials here. They're doing a great job today. We've had a good walk around to catch up with them, and they're doing a fantastic job here. Also, it's awesome to see the flag marshals out there doing their jobs, keeping the riders safe. It's good that they're out there in these sort of conditions. It's really hot. Some conditions it's really wet, but they're out there day in and day out doing the fantastic job out there as the flag marshal. It's great that they give up their time, as well as the officials from Motorcycle New Zealand give up their free time voluntary to come and to help and assist in running these events.
All right, and of course, part of your role at the General Assembly at FIM, you get to see all the world champions, the New Zealanders crowned. It's so good that New Zealand still punches well above its weight as a motorcycle nation, and it's good to see some of the heroes here this weekend. Yeah, it's really great to be like in Europe and seeing the New Zealand riders going up there and getting their world championship prizes like this year. We had an Enduro world champion, and we've had women's world champions. It's all great to be here today with our ex-world champions as well. We've got Aaron Slide here and Graham Crosby and just fantastic role models for our riders for New Zealand. It's really good to see. Yeah, I tell you what a treat for the Canterbury fans as well. Who's who of Canterbury legends here, Stu Avance and Gary Goodfellow, all those sort of legends here, Mike Sinclair, just to name a few. That is a really awesome cast of New Zealand legends with a nice Canterbury feel, so something special for the local fans. Yeah, fantastic. Yeah, with Stewie coming out here from Australia just to do this event, shows you he actually cares and wants to come back and put something back into the sport that he dominated and loved for so many years. It's really good to see him here. All right, and of course, getting geared up as well. Next weekend, the Star Insure NZSBK rolls into the Burt Munro Challenge. As a big, passionate motorcycle fan yourself, exciting to see the Burt Munro Challenge just get bigger and better every year. Yeah, Burt Munro's unbelievable. They do a lot of work down there in Invercargill to do with the Burt Munro. It's fantastic, a fantastic event, and like I say, every year it just gets bigger and bigger and bigger. And it's great that we have Mike Marsden, the promoter, promoting the NZSBK this year, and he's doing an absolute fantastic job. As you can see, there's a big crowd here, and the publicity that he does and the hard work that he puts in to promote the NZSBK on behalf of Motorcycle New Zealand is really, really great, and it's good to have him on board with us. All right, and just looking down pit lane there, Macca, as well, we've got the iconic Britain motorcycle, that wonderful 500 two-stroke machine has won the British Grand Prix in the hands of Simon Crafer back in the late 90s. So, just iconic pieces of New Zealand motorcycle history, and it always just still brings a smile to our faces when we see it all in action. Yeah, it's fantastic to see the Britain here, and Dennis Charlotte, who is an MNZ board member, is riding that bike today, and it's good to see him ride that. And it's also great that there's going to be a museum dedicated to the Britain motorcycle in Christchurch opening up in the next couple of weeks, which is really good to see. All right, and of course, Motorcycle New Zealand, a long time history here at Euromark Raceway, but how good is it to see so many awesome fans here and enjoying this wonderful New Zealand Superbike Championship? Yeah, fantastic to see a crowd here like it is yesterday and today. A lot of positive feedback, and there's been a lot of good racing, so it's great that they've come here to witness a fantastic racing, a fantastic event. All right, well, we're going to go and get ourselves down to pit lane and hear the iconic scenes and have a look at these legends as they go out for some exhibition laps. Remember, not too late to get yourself registered with the team at the merchandise tent, you could have your rider track cruise. That's coming out after the legends are all finished on the track, so check that out. If you want to ride your bike around Euromark Raceway, that is up for grabs. If you want to go and sign in with the merchandise tent, get the sticker on the bike, and that track cruise happening just after the legends exhibition here at Euromark Raceway. So of course, from all of us race fans, can you pass on to the team to Motorcycle New Zealand? Thank you for all the hard work that you guys do, and isn't it fantastic that the show, this New Zealand Superbike Championship, just keeps getting better and better?
Yeah, thanks, Brad. It's great. And it's going to get better and better as the years go on, with Mike Marsden obviously promoting it. Like I say, he's been doing a fantastic job, and it can just get bigger and better from here. So thanks very much for the opportunity to have a chat. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Macca. Awesome stuff. We're going to take a little break here. We're going to go down and check out the sights and sounds of our legends, getting those machines all geared up and excited about the exhibition laps. Still plenty of time to go down and do the pit lane walk, so there's plenty of exciting scenes down there in pit lane. The merchandise for sale here. The legends are going to go and form up for the Q&A and autograph session shortly, so plenty to sink our teeth into. Stay tuned, more of the action, and of course we've still got a third and final round of racing for the weekend, all to come after the lunch break, so stick around and enjoy the festivities of the Star Insure NZSBK and our iconic Motorbikes Grand Prix weekend.
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Round 3 of racing this afternoon here. We're going to kick it off with our Super Sport 150 class here. So exciting stuff after that wonderful lunchtime presentation there. Awesome to see the legends in the pit lane walk, and a very good number of bikes getting out there for their chance to experience Euromark Motorsport Park here this afternoon. So lots on offer at NZSBK Round 1. Gave away some Grand Prix titles for the first round of racing today, earlier on this morning. And now we've got our final round of racing ready to get underway here this afternoon. And we'll start it off with our Supersport 150 class. It has been all Hunter Charlotte in this one. 2 race wins from 2 outings so far. He'll be lining up on pole position here for this one. Ryder Chamberlain is the next best competitor at the moment. He's now got 2 seconds under his belt, and there's been good battles all weekend long with these 3 Elevate Racing 150s on the second row of the grid. So we're really ready to go with the 150s. Can Hunter Charlotte be stopped, or is he going to go 3 from 3 here in the Supersport 150 class? Joined here by Brad in the commentary box, and we've been treated to some great racing in the middle of the pack in this one here, and we are nearly ready to go for Supersport 150 racing.
Oh, what a brilliant lunch break that was as well. So lock yourself in here, lights have come on. We're ready to go. The third and final race for Supersport 150, and another great start off pole for Hunter Charlotte. The 73 has certainly been the benchmark of this one here, back-to-back that record in race 1 and race 2. And, of course, a brand new New Zealand Grand Prix champion here this morning, Nick Mann. So plenty of cool stories in the future of the sport. It was cool to catch up with some of the legends at the lunch break, and a lot of them also assisting and helping out some of these riders out in the paddock. So cool that the legends are giving back to the sport, and the future is looking bright with this wonderful 7-strong field, Nick Mann, with Supersport 150.
Yeah, great stuff to see. So Hunter Charlotte off to a good start again. And also Billy McRae got a fantastic start right off the jump here in opening lap. So he's looking fast as well. And then we've also got Ryder Chamberlain here. Look at that, making a dive into Euromark hairpin there. And he will look like to make it stick. So we've already had a change for the lead there at the moment. So Hunter Charlotte, this is a bit of a repeat of what we had in race number 2. Looks like Hunter might reel him in here as we head through the Fulton Hogan S's and nearing our Christchurch City Casino carousel. So a good 3-way battle forming up for the lead here early in our 6th lap shootout of the Supersport 150s. And then going back to our 3 Elevate Racing machines to the rear. And we've got the likes of Samuel Mabey, Samuel Chave, Isabel Smith and Troy Stevens battling it out for the minor money. But Hunter Charlotte now with a bit of work on his hands as he's got Ryder Chamberlain in control here. And then going back to, no, Hunter has gone through there and then into Ryder Chamberlain and Billy McRae. So that's our usual outfit there for the podium up to start off as we head into the dipper for lap number 1 of this 6th lap race here, Supersport 150s.
All right, looking at it in and out of the dipper. Great start this time from Billy McRae, Nick. He's right handy to the pace and really in this dogfight that is our podium makeup. We've got the 3 Elevate Racing team mates out there. So good work from Sam, Isabel and Troy. And I must say a big shout out to all the team from Elevate Racing. Man, they put a lot of work in, Nick, and so good. The presentation's immaculate and good to see them getting some reward. Our first up podium in 600 Supersport Racing for Hayden Fordyce in the New Zealand Grand Prix are just some of the highlights for that wonderful team as we see potential change for second place. Have a look at him stalking Ryder Chamberlain. Good work from Billy. I tell you what, Billy, he has saved his best till last, Nick, man. This is a great little fight going on.
Yeah, that's great stuff to see. Billy's definitely been on pace all weekend here. So 2 trips to the podium for 3rd position for him. So he'll be wrapped with that. Let's see if he can better it and get 1 step further up. So that'll be a good battle forming with Ryder Chamberlain, who's been comfortable in 2nd for the first 2 races of this weekend here. And Hunter Charlotte all working in his favour as he streaks away with this one. But looks like Ryder might even make a push into Euromark hairpin again. But will he be able to make it stick? Can't quite get enough on Hunter Charlotte up there, so Hunter remains in the lead of this one. So no change to our top 3 at the moment. Look at that, Billy McRae, great drive out of that corner and is now already trying to push ahead of Ryder Chamberlain into the S's. So good race forming up the front of this pack here. And then we go back to Samuel Mabey. He is the best of the rest at the moment with Isabel Smith, Samuel Chave and Troy Stevens battling it out for 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th at the moment. So Hunter Charlotte's got a couple of bike links in the lead at the moment. And Billy McRae still making a good push, trying to get past Ryder Chamberlain here. But that's a great battle forming up for 2nd place at the moment. All working out for Hunter Charlotte though, Brad, as he strolls into the dipper untouched in the lead.
Yeah, this is cool to watch the future of the sport on display here. Of course, Hunter Charlotte, your new 300 and 150 New Zealand Grand Prix champion. He's had a wonderful season in the ASBK campaign and now off to the Asia Talent Cup as well. So getting behind this young man, Hunter Charlotte, and you can follow him. Awesome stuff on social media as well. And Team Charlotte all excited about a big 2026. He leads by about 10 to 15 bike lengths in and out of the sweeper, coming down the front straight now. And this will be exciting stuff. There'll be 4 laps to go. And I'm very, very pleased at how this is shaping up. That podium fight, Nick, is all on here as Billy McRae pulls up alongside Ryder Chamberlain.
Yeah, this is a great battle here too. There's absolutely nothing in it. 0.07 of a second between Billy and Ryder. Billy's going to have a look, not being able to make it stick into turn 1 though. Ryder only just holding on in second position at the moment. Samuel maybe still the best of the rear 4 as we go back to Isabel Smith, Samuel Chave and Troy Stevens for 4th through to 7. But Hunter Charlotte, the 2 riders behind him there, Ryder Chamberlain and Billy McRae, they're still handy to Hunter's pace at the front at the moment, so he hasn't streaked away with it yet. This is a much shorter race format than our Grand Prix. And look at that big dive there from Ryder Chamberlain. He's going to try it on in the Euromark hairpin, and he makes it stick too, so a change for the lead there. Ryder Chamberlain will sneak through past Hunter Charlotte. Will he be able to make it last long? As Billy McRae also has a look as well. This could be incredible, and not quite going to make it stick though, as Hunter Charlotte's got enough into the S's, and as we see them through the carousel there, we've got a massive battle for the lead as we've got Ryder Chamberlain sneaking in with 2 laps down in this Super Sport 150 race number 3.
Oh, this is breathtaking racing from Super Sport 150. Outstanding stuff. Ryder Chamberlain out makes a little bit of a mistake out of the Christchurch Casino carousel. That gives Hunter Charlotte back the drive. So it will be Hunter Charlotte. Billy McRae not quite there to make a move into second place. But man, genuine paint swapping here in Super Sport 150 action. And we've got a brand new track record over the weekend. 2 wins for Hunter Charlotte. But I'm certainly impressed. Billy McRae, man, he's found some pace here in the late stage of the weekend. Exciting stuff. And the Elevate race team, 5th, 6th and 7th place. Sam Maybe, a little bit of a more solid start to this one for Sam Maybe. Had a bit of a dogfight in the New Zealand Grand Prix race. So all things pointing up, and great to see some of the vast improvement of our 150 paddock, Nick.
Yeah, it's good to see them all developing. Every race will be a valuable experience for them as well. As we take a look at the front 3 at the moment, Hunter Charlotte in control again. As we take a look, how much has he got there? 0.6 of a second. Billy McRae's got a good drive down the straight there. Let's see if he can make it happen. He's got the slipstream going. He's going to try and draft into turn 1. Probably not enough room there, so it will stay with Ryder Chamberlain in second place for the time being. But Hunter Charlotte has not streaked away with this one at the moment. They're still relatively close, those 2 in second and third position, so he's not safe yet. We've got 3 laps down to this one, so about the halfway mark for our race at the moment. With Ryder Chamberlain, 0.6 of a second. Only 0.2 of a second separates Billy McRae and Ryder Chamberlain. So let's see if Ryder can get that drive into the straight and into Euromark hairpin here again. He's going to try it, but I don't think he's got enough room. He won't have it. And Hunter Charlotte just quick enough to escape that manoeuvre. And Hunter Charlotte holding on to the lead at the moment through the Fulton Hogan S's. And as we head into the carousel here, let's see if another move is on the cards for Ryder Chamberlain. He might not have enough. There's a couple of bike lengths between Hunter and Ryder at the moment, so Hunter might just be safe for another corner here. But look at Billy McRae, Brad. He is close as well. He's ready for some action as well.
Oh, this is so good. Love this. This is the future of the sport here. Of course, Hunter Charlotte has a good bit of experience in this class. So does Ryder Chamberlain. Billy McRae, the brand new face in Supersport 150 racing. The man from the Naki is the one who's made the vast improvements incremental over the weekend and now finds himself right in contention for a race win here in Supersport 150. They are in and out of the dipper very shortly. And when they cross the line, there's only going to be 2 laps to go. So shaping up to be an absolute thriller. You've got no change to 4th, 5th and 6th place with 7th as well. So the story of Supersport 150. We're going to need all of these remaining 2 laps to find out just how it's all going to shape up.
Yeah, so Hunter Charlotte already out there blistering pace. So a little bit, a couple of seconds slower than his lap record pace in the Grand Prix. So things have slowed down out there, it would seem. And Ryder and Billy are right there in them. All 3 of them are lapping in the 157s at the moment. So we're 2 laps to go here in the final race of the weekend for these Supersport 150s. And excellent to see. We've got Ryder Chamberlain now is the fastest man on the track with a 1:56.3, so that's incredible stuff. So man in second place is the fastest rider at the moment, and there's some real battles going on for the lead here. That's going to be exciting stuff to see, and Billy McRae still handy as well. This is a great three-way battle that we're experiencing here, and they really come to life here in the final round of racing for the Supersport 150s. Great to see. It's been great stuff. It hasn't been all Hunter's way this race here, and they're side by side as they head into the Euromark hairpin. Looks like Ryder was ahead for a wee bit there, and Hunter Charlotte's going to try and make a move. Billy McRae as well. There is three of them going for it in the hairpin, and I think that looks like Hunter Charlotte has just gotten away with the lead again there. So Ryder managed to make a move on him in turn one, but couldn't make it stick, and Hunter Charlotte only just controlling this one. 2 to go, Brad, but about 1.5 to go, one would say, and still this is anyone's up the front.
Absolutely anyone's. I'm excited to see how this one shapes. That Ryder Chamberlain got his nose in front in turn one, but then quickly lost it in the hairpin. So it's going to be an interesting game of cat and mouse this final lap here, because you don't want to be leading when the white flag comes out. You want to be making sure you are in a position to pounce and make the one race win dive. I'm very, very impressed with the level of competition here in our Supersport 150 category. And thank you very much, Iconic Motorbikes, bringing us round one of this New Zealand Superbike Championships. And you got to check them out. They've got over 300,000 followers on Instagram and Facebook together. And they awesome Iconic Motorbikes up for auction. So if you want to list or buy a bike, you've got to go to iconicmotorbikeauctions.com, and that's where you can find the team. Well worth a follow on social media as well. So Iconic Motorbikes bringing us Grand Prix weekend. We've given away our Grand Prix titles in the early window today. Now the third and final round of racing. The white flag, Nick Mann coming out. Hunter Charlotte may have just about pulled the trigger here. The pace is getting quicker. It's a 1:56.2, quickest lap of the race by Ryder Chamberlain, and this is shaping up to be an absolute thriller.
Isn't it awesome? So still that elusive, nearly 2.5 seconds off of the lap record pace at the moment, but Hunter Charlotte, nothing in it. Ryder has only got 1 lap left to try and make a move. Can Hunter block him for the rest of the race? This is exciting stuff, and you can see how fast the front two are going. They've left Billy McRae behind as well. So the 1 and 2 battle, here we go. Ryder's got the drive. He's going to go into Euromark hairpin. He's going to try it on. Look at this, they are side by side. We could have a move here. Ryder Chamberlain gets his nose in front. He'll make it stick into the hairpin. Holding on now. What a move from Ryder Chamberlain. So we've got to change for the lead on the last lap, ladies and gentlemen. Hunter Charlotte going for the clean sweep, but he might not have it. He gets a great drive through the S's as we head into the carousel there. Brilliant move. Hunter Charlotte's done it back into the lead. Has Ryder Chamberlain got one more move in him? He needs to get him one more time as they head into the carousel. And Billy McRae has no answer for the front two either as they streak away.
Absolutely brilliant. Ryder Chamberlain got the lead, but then Hunter Charlotte, that is not easy to make a move into the Fulton Hogan S's. So shaping up nicely here as they head into the Parks towing S's section here. Hunter Charlotte leads Ryder Chamberlain by only a couple of bike lengths. Where is Ryder going to try and make a move? He's going to have to try a very brave and bold move, Nick Mann, if he wants to dethrone Hunter Charlotte. Desperate to try and get that three-peat of wins here. This is an exciting prospect here with a couple of corners to go.
Oh, that's incredible stuff. There's no move made in the dipper. Just one more corner. They've got to get around this sweeper here. Ryder might be able to get a drive onto the front straight and sneak him up there, but I think Hunter may have done just enough to hold on to this one. What a great race we've started off the afternoon with, so that is awesome to see. Hunter Charlotte is only just ahead as we head down, waving the checkered flag. Looks like it's going to be Hunter Charlotte to go 3 from 3. Congratulations, young Hunter. That is 3 race wins from 3 races in the Supersport 150 class, but what a race from Ryder Chamberlain. Had the lead a couple of times, only to be reeled back by Hunter. So he's had a great performance. That's 3 trips to the podium for both Ryder and Billy as well, 2nd and 3rd respectively. So your podium is rounded out. Look at that pace, that last lap too, Brad, a 1:55.6 and a 1:55.9. So Hunter Charlotte, another dominating outing for him as we wait to see who's going to claim the honours for the rest of this 150 class. Looking like Samuel maybe, will he claim the 4th position and some valuable points looking likely as our Elevate Racing riders of Isabel Smith, Samuel Chavin, Troy Stevens will round out our competitors here in our 7-strong field of Supersport 150s, and that will conclude their racing for this afternoon. Well done there to Isabel and Samuel for locking away 5th and 6th position, and with Troy Stevens, our 7th finisher in this grid. So well done to the Supersport 150s, and well done to Hunter Charlotte, Ryder Chamberlain, and Billy McRae. who Brad will join on the podium very shortly for a quick chat there. And they've been treating us to some wonderful racing all weekend long, these 150s, and looking forward to seeing what we'll see out of them in Teretonga, a bit of a shorter circuit, which I'm sure they'll prefer on the smaller machines. So exciting stuff. As we move through the race program as well, we're heading into our final round of racing here. Final race for Sports Bike and 650 Pro Twins coming up shortly. And again, we'll have the split start on this one too. So we'll have the group of Sport Bikes head out first, and then a brief break of about 10-15 seconds, and then let our 650 Pro Twins head on out after that. So this one's going to be good. Zach Fuller, 2 race wins from 2 outings so far at the moment, and there's been all sorts of drama for poor Tyler King, who was having such a good go at it. He nearly had it in the bag. He was in the lead in race number 1, and then unfortunately with a mechanical, he comes off the track and had to watch Zach Fuller claim 2 race wins in a row. So stick around for that final race of the Superbikes and Pro Twins coming up next, but we'll go down to Brad at the podium to have a chat to our Supersport 150s. All right, ladies and gentlemen, here it is the Sports Bike and 650 Pro Twins. Sports Bikes lining up. They'll take off first on the grid. Good to see Tyler King back on the front row of the grid here. Hopefully he can redeem some valuable points here as we're away. Lights on, and we are ready to go racing. Let's see who gets the jump here. Great start from Zach Fuller. That is exactly what he wanted. Not the best of starts for Johnny Lewis here on second on the grid. And Tyler King got a great pull too, but that's Zach already off to an absolute flyer. So there's your Sports Bikes heading away now with Zach Fuller in the mix. Great to see that Tyler King managed to get back on the grid there as well. Already making a good push into the lead now. So Zach's going to have his work cut out for him. Hopefully, fingers crossed, that Aprilia keeps alive for this full complement race here. Round number 3 for these two. Tyler will be gutted to miss out on points in the Grand Prix. He was sure to be on the podium for a Grand Prix title as well. But Zach Fuller claiming the honours there, being the last man standing in first place. Tyler King makes a move for the lead as well. So a change of the lead early. Tyler King riding like a man possessed out there. He has come out the gate, fired up, and he hasn't wasted any time in getting into the lead for the Sports Bikes as we head off with the Pro Twins as well. They are now underway also. One to be looking out for here in this one, Dennis Charlotte with a convincing win in that class there. And the likes of Aslan Blackwell had a great run from 15th qualifier to get up into second in class for the Pro Twins. That was a great outing too. When we go back to our Sport Bikes, Brandon, Tyler King, this is exactly what he needed after a horror Grand Prix just earlier today.
Yeah, handlebar issue. The clip-on handlebar had come unclipped, so oh man, that is just heartbreak for the young man. He's done such a good job. Current New Zealand F3 national champion. He won the F3 class. He won Pro Twin races. He won Super Prix 95 post-classic race to get the Suzuki International Series. So he come in full of confidence, and the Aprilia New Zealand team done a lot of work, and unfortunately not the glory he wanted in the New Zealand Grand Prix, but he's going to try and make up for it right here as he gets a 0.5 on the second lead over Zach Fuller and Luke Ryder. I tell you what, this is one of the best we've seen from Luke Ryder. Good start, and he's very competitive, big man, so I think the Sport Bike class is going to be quite a thrilling race here.
Yeah, most certainly is as well. Look at that, Josh Goddard again. He's been riding fantastically today, hasn't he? He's already back into 4th position in this one too, after he had a good and solid outing in the Grand Prix race number 2 earlier. But look at that, Zach Fuller wasting no time too. He's taking a quick look up the inside seat if he can get Tyler King in the Euro Mark hairpin. Going to make a good push there, but nothing to do with Tyler King still holding on to this one. Let's take a look at our 650 Pro Twins as well. That's going to be Marcus Thompson here, who's going to sneak up into second behind Dennis Charlotte. Aslan Blackwell still in the top 3 in class for that one. Vaughan Main, good stuff from Vaughan to get up there. He's double classing today. We'll catch him in the sidecars later on this afternoon, swinging with Burt Wallen. He is a defending national sidecar champion, and he's out here currently battling 4th in class for the 650 Pro Twins. Awesome to see. Lots of good stories across the all of our NZSBK paddock, and a massive front running here at the moment for our Sports Bikes as the battle between Zach Fuller and Tyler King rages on, and Luke Ryder very handy to the pace too, but money to be on Josh Goddard as well. He's going to give him a good push. And Johnny Lewis, after not the start he was wanting, he's back currently in 6th position at the moment. Nixon Frost as well hanging around too. Nixon has been riding solidly. A bit of heartbreak for him in his 300 campaign, but he's doing well on the Sports Bike, Brad. So let's go back to our Sports Bike race leaders at the moment and see what is going on. But the Tyler and Zach show in full swing.
All right, Tyler King ticks it off again. Purple lap time for him. Then Zach Fuller just quickly sneaks that there. So 1:38.6 for Zach Fuller, 10th per second quicker than Tyler King. You've got absolutely everything going on here at the front. And they've been an 8-lap race here to finish off the iconic Sport Bike class. And I think we talked about it a little bit in the other previous races, but I really do need to stress how much work has gone in behind the scenes. The MNZ technical team to get the parity all working, to get all the restrictions on the right kind of bike. This is the way the production market is going. These bikes here in the Sport Bike class, so people to get all there, and you've got 3 different bike manufacturers, all very, very competitive in that top 6 and 7 at the moment, so it is an awesome job, isn't it, Nick, to get this class out and about in its inaugural year, and how cool is it to see Sport Bike racing?
Yeah, it's great, isn't it? These are all bikes you can find on showroom floors throughout the country as well. Awesome, the beautiful Aprilia RS 660, one of those weapons of choice. You've We've also got a Suzuki GSX-8, Nixon Frost pedaling one of those. And, of course, Zach Fuller's CBR 650R, the Honda Twin, is certainly proving to be very competitive with his Blue Wing Honda Motul Oils team at the moment. And coming back strong this year in NZSBK, great to have Zach Fuller back with us. And what a campaign he's having hosted so far. 2 race wins from 2. He's got a Grand Prix national title here earlier this morning. But at the moment, Tyler King, he is hungry. He wants it after that disappointing non-finish in the Grand Prix. He is back with a vengeance and in control of race number 3 at the moment. But there's nothing in it, is there? You could throw a blanket over the front 2 at the moment. And then have to go back a second or so to Luke Ryder, who was the best of the rest. And he's only just holding on to that podium as well, because look at that battle from 4, 5 and 6. That's heating up too. And you've got the 7th place there of Ben Rosendahl. He's handy to it too. So what's the margin there? Half a second between Tyler King and Zach Fuller too. So great outing for Tyler. Luke Ryder still in control of 3rd place. There's the podium. And then Josh Goddard, Johnny Lewis, Nixon Frost into 6th place with Ben Rosendahl and 7th. Simon Attridge and Rob Edwards. We're going to round out our 9 sports bike competitors at the moment, and a non-start there for Jordan Leslie too, so that's disappointing, and he'll be missing out on points in that class there. And now we go back to our Pro Twins coming through for another lap. That's lap number 3 down. Dennis Charlotte, Marcus Thompson and Aslan Blackwell. So the racing is much more competitive in the Pro Twin class in race number 3, Brad, with let's take a look at Dennis Charlotte. He's only got 0.4 of a second ahead of Marcus Thompson. So Marcus having a great push there for a bit of 650 Pro Twin glory.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, the Top Cars and Commercial team there. Of course, saw John down there put a lot of work in, and very good to see Marcus Thompson getting very competitive. He's right on the back wheel of Dennis Charlotte. They're on the Euromark hairpin at the moment. Aslan Blackwell's got a dogfight with Harrison Shanks, newcomer debut rookie season in Pro Twin racing, and he is doing a fabulous job, the young man here in the middle of the South Island. So Harrison Shanks, a name to look out for in Pro Twin racing. Great story. He did the 300 Supersport a couple of seasons ago. Now made the big step up to Pro Twin racing. That's impressive to be right in contention with the podium action as we see that great little fight for the lead. And Tyler King, I tell you what, it'll be a relief, won't it, to be out in front and hanging on with the halfway stage here. 4 laps gone, 4 to go, Nick.
Yeah, awesome stuff. The big 8-lapper here for our sport bike master, Tyler King. And that gap's gone down to 0.28 of a second, Brad. So Zach Fuller, fastest man on the track at the moment. He just put down his hot lap, 1:38.4. So he is the fastest man by a fair margin too, behind Luke Ryder and Johnny Lewis and Josh Goddard. So we've got Johnny Lewis has snuck up into 4th position as well. So Josh has gone back to 5th. Nixon Frost still waiting there, only 0.3 of a second behind him. So Nixon Frost could even get in there for a bit of action in the top 5. So that's great to see. And still with Ben Rosendahl just behind them as well. So awesome to see for Tyler King. What a relief to have clean air in front of him. But will it stay that way for long? And Zach Fuller gets a great pull out of the Euromark hairpin there. And as we go into the Fulton Hogan S's, Zach is right on the rear wheel of Tyler King at the moment. He's brought that margin down to just 0.3 of a second at the moment, so he's riding very quick at the moment. And Luke Ryder has nothing to catch these. He has no answer for the front-running pace of Tyler King and Zach Fuller at the moment. So all action up the front here. There is a great battle. This is not done yet, Brad, as Tyler King has to battle his way into the dipper with Zach Fuller.
All right, the stage is set here for an absolutely outstanding showdown finish to this one here. Luke Ryder's under a bit of pressure now. Johnny Lewis has got clear track ahead of him, and he has reeled in the person in 3rd. So Luke Ryder under a bit of pressure. He's had a couple of trips to the podium so far this week, and he wants to keep that streak alive. But look at how hungry those ones in behind him. Great little thrilling finish to the sport bike class coming our way. And I'll tell you what, Marcus Thompson, he is having an inspired 3rd and final race here for the weekend. He's right on the back wheel of Dennis Charlotte. We've got Harrison Shanks, who's now up into the podium spot. So potentially we're getting some brand new podium members here in the 3rd and final race for the weekend for our sport bike and Pro Twin combined. Thank you for joining us at this awesome Iconic Motorbikes Grand Prix weekend out of our Star Insure New Zealand Superbike Championships. And of course, we are back to Teretonga Park Raceway with a show next weekend, Saturday and Sunday, for round 2 of the NZSBK. And of course, if you're heading down to the Burt Munro, why don't you go to Highlands, go to check out highlands.co.nz. They've got the track maps on Tuesday and Wednesday of next week. And for just $60, you can get that. And log on to highlands.co.nz, use the promo code NZSBK and receive a further 15% off. So the track laps around Highland, of course, Nick Mann from the Central Otago. How cool is Highlands and how exciting is that? There's not many chances you get to ride a motorcycle around it.
Very few chances as well, and not many race events either, so it's a great opportunity to get out there and take a look at an excellent facility and lots on offer at Highlands. It's certainly one of our attractions down in Central Otago. So thank you very much to Highlands for getting on board and giving us a great opportunity between rounds 1 and 2 for a bit of entertainment during the week before we head to the Burt Munro, which kicks off on Thursday or Wednesday with the Have a Go Day with Southland Honda, of course, and then we head into our Hill Climb Championships on the Bluff Hill on the Thursday, and we're going to Oredi Beach for the Beach Racing Championships bright and early on Friday morning, and then we'll get to Teretonga Park for Saturday and Sunday for round 2 of more NZSBK action. But the current action at the moment, we've got Tyler King only just holding on against Zach Fuller at the moment. Last time round it was 0.26 of a second, and I don't think much has changed there. So now Zach's got to be thinking he's got 6 laps down, he's got 2 laps to go. It's down to nearly half a second at the moment, so Tyler King has bought himself a bit of extra pace in that last race there, so well done there to Tyler. But Zach's got to be thinking now he has to turn the screws in now if he wants to make something happen. He's been fair and square dealt to by Tyler King at the moment, so we could have a mix-up for the top tier for the podium round. But look at that good push there from Zach Fuller at the moment as they're going to head into the Euromark Marquee. This has got to be where Zach Fuller's going to give it a go. He makes the dive. Can he make it stick on Tyler King there, side by side into the hairpin? What a move. Zach Fuller will sneak into the lead. What a massive lead change. And next time they come round, Brad will have a white flag as well. That is exciting stuff.
I was just about to say something silly like Zach Fuller's probably he's had 2 race wins this week, and he's probably happy just to sit there in second place. He knows Tyler had the mechanical issue in a non-finish in race 2. What a liar I would have looked out to be. That is an unbelievable move from Zach Fuller. He now leads by a very narrow margin into the Christchurch Casino Carousel. Great racing from our sport bike class. Things have just gotten red hot for that battle for the podium as well, Nick. Here's Josh Goddard's just got himself up into 5th place. Luke Ryder under all sorts of pressure now from Johnny Lewis. So I don't know where to look. There's a battle for the lead, battle for the podium. The Pro Twins battle, that's red hot. Look at Marcus in the Euromark hairpin. He's got that back wheel of Bevan Charlotte right at his side. So I think we're going to have an absolutely thrilling finale to this one here. White flag on its way out. We have got so much to see and do, and so much still untold here.
Yeah, great stuff to see. And Luke Ryder, he is in a lot of trouble. Johnny Lewis is just asking questions of him in every corner. What a great weekend both of those riders have been having. Can Luke Ryder get back to the podium, or is Johnny Lewis going to spoil it for everyone? And then you've got Josh Goddard and Nixon Frost both waiting there too. That is absolutely anyone's the 4-way battle. As Zach Fuller now fastest mountain track, 1:37.76, Brad. So nearly an absolute lap record pace for him. So Zach Fuller has been outright fastest man of the weekend, hasn't he, in the sport bike class. And Tyler King, no answer, as the margin 0.7 of a second. Tyler King was ahead by half a second leading into that lap, and now Zach Fuller nearly has a second ahead of him. So that is incredible stuff as he marches through. And this would be great for Zach as well if he can go 3 from 3 in this inaugural sports bike class here at Euromark Raceway. And look at that battle for 3rd place. They're going 4 deep into the Euromark hairpin. Who's going to make it out alive? Oh, Luke Ryder might have lost 2 spots there. It's Johnny Lewis and Josh Goddard, and then Nixon Frost. Unbelievable. So that's Luke Ryder.
What a turn of events that is.
Luke Ryder's just lost it 3rd and 4th position. He's back in 5th in one corner.
Oh, they're nearly touching in the full knowing S as they head in towards the carousel as well. So Zach Fuller, what a master stroke. He waited till the final lap almost and pulled the trigger, got himself into the lead, and now he has a comfy margin. Tyler King has done most of the heavy lifting, but unfortunately it is too little too late here. He won't be able to hang on. Zach Fuller's done a fabulous job. The battle for the podium is what we're going to keep up. Look at Josh Goddard just trying to show a wheel to Johnny. Johnny Lewis has gone down. Johnny Lewis has gone down. That is a fast old place to crash. He is up and looks to be semi-okay, but Josh Goddard now, and here it's a podium spot. Luke Ryder's now got himself back into podium contention with the mishap for Johnny Lewis. But out of the final corner down the front straight, congratulations, 3 out of 3, and a dominant weekend for Zach Fuller. He takes the Mobil Honda Race Team Machine to the winner's circle again. There is Tyler King coming through. Out of the final corner, the big old drag race to the line. Look at that, Luke Ryder is going to keep the podium streak alive. He is going to hang on and get ahead of Josh Goddard and Nixon Frost. And man, oh man, what a thriller. 8 laps, and it all come alive with a couple of corners to go. Nick.
Absolute heartbreak there for poor Johnny Lewis. He was looking extremely hot, but a little too hot just before the dipper there, and lost it in a high-speed low side there off the track. So hoping he's okay. We can see him up right there. So feeling for Johnny on that one there, which was going to turn out to be a trip to the podium for him. So a bit of heartbreak. But Luke Luke Ryder is the right place at the right time, and he put a massive move on Josh Goddard on the last corner of the track just as we enter the sweeper there, and managed to hold on to it through the home straight there. So well done to Luke Ryder for getting back to that podium. So there we go. Congratulations. Dennis Charlotte is our first home in the 650 Pro Twins, and he had some work cut out for him too. There was only 0.16 of a second between him and Marcus Thompson. So congratulations, Marcus, for that fantastic outing here, and he'll get a trip to the podium with the 650 Pro Twins. Well deserved. And we can see Aslan Blackwell as well is going to join them for the top 3 of the 650 Pro Twins. And moving through our Pro Twin finishes as well. Well done to Harrison Shanks, who gets past Vaughan Main there for a top 5 finish in our 650 Pro Twins, with Sam Johnstone just behind them. So that was excellent stuff there. We love the sport bike and 650 Pro Twin racing. That has been one of the most exciting races on our program so far this weekend. And congratulations to Zach Fuller. That is 3 race wins from 3 outings this weekend as well. So another class dominated there by one rider. We had Hunter Charlotte in the 150s, and now we've got Zach Fuller in the sports bike class as well. And Dennis Charlotte will be joining us on the podium as well with the 650 Pro Twins. So we'll head down to Brad shortly to have a chat with our podium places there, and shortly we will have our final running of the Superbikes, round 3 for them. This is a 10-lap race, and that will be coming up shortly after our podium feature with the sports bikes and 650 Pro Twins. Down to Brad.
dude. Hey, you're in the way of the camera.
Yep, okay. Clear there?
Yeah.
I just won't go any further forward than arm's length.
Awesome stuff. We are away racing here with our Superbike class, and we saw a brand new Grand Prix champion there in Rogan Chandler, who took out the honours in race number 2 of today's program. And back with the 2 KMD racing boys up the front, Alistair Hugenbosom and Dale Finch are leading us out at the moment. And Luca Durning had a bit of a moment as well, and was unable to get back into the top 3 after a great start in race number 1 on Saturday. But at the moment already streaking out to an early lead. Joined in the commentary box as well with current Superbike champion Mitch Rees. Mitch, what were your highlights in that first Grand Prix race? Obviously the big 15 lap, that is a very tough ask out here at Ruapuna, one of our longest circuits. What were some of your highlights from that earlier race?
I think the big one was Rogan, to be fair. He he kind of did what he said he was going to do and focused on getting the job done and getting the win and sit in front and leading. He wanted to lead from the front, which is always in my opinion, always the hardest way in a sense. Just trying to keep that focus and keep the rhythm going. And obviously Al was sitting there, and I had a chat to Al after the race, and he said just was really hard to try and make any passes happen. Just had a real lack of rear drive grip out of there. So whether the teams made a bit of changes for this race, and obviously we got Dale there leading across the line for the first lap, Rogan second, Al third, and Luke fourth.
Yeah, that's awesome to see Dale Finch. He's on pole position this weekend, so good to see him with an early lead at the moment. And Rogan, so he's fastest on the outlap there with a 1:35, and then going back to Alistair Hugenbosom in third. And Luca Durning here, he'll want to redeem himself after that 5th place outing in the Grand Prix. So no trophies for him in the Grand Prix, but he's still got chance for valuable championship points here as well. So looking like from all accounts that the tyres and the heat on the track are proving to be a contentious point here in the Superbikes. These big machines are tearing those tyres apart as the Canterbury heat comes down at Euromark Motorsport Park. But Dale Finch just holding on to this one over Rogan Chandler as well, which is great to see. So the 2 KMD Racing Yamahas there in the top 3 at the moment, along with Rogan Chandler and this new look NZSBK without Mitchell Reeves leading them out. So we will see Mitch at Teretonga Park next week as well for the Burt Munro. You're looking forward to it. I know that the hill climb is a favourite for you and Dad Tony as well. So what are you most looking forward to about next week?
Yeah, really looking forward to getting back on track down there, and just a fantastic event. The Burt Munro Challenge. We, as Team Reese, even when the New Zealand Superbike Championship wasn't part of it, we were heading down there and making the effort to go. And there's a whole bunch of cool guys, Heath Boddicker and Johnny Lewis and the likes that are just good dudes and all there for the right reasons. And just enjoy racing and doing it off their own back and just having fun.
Yeah, it certainly is all about that, isn't it, as we take a look at the results at the moment. 2 laps down in this 10-lap third race for the Superbikes, and Dale Finch is still holding on to it, only 0.1 of a second.
Just made the pass up in turn 1 there, so Dale moved back to P2, and Lucas got past Dale into third as well, so big moves in first turn then.
That's awesome to see, so a whole new look podium at the moment, but Rogan Chandler back out. He's having a great Sunday so far, streaking ahead. Luca Durning already making a big push as well. Look at that, there's 4 bikes going into the hairpin. Rogan Chandler holds on though. He will get out and clean ahead with Dale Finch and Luca Durning battling ahead. And Al Hugenbosom, unfamiliar territory, being in 4th position at the moment. He was our race 1 winner and had a great outing in the Grand Prix, but not enough to pip Rogan Chandler as well. So that could be anyone's there. But again, we've seen Al. He's got tricks up his sleeve throughout this entire circuit. So anything could happen at the moment. This is great. We've only got 7 runners in this Superbike class, but it has put on some of the best racing all weekend. It's been so competitive up the front here. And Rogan Chandler will be stoked now with the clear air in front of him. This is a great way to start his campaign, and along with Dale Finch as well. Great to see him up the front of this pack too, as he tries to take a look on the inside of Rogan Chandler, but there's nothing there. And look at that, you could really throw a blanket over those at top 4 at the moment. That is absolutely anyone's, and the pressure will be mounting on Rogan to not make any mistakes, because one move, if he goes too wide in any corners, he'll be back to 4th in an instant. So let's take a look at those times as well. Fastest on the track there is actually Morgan McLaren Wood in 6th place at the moment. So good to see, and we've got Dave Sharp in 5th place as well.
Up there in 5th.
So well done to Dave.
It's his best lap of the weekend as well. That was sort of, I've been working with Dave obviously, and we've actually gone for the soft compound as opposed to the extra soft in this race. Just purely, obviously, they're so new to the tyres, and their first time here at Ruapuna, so a bit of a change, bit of something different for him to try this weekend, and yeah, seems to be working in this first race. He's done his fastest lap of the weekend, which is fantastic. And hopefully he can jump in behind Morgan now, get a little bit of a tow, learn a few things, see if where his weak spots are, and if he can improve anywhere.
Yeah, that's certainly forming up to be a good battle between Dave Sharp and Morgan McLaren Wood there. The battle for 5th place at the moment, as the front 4 streak away at the moment. Separating into 2 groups there now, as well as Rogan Chandler holding on for dear life in front of this one here. The pressure is mounting though. You got Dale Finch, you got Luca Durning and Al Hugenboozem. No one wants to miss out on that podium, and it could be anyone. So look at that. I think there's Luca has snuck up into 2nd too. So Luca back on the 2nd step of the podium provisionally for now, as the 2 KMD Racing boys are going to battle it out for that final spot on the podium. Dale Finch and under a lot of pressure too from his teammate Al, as Al sizes him up into the sweeper, but Dale's going to hold on through there. And Rogan Chandler though, look at that, he still hasn't got any space between him and Luca Durning, as well as they go nearly 4 wide as we head on to the home straight here. This is excellent racing stuff. Rogan Chandler there, let's take a look at 0.27 seconds ahead of Luca Durning. Luca now the fastest man on the track. He's just put down a 1:31.2. That is blistering, with Dale Finch in 3rd and Al Hugenboozem. There is only 0.6 of a second separating the front 4. That is absolutely incredible. What do these sort of moments feel like, Mitch, when you've got 3 riders right behind you, and you know that any mistake you make, you're going to be dropped back a couple of spots?
Yeah, you know that you're going to create hard work for yourself, with Al just moving there in front of Dale into the hairpin. So yeah, it's something Al needed to do. Dale looks like he's maybe got a little bit of an issue. Obviously lost a little bit more out of the hairpin there, so hopefully nothing too major, but Al really needs to be in that battle with Luca and Rogan at the moment. I think we might see a similar race to what we had yesterday.
Yeah, looking like it, isn't it, with Luca Durning absolutely on the gas at the moment. Rogan Chandler, though, he's currently in control of this one. And Al Hugenboozem, though, he's getting through his work now. Look at that, asking questions of the Luca Durning there. He wants to get back into the minor money, as he's on the rear wheel of Luca Durning as we go in. This battle for 2nd place is awesome. And then, look, we're going through the dipper now. Rogan Chandler will hold on to it. Man, Al Hugenboozem is real close now. He's trying to reel him into the sweeper here. Can he get on the inside? Luca Durning's going to shut the door on that. This is a great 3-way battle, and Dale Finch, yeah, there is just a couple of extra bike lengths there now, so might have just been not the corner he wanted out of the hairpin too, after ceding to Al Hugenboozem. So Dale's just in behind the top 3 at the moment. It's Rogan Chandler up there. He's got half a second on Luca Durning at the moment, and then back to 0.4 of a second between him and Al. So this is a great battle here for the top 3, and great to see Luca Durning up in the podium as well. So a newcomer to the Superbike class as well, and he's fitting in very well with a good push there for Rogan Chandler as well. And great to see this is Rogan's first outing on the Superbike at Ruapuna as well. So all new territory as well, with all these riders, like Mitch, you've mentioned, trying to sort out this new tyre and trying to figure out settings and stuff. So it's been a learning curve for everyone in the Superbike class.
Yeah, 100%, and yeah, Rogan putting in his best lap of the race the last time round. Obviously gave him that little bit of a gap. Luca made a little mistake on the exit of the final turn, and Alistair actually did on the last lap as well, so lost that little bit of a gap. So yeah, see if he can draw back up on them. Dale looks to be fading slightly. Hopefully he can sort of find a second win in the last half of the race that we got 5 laps to go. And then Morgan actually seems to be just on a consistent sort of high 31 at the moment. So yeah, whether the boys drop pace and sort of feedback to him. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, Morgan's certainly staying handy to those front runners too. If Dale's not careful, he's going to have a battle on his hands for fourth place as well. Morgan's having a great ride too. And good to see Dave Sharp. There's not too much in between him and Morgan as well, so he's staying relevant as well. And James Hugenboosem out the back there as well, 7th currently on the grid. So let's take a look here. Rogan Chandler takes it wide through the home straight, and Luca Durning's right there as well. Absolutely nothing in it. And it was broken into the 130s there for Luca Durning. So here's the fastest man on the track. That is the fastest pace we've seen all day in the Superbikes here. Luca Durning letting him do the talking at the moment with that fantastic push, and Rogan Chandler's not got much there as well, so he'll be feeling the pressure from Luca Durning at the moment, and they've broken away from Alistair Hugenboosem and Dale Finch a bit as well. So this battle, look at this, can he make the push into the Euromark hairpin? Rogan Chandler in a lot of trouble here, and these bikes, these big 1000cc machines, which they'll be absolutely struggling with grip out there at the moment. This track is getting a bit too hot.
Yeah, for sure, you know, and then windows got up as well, so that's pushing them down into turn 1 on the brakes. So just making conditions a little bit more difficult this afternoon. All the boys last lap round, though, however, all did a fastest lap each. So, you know, they're obviously pushing on. You know, we're getting on in the laps now, and obviously the tyres managing to hold on. Yeah, it's going to be interesting. Obviously, Al needs to break that little bit of a gap that he's sort of lost. We'll see if he can claw his way back. Yeah, it seems to sort of stabilised Al sort of to Dale. I think lap times aren't too far off between the two.
Yeah, certainly. And also Morgan McLaren Wood as well. He's still handy there too. He's not far off of Dale Finch, but look at this three-way battle still going on out the front at the moment. What a Sunday for Rogan Chandler too. He woke up with a positive attitude, and he's gone out there and absolutely made a statement here early in this Superbike series. He's currently out in the lead in this one. He's already had 2 trips to the podium. He's taking home a Grand Prix title here at the Euromark Motorsport Park. And at the moment, can he make it 2 race wins out of 3 at the moment? But Luca Durning only 0.3 of a second behind, and Al Hugenboosem, there is nothing between him and Luca Durning as well. The battle for the podium is absolutely alive at the moment. Someone is going to claim this top step of the podium, and it could be any one of them as we go back to Dale Finch in 4th position. And a bit of no man's land at the moment. He's got fair gap between him and Al Hugenboosem in 3rd place, but Morgan McLaren Wood seems to have buttoned off a wee bit from Dale's pace at the moment there, and then going back to Dave Sharp. So well done to Dave as well. There we go, only 3 seconds behind Morgan in this one too. So there's good pace being set everywhere across the track, and then along with James Hugenboosem for our 7 runners in this one here. And exciting stuff as they come through the Christchurch City Casino Carousel, and it's 3. There's absolutely nothing in them, with Rogan Chandler still holding on, feeling the pressure of Luca Durning. What a great ride from Luca as well. Totally redeeming himself after that Grand Prix outing, and now hungry to get back onto the podium.
Yeah, and big shout out to James Hoogie. He's had a big weekend. You know, what's this race number 5 for him, and he's got one more to go later on. So I imagine he's feeling it a bit. She's been a big hot weekend here for him on the big bikes. So massive shout out to James. Good effort, obviously local man. Yeah, Dave, obviously great for him. Dave Sharp to make a step in this race, a little bit faster, and yeah, just hitting consistent lap times there. Just having a good watch of him. Yeah, into what do we got? 2 to go.
2 to go in this exciting Superbike race here, and got to think now that the boys will be wanting to turn the screws and seeing what they can do. And Luca Durning's cut that gap down to just 0.16 of a second, so we'll have to watch that battle for first place as we go through the West Coast Straight. We're going to take a look into the Euromark hairpin. This will be where the work has to be done. And look at that, Al Hugenboosem has got a great drive too. He's going to try and dive into second place. Oh, Al, what a move. Isn't that fantastic? So we've got to change for second place. Luca Durning was trying to gun down Rogan Chandler. In the process, Al Hugenboosem has snuck through on the same corner into second place. So a change there, and Luca trying to push back to get into second place, but Al's going to shut the door there, and Rogan Chandler all the while is still holding on to first place. What a great consistent weekend Rogan's had too. We saw in that first race of the Superbikes that there was a couple of moments there, and he had the race lead for a wee bit and a couple of mistakes in a few corners. He ended up 3rd behind Luca, but then had an absolutely flawless run in the Grand Prix to take the Grand Prix title and the race win in race number 2, and then now back up in front at the moment. Look at that, Al Hugenboosem is making a big push now in the final lap. Is he going to grab the inside of that into the sweeper? No, he's shut the door on him there. Rogan Chandler just has to keep one more lap to go, ladies and gentlemen, as they come round the front straight. We'll be looking for the white flag, and Al Hugenbosom has found some gas in the latter stage of this race, and he's going to try and make a push here.
He's just got that little bit of a horsepower disadvantage on the Yamaha, but like I said earlier, he's got power in different places of the circuit, which worked for the Yamaha, worked for him. So he's sort of going to play to his strengths. So we'll see what happens here. Bit of a bad drive out of turn one, Lucas getting up beside him, so that might have sort of shattered his hopes a little bit for the win here.
Yeah, incredible stuff. That looks like Luca Durning back in there as well on the West Coast Straight. He's going to make a dive into for the lead. Incredible stuff. Have we got a change for the lead? Can he make it stick? Incredible stuff. Luca Durning. Oh, unbelievable. Now Hugenbosom's going to sneak past as well. So Rogan's gone from first to third in the same corner. Unbelievable move from Luca Durning. That is probably the best we've seen all weekend on the final lap as well. Now he's got half a length of the lap to hold on to this lead. Can he do it? And Al Hugenbosom, he would have been gutted to lose that second place, but he's inherited too by sneaking past Rogan Chandler. Heartbreaking for Rogan as well after such a flawless performance to get that Grand Prix title. And look at that, Luca Durning as they head into the dipper. He's just got to keep it a couple more corners, and we could be seeing a new look race winner. So that would be 3 different race winners here in our Superbikes. This is exactly what we wanted for the class. 7 entrants, but we've been treated to some of the best racing we've seen in this class for a long time here with Luca Durning. Just 1 more corner to go. Can he do it? He's got to hold off against Al Hugenbosom for the final straight. And the checkered flag is waving. Ladies and gentlemen, race win for Luca Durning. Well earned with the move of the weekend. And congratulations to Al Hugenbosom for another trip to the podium, second in this one here. And Rogan Chandler will get the final step of the podium after leading the majority of that race, and then just at the last lap, losing it to Luca Durning and Al Hugenbosom. Dale Finch, our number 1 qualifier for the weekend, he gets 4th in this one with Morgan McLaren Wood and Dave Sharp confirmed finishes for 5th and 6th place. And then going back to James Hugenbosom, that rounds out our 7 competitors in this one. And thank you very much, Mitch Rees, for joining us in the commentary box there. And we'll catch you at the Burt Munro next week, and no doubt a bit more of this Superbike action at the NZSBK.
Well, I could see you then, Nick.
Excellent. Let's go down to Brad at the podium there. There'll be plenty to talk about after that one there. And congratulations to Luca Durning. So a 2nd in race number 1, and then a 5th in the Grand Prix. And now back to the top of the podium in this new look Superbike class here. So well earned there from Luca. And we'll catch up with him, Al Hugenbosom and Rogan Chandler for your Superbike podium very shortly. All right, nearly ready to go racing here. Final outing for the sidecars today. Let's see if they can get the start they want. The Spike Taylor, Isaac Taylor team, a great start again. The Carl Cox Motorsport machine there too, but Spike and Isaac can find some pace halfway down the straight there as we head into turn 1. And Barry and Dave Smith have a bit of work on their hands. Look at that, Phil Law and Angus are going to try and get into the lead early, but they'll have to settle in around 2nd or 3rd place, and they get past the Carl Cox Motorsport team only just. The Barry and Dave show might just be holding on to it for now. And then our defending champions, Burt Wallen and Vaughan Main, handy in 4th position as well. So this sidecar, this last race we had with the sidecars was extremely exciting, and the Grand Prix title there going to Phil Law and Angus Ravenwood there, and Spike and Isaac just not having enough to chase them down here as Phil Law, Angus Ravenwood, they are side by side with the Carl Cox Motorsport team, and then go straight through into 2nd place. And Burt Wallen and Vaughan Main, they are handy too. They're looking to knock on the door of that top 3 at the moment, and can the Carl Cox Motorsport team machine keep up with the top 3 pace?
Yes, it's a much better start from Spike and Isaac. They had a relatively slow start to the New Zealand Grand Prix. By the time they come roaring back at the end, it was just too little too late, and they had to settle for 2nd place. So unfinished business for Team Taylor out in the front at the moment, so they got the good start. Phil Law and Angus Ravenwood, they'll be absolutely overjoyed. They've been competing for a long, long time, and to get a New Zealand Grand Prix championship, that will feel mighty good. Bert's got ahead of Baz and Dave in 3rd place. Talking to Baz just in the lunch break, and he said the left-hand corners are not an issue. It's just the right-hand corner's a little bit tricky at the moment. He feels pretty good on the bike, but just gelling together as a pair. So next weekend, Teretonga, almost all left-handers, Nick Mann. So I think the best for the Carl Cox Motorsport team will be on display next weekend. So we can't wait for the show to go on at Teretonga Park Raceway, round 2 of the Star Insure NZSBK series, as we see Spike and Isaac picking off lap number 1. They have a 3.5 second lead, so that is a much improved start from Team Taylor out in front, Nick.
Yeah, they'll be stoked with that as well after second in the Grand Prix, and then to continue their winning ways in the championship points. This will be very good for them as well. Phil Law and Angus Ravenwood, though, they're continuing a very strong outing too in 2nd position, along with our defending champs of Burt Walland and Vaughan Main currently rounding out the top 3. Barry and Dave Smith there, so they're a little bit off. There's 1.3 seconds between them and the 1NZ machine. And then going to Peter Bradder and Vince Kerslake there, and Dave MacArthur and James Williams there for our 5 or 6 sidecars out there at the moment. But Spike and Isaac on the Altier Electrical and Wairarapa Mobility machine are doing all the right things at the moment to keep this super sidecar race in control. And Phil Law and Angus Ravenwood on that Windle machine, they'll be pushing hard to see if they can get back on the top step of the podium. This is all valuable championship points, and again, like you mentioned, Brad, this is definitely a tough ask, this Ruapuna track. Very technical, a lot more technical than some of our other tracks that we visit on the NZSBK circuit. So a bit of a trial by fire for the first round for all of these riders, but awesome to see that Spike and Isaac are back to their winning ways at the moment.
Oh, this is a great performance. So Team Taylor, Spike and Super Son Isaac on the back there. So Spike, about a 4-time New Zealand sidecar champion. He's been racing for a long, long time and puts a lot into the sidecar racing and all its work. So this is good reward. He had a win here in race number 1 yesterday. He had a 2nd place in the New Zealand Grand Prix. So everything shaping up nicely for Team Taylor as they tick off another lap. Phil Law and Angus Ravenwood, of course, that blistering performance to win the New Zealand Grand Prix here this morning. They'll be overjoyed with that one there. They come through to start the sort of 2nd to 3rd lap of this one here. They're in 2nd place. Burt and Vaughan, of course, Vaughan double class, and he's in the Pro Twin category as well, and Burt having a good old time. Of course, there's you'll see just down the bottom of race control here at the back on the graphs, there is the sidecar village. All the sidecars sort of pitting together, and Burt and Spike, they've invited everyone down there for an autograph session if you want this sidecar fraternity. They'll be giving out some autographs and go and meet the heroes of sidecar racing down in the pits. Extend a warm welcome to all the fans here. And man, it's been a good crowd, isn't it, Nick? The Euromark Raceway fans have been treated to an absolute show. And thank you one and all for joining us.
Yeah, couldn't ask for a better weekend of weather as well. This is just what the mainland provides us. So great to be back here at Euromark Motorsport Park. And what a show that the Star Insure NZSBK series is putting on for us. So they've set the bar high for this season here. So a great show here this weekend. So let's take a look at our results so far. So 2 laps down here for our sidecars of Spike and Isaac Taylor. will head into the infamous dipper here. This is a very technical part of the track for sidecars at the moment. Very difficult to get that thing stopped and turn nicely as it heads into this crooked little S-bend, and then getting down into the sweeper to complete the lap here. This is a big 1 minute 40 odd lap. 1 minute 43 is the best time so far by Spike and Isaac Taylor. So a long time to be pedaling a sidecar in this heat as well. So Spike and Isaac doing extremely well. They've already got 5 seconds over the next best, Phil Law and Angus Ravenwood, and that may have even stretched out even further, Brad. So that's incredible stuff so far from the Wairarapa Mobility machine. And then, of course, we've got the likes of Burt Wallen and Vaughan Main there. They're doing well in third position as well, but just missing a little bit of pace to keep up with that Windle machine of Phil and Angus. So there's going to be a big challenge here, and that qualifying mishap they had yesterday morning, that has not helped their chances. Had they been a bit further up the grid, it might have been a different story this weekend. So they've got some work to do at Teretonga as well, but still some valuable championship points and a trip to the podium all be guaranteed just about, you'd think, Brad, for 3 times in a row for those two.
Yeah, absolutely. This is certainly shaping up nicely, and this sidecar racing, absolutely fantastic to be down in the South Island. Of course, there is a couple of have-a-go days. If you're looking out at Euromark Raceway and you like what you see, check out the Southern Classic in November on the Friday of that wonderful event at Levels International Raceway in Timaru. There's a have-a-go day there. Or the official Sidecar Racing Association's have-a-go day on the backtrack at Manfield. That's coming up in May of this year as well. So if you enjoy the look of this sidecar racing, the have-a-go days, check out, follow the Sidecar Racing Association on Facebook and social media. And great to have fun on 3 wheels halfway through the final race here. 6.5 seconds. I tell you, where was this in the Grand Prix? I'll be winding Spike up about this one, Nick, because this is a much improved performance from where we saw him this morning. And Spike and Isaac Taylor are running away with race 3 for the weekend.
Yeah, certainly have woken up this afternoon, haven't they? This is a dominating performance over Phil Law and Angus Ravenwood, and our defending champs are Burt Wallen and Vaughan Main. And then we've also got the Carl Cox Motorsport machine of Barry and Dave Smith, the brothers here racing that machine. So again, unfamiliar territory for Dave Smith. It's been, I think, about 34 years, he said, between meetings of racing at sidecars. So he's had a lot of learning to do this weekend here, and he had a bit of an off in qualifying as well. That would have hurt. So it's been a very rough weekend for those boys here, but they're doing well. They've got 4th position there. They had a podium trip as well, so it hasn't been all punishing for those lot. They've had some wins in there as well, so great to have the Carl Cox Motorsport team with us this weekend as well, and superstar daughter Jo, along with Blinners and the whole family, keeping that Carl Cox Motorsport team alive. One of the great additions to our NZSBK paddock.
Absolutely fantastic. And of course the big man himself, Carl Cox, is in New Zealand doing some shows in Queenstown and over the South Island in the next week or so. He'll be at the Burt Munro Challenge. I've seen photos. He's at the Manfield Classic Festival here today. So the big man in the country. So check it out, Carl Cox. I think there's limited tickets available to some of the shows in the South Island. World-renowned DJ that is Carl Cox is in New Zealand, and I can't wait to catch up with the big man when we're at Teretonga next weekend. He'll be a big factor at the Burt Munro. And their feature here at the Barry Smith and Dave Smith show, the Carl Cox Motorsport F1 LCR, 4th place. So I'd have to say a shout out to Dave, really. 30 plus years off the back of a sidecar, turns up to Ruapuna, Nick. That is no tour, that's no easy order. And so for him to be out there, a podium and a couple of top 4 positions, that'll be a job well done for Team Smith out there on the Carl Cox Motorsport bike.
Yeah, he's certainly worked hard, hasn't he? And a well-earned 4th position there for him at the moment. So, yeah, good on the brothers there, Barry and Dave, for putting on a show for us. And great to see this Carl Cox Motorsport machine out here for another season as we check in with our race leaders at the moment. And looks to be a white flag out for the number 17 machine of Spike and Isaac Taylor. The RT Electrical Wairarapa Mobility machine is absolutely running away with this one. Here is the next best of Phil Law and Angus Ravenwood. Let's take a look at the margin now, 12.9 seconds. Man, this pace is blistering from the front runners of Spike and Isaac, so well done to those two. And then let's keep an eye out for our defending champs here in 3rd at the moment. Got Burt Wallen and Vaughan Main here, and they're still a wee while away off of that pace of Phil Law and Angus Ravenwood. So, man, things are heating up. Qualifying is going to be absolutely everything throughout this series, Brad, and these Burt and Vaughan might have had a different story had they made it to the front row of the grid again. So they'll be still earning valuable points, though, so it's not all in vain. But, man, Spike and Isaac have definitely put the team on notice this year with a dominating first weekend.
All right, so it is the fun three have gone through to start the final lap. There is not long now in our New Zealand sidecar. Round one of the Insure NZSBK. We've got plenty more action still to come on the racetrack. The Supersport 600 third and final race is coming up next. Can Jake Lewis keep that streak alive? He's had a wonderful weekend so far with 2 race wins. We've got the Supersport 300 finale. That's going to be good. And our Bears will cap us off as well. So this one, plus 3 more. Still a lot of action to go at Euromark Raceway as we get excited about that RT Electrical Mobility wire wrapper machine of Spike and Isaac Taylor. Of course, Isaac has done a lot of pasturing for other competitors, but for the first season in history, he's on the back of Dad Spike. So Spike and Isaac Taylor, what a formidable duo they have turned up to here. And this has put the paddock on notice. Out of the final corner and down the front straight, this will be a checkered flag. So it's not the full complement of 3 wins, but 2 wins in a second place. Congratulations, Spike and Isaac Taylor. They will get a race win here. And that's going to be a mighty good feeling, Nick, to be the points leader heading into round 2.
Yeah, getting the overall for the weekend. Well done to them. That's a fantastic outing as well. That was a big ask as well, that big Grand Prix on the sidecars, 10 grueling laps of Ruapuna. So, yeah, 2 wins in a second. That is a weekend well done. And a big shout out there as well to Phil Law and Angus Ravenwood. Great weekend for them too. And they will take home our Grand Prix trophy this weekend too with an excellent race win in race number 2. So congratulations to those two as we wait for our third finisher here, which will be Burt Wallen and Vaughan Main. Congratulations to those two, our defending 1NZ Formula 1 sidecar. Excellent to see there. So that is your podium, ladies and gentlemen. Spike and Bubba Taylor, followed by Phil Law and Angus Ravenwood, and Burt Wallen and Vaughan Main will be our top 3 finishers, waiting for that Carl Cox Motorsport machine to get around the sweeper and wrap up 4th position here. So big shout out to Barry and Dave. Great to have them in the paddock this year for NZSBK on the Carl Cox Motorsport machine. And a well-earned 4th position there. So waiting for our 5th and 6th position, we have Dave MacArthur and James Williams. And they're hotly contested, actually, by Peter Bratter and Vincent Kerslake there, too. So there's some good battles going on out the back of this competition, too, outside of the top 3. So Dave and James will earn some good points here. And along with Peter Bratter and Vincent Kerslake as well. And great to see, shout out to Vince as well, young boy getting first in the Pee-wees at Moore Park last night too. So that's another great story here. So a couple of our competitors doing very well at the Speedway meeting at Moore Park yesterday. So very exciting weekend we've had here in Christchurch. So the Star Insure and Iconic Motorbikes, New Zealand Superbikes will roll on at the moment. We'll go down to the podium shortly to have a chat to our top 3 in the sidecars, and then we move on to the exciting Supersport 600 race number 3, and then we'll go to our 300s and our Beers support class. So 3 more to go in our program, and we'll head down to the podium with Brad. Excellent stuff. We are back here with the race number 3 for our Supersport 600s. So Jake Lewis 2 from 2 so far, and he comes away with the Grand Prix title as well. So a bit more silverware to add to the Lewis family. Ashton Hughes will be a hot favourite in this one as well. No Cameron Leslie in this one either, so this is going to be massive. We've dropped 2 starters as well, and we're away. Great start from Ashton Hughes as well. That triumph is excellent lift off of the start. With Jake Lewis as well. Those two are side by side up the front at the moment. Looks like Jake will just sneak ahead early on in this first lap for the 600s. And we'll be rolling a big 10-lapper here for race number 3 as Ashton goes side by side with Jake Lewis. Jake Lewis gets some great speed onto the West Coast Straight as well. And we've got a change even for our 3rd position as well. Incredible stuff. So no Logan Rowell as well. We saw Logan Rowell come off in the last lap of race number 2 in the Grand Prix. Heartbreak for him, and giving Seth Devro some healthy championship points in the process as well. So we're down 2 of the KTM, so not the weekend the D6 Motorsport we're looking for, so that's gutting for them, but already good battle. Look at that for 2. We've got a change for 3rd place as well, or 2nd place I should say. That looks like Jesse Stroud maybe in there too, and we lost Jesse in the Grand Prix as well, so Jesse with a non-finish. This has been absolute carnage in the 600 so far this weekend, but out front Jake Lewis has been absolutely flawless, so he might have a bit of work on his hands at the moment with Jesse Stroud and Ashton Hughes both hungry to get on the top of that podium. As then we go back to Carl Hooper, who now is in a good position as well. No Logan Rowell, and he will be running clear in 4th place at the moment too. Look at that good push as well with the likes of Seth Devro and Hayden Fordyce. Probably not the start he was looking for. Great to see Hayden get on the podium in the Grand Prix as well. He was absolutely wrapped with that and well earned too. And then we'll be joined with Kieran Meir and Jacob Pearce to round out 8 runners in this Supersport 600. Jake Lewis in control of this one over Jesse Stroud and Ashton Hughes. So Jesse Stroud, a great move to get back in the 2nd position. And he was pushing Jake Lewis all throughout the Grand Prix until he low-sided into the top end of the track there, and that was gunning to not get a finish in the Grand Prix, but he's back with a vengeance, Brad.
Talked to Jesse at the lunch break. And he was absolutely gutted to not come away with some points in that New Zealand Grand Prix. Actually said the pace wasn't quite where he wanted. He's got a bit of an issue coming down out of the pothole corner and into the hairpin. So I don't know, might have missed a gear or hit neutral or something. Definitely not the drive you wanted there. But he said, yeah, he has a lot more pace to give on that KMD Yamaha, and he was gutted that he couldn't put it out on the track. So I think the best of Jesse Stroud is going to come out right here in this 3rd and final race. A massive 10-lap feature for the Supersport 600. And at the moment, a familiar sight for us race fans. Jake Lewis back out in front, Nick.
Yeah, former Christchurch man as well, now living over in Brisbane with super wife Avalon as well, and she'll be challenging the world this year in women's motorcycling. It'll be great to watch her, and we'll catch her at the Burt Munro as well, won't we, Brad? She'll be there next week on the Yamaha R7. It'll be great to have Avalon back in the paddock, so that is something to look out for with round number 2 next weekend. So KMD Racing be happy with this 1-2 to start off our Supersport 600s, and Ashton Hughes, he'll be hungry too, so he just about had a chance at the lead in the opening lap, and now currently sitting in 3rd place, but eyeing up Jesse Stroud, looking to size him up in the sweeper there. That's great stuff. They are wheel to wheel as we head on to the front straight. That is some great racing there for 2nd position, and let's take a look at a bit of the minor money. So just outside of the podium, it's looking like we'll be with the denters, the Carl Hooper on that machine there, the number 56, and Hayden Fordyce gets past Seth Devro there for a top 5, and then we go back to Kieran Meir and Jacob Pearce for 7th and 8th. So Seth just dropping back outside of the top 5 at the moment. Hayden having a good weekend too, so this is promising for him. Be interesting to see what he can do for the rest of this season. But Jake Lewis already streaking out, Brad. This is looking pretty dominant so far.
Yeah, and Ashton Hughes got a really good drive out of the first corner and down the West Coast Straight. So Ashton Hughes is racy here. He looks like he wants to climb up the leaderboard. Someone's got to pull something out here, Nick. Someone cannot let this Jake Lewis streak carry on. This is really pivotal part of an early stage of the championship. But if you let Jake Lewis win another race here, it is going to make it a big mountain to climb for the Supersport 600 paddock, isn't it, Nick?
Yeah, it really is. So there you go. Jake Lewis in control of this one here, along with Jesse Stroud and Ashton Hughes up the front. Jesse Stroud has got some serious work on his hands too. Ashton is hungry. Ashton wants to have a look here as we head into the Dipper, one of the most famous corners on this Ruapuna circuit. Jake Lewis is well in control here as we look for Jesse Stroud. He's safe through the Dipper here, but Ashton's got good drive out of the corners, doesn't he? He's good at reeling them in and trying to have a look around the sweeper as we catch another look at them ticking off. This will be lap number 3.
Oh, down. Is that Jesse Stroud? Jesse Stroud down in the sweeper.
Down again.
Oh, he'll be devastated with that. That is not what he wanted to do. He already had a crash in the New Zealand Grand Prix, and he's down again in the sweeper. Straight on his feet and A-OK, but Jesse Stroud crashes out of the third and final race here this weekend. Not what he wanted to do in this one. And that's given Jake Lewis even more breathing room out to 1.5 seconds down, Nick.
Oh, that is heartbreaking. So hopefully Jesse A-OK after that one. That is gutting to see. We were really expecting a real battle on our hands at the moment, but Jake Lewis has now inherited a strong margin over Ashton Hughes. But as the Ashton know, he walks back into second position at the moment. And Carl Hooper now has got rights to the podium with 3 laps down in this one, and then back to Hayden Fordyce and Seth Devereaux, all inheriting a top 5 spot at the moment. Kieran Meir doing well, and along with Jacob Pearce, there are now just 7 left. So we've got 3 non-runners here in race number 3. So the 600s have been brutal this weekend, and unfortunate for Cameron Leslie to go out in the scrub session earlier this morning here. He was a hot contender for this one too on the front row of the grid. Things were looking well, so heartbreaking for the D6 Motorsport team with both him and Logan Rowell out for this third race. So all going to be KMD racing though at the moment, as that Yamaha is absolutely strangled by Jake Lewis in front. But Ashton Hughes, he'll be doing well on the structural steel Triumph, as he's not letting Jake get away with it though. He's still staying handy to it. But it's going to be good to see if Carl Hooper can make up any of that margin too, because that could be one to watch for as well, because he'll have a bit of a handful dealing with Hayden Fordyce, who's looking hungry to get back on the podium, and then never count out the wily Seth Devereaux as well. He's still there lurking in behind as well. And Kieran Meir having a good battle as well. Look at that, Ashton Hughes, fastest man on the track. He's put down a 1:33.5, so he's got good pace at the moment. He's putting down a 1.2 seconds, Brad, so Ashton Hughes might be on here.
Oh, that's just what the fans wanted to see. Ashton Hughes has pulled the trigger in the midway stage of the third and final race here for the 600 Supersport Championship this weekend. It's been an absolutely fantastic show, the iconic Motorbikes New Zealand Grand Prix weekend. Congratulations to our New Zealand Grand Prix champions from this morning. But this man here, Jake Lewis, now potentially has got a bit of a fight on his hands. Ashton Hughes has found some pace on the Scott Structural Triumph. I'll tell you what, things are starting to heat up a little bit for that third, fourth and fifth spot there, Nick, man. Certainly not done for you. We've got some massive 5.5 laps to go. Not even halfway through this third and final race. We've still got 300s and beers to come after this as well. What a treat for us race fans this weekend has been. So it's got to be a full credit to Mike and all his NZSPK show.
Yeah, it is a full credit to Mike. Right, he's done a fantastic job at invigorating this NZSPK series, and it's become a real spectacle now with all of the action that we've had. The big lunch break there with the pit walk and all of our legends turning up every week as well. That's been great to see, and that Legends Garage has been awesome. And just take a look at the racing we're being treated to as well. And Jake Lewis now, he's getting hunted down by Ashton Hughes. That's looking healthy. That margin is diminished somewhat as he'll come round and tick off this home straight. Another lap down. This will be lap number 5 ticked off for Jake Lewis, but it's not all his way though. He's still got some work to do. It's down to just half a second, 0.6 of a second between Jake Lewis and Ashton Hughes. And look at this Carl Hooper. He's having a good ride here at the moment too. But look at Hayden Fordyce. He's there too. So we've got a real battle for third at the moment. Don't count out Hayden. So Carl needs to be very careful and not succumb to that pressure to make sure that he stays on the podium. It'll be his first trip to the podium if he can keep this up. And good to see Seth Devereaux. He's handy as well to that pace. And the likes of Kieran Meir and Jacob Pearce still out there ticking the laps off. But wow, Jake Lewis again. He's got a bit of work on here. So we're still treated to, even without Jesse Stroud, still getting treated to some awesome racing at the hands of Ashton and Jake Lewis.
All right, this is starting to get excited. The KMD Yamaha R6 of Jake Lewis out in front. Of course, speaking of R6s, your chance to win a brand new Yamaha R6 with the Mac Attack raffle. Join Cormac Buchanan in his quest for Moto3 glory in the Moto3 World Championship. That bike, the tickets and the bike are on display. The tickets are for sale down in the merchandise tent. Go and see Kate and the team. And exciting to join Cormac Buchanan as he endeavours to take on the world. He's in Spain at the moment doing a bit of testing, and he will test in Portimao in Portugal and Jerez in Spain over the next week. First round of the World Championship in Thailand at the end of February, so 22 rounds across 18 countries. entries. So get in behind Cormac Buchanan, back in his team again this year where he was last year. So he's learned quite a bit in this first inaugural year of Moto3 World Championship, and I'm excited, and I hope you are too. So follow him on social media at Mac Attack Racing as Ashton Hughes. Have a look at this, Nick. We have got genuine excitement. Ashton Hughes has found the back wheel of the KMD Yamaha. Surely he's going to pull up alongside and go into turn number 1. What a move from Ashton Hughes, but Jake Lewis just that little bit later on the brakes, isn't he, Nick? This is a thriller coming our way. Still 4 laps to go.
This is awesome racing here as well. They're side by side, those two, and Ashton saved the best till last here in race number 3. He's hungry for it too. So he's going to try and do everything he can as we're 6 laps down here. Ashton Hughes just put down a purple lap time as well, 1:33.4. Look at that. Is he going to try? No, he's breaking early into the Euromark hairpin, so Jake Lewis will have his number through there. So he'll try again at the bottom end of this track. This is exciting stuff. Great to see from Ashton Hughes. He's keeping this race alive here. And, man, Jake Lewis has had to work for this one too. He's had to ride very defensively. Oh, just about has a look as we head into the carousel. This is brilliant racing here from Ashton Hughes. He needs to keep on the wheel of Jake Lewis, keep him honest. But Jake Lewis is not in the business of making mistakes. He's looked absolutely flawless the entire weekend. It's going to take absolute precision from Ashton Hughes to try and earn it as we go through the dipper with our race 1 and 2. Jake Lewis only just holding on. Great drive there from Ashton Hughes. He's got good pace as we get into the dipper. But Jake Lewis is just going to hold on. There is a bit of breathing room there. But Ashton's going to get great drive out of the corners. Looks like that Triumph's a lot quicker getting exited out of the corners. And he's going to try around the sweeper. But Jake Lewis hanging on by a thread at the moment.
And have a look at the battle for third. Really heated up now. Hayden Fordyce is rolling the back wheel of Carl Hooper. So you got this genuine excitement building for the front. You got genuine excitement for the second and final steps of the podium. Have a look at Ashton Hughes as he pulls up alongside Jake Lewis. The good thing for Jake Lewis, though, Nick, man, he's just got really good brakes on that KMD Yamaha R6. So we've got excitement is up the inside we go. Ashton Hughes has made the move. He's gone a little bit wide, and Jake will answer straight back. Side by side down the waist, go straight. This is as thrilling as it gets. It looks like there's only one bike across from the commentary box. No quarter given as they go into pothole corner and on the run to the hairpin. This is breathtaking. Jake Lewis, though, Nick, remains in the lead for now. Ashton Hughes throwing the kitchen sink and more with 2.5 laps to go.
Incredible for Jake Lewis to hold on throughout that entire bit there. I thought for sure that Ashton was going to reel him in on the Waste Coast straight in that Euromark hairpin there, which has been a favourite of our riders to make moves all weekend. But Jake Lewis, just a credit to him, isn't it? He's still in control of this one. No matter what Ashton throws at him, still manages to find a way. But I reckon we'll get a repeat of that next lap around into turn 1. So all eyes will be on the lead. The battle here for first place, and Jake Lewis just hanging on at the moment. Ashton Hughes, he just gets great speed on the corner exit, and that's helping him a lot there as he gets right up onto the rear wheel of Jake Lewis as we enter the dipper. But Jake Lewis is just going to hold on, only just. And look at this battle for third place as well, Brad. That is heating up. Carl Hooper in serious trouble at the moment if he wants to keep that podium position alive. Hayden Fordyce, what a weekend he's having too. So he'll be absolutely stoked if he can get another visit to the podium, as we get around the sweeper. And let's take a look. All eyes will be on the battle for the lead at the moment. Jake Lewis, there's absolutely nothing in it. Ashton Hughes now trying to get a pull into turn 1, but I think Jake Lewis is safe there for the time being as they enter the corner. We've seen Ashton make the move halfway through that big turn 1, and he's going to try it again too. They're side by side as they exit the corner, Brad. This is exciting stuff.
Oh, yes, this is wonderful. Great defensive line from Jake Lewis. Just managed to block that passing manoeuvre away from Ashton Hughes, but Ashton, can he size them up into the hairpin? So far, you are watching a defensive masterclass from Jake Lewis. Ashton Hughes all over the back wheel on the Scott Structural Triumph. This is so good to watch. We've got Carl Hooper hanging on to the final step of the podium by the seat of his pants at the moment. Hayden Fordyce wants to go repeat podium success. Kieran Mears getting stronger and stronger as the weekend unfolds. He's now ahead of Seth Devereaux. And a shout out to Jacob Pearce. Haven't mentioned Jacob that much on the Pearce Motorcycles Yamaha. Great to have Jacob out there. He's running good top 7. So, this is going to be thrilling. We have not even seen the white flag yet. That's gritty and waiting to come out next, Nick. Where is Ashton going to find a way? It is so neat, tidy precision riding from Jake Lewis. It just cannot get a way around at the moment.
The two are dead even. They went past the timing mark, 0.08 seconds between the two of them. Ashton has tried on absolutely every corner of this track to try and make a move on Jake Lewis, but he's having none of it. the door is shut instantly. Jake just so good at riding defensively. Look at that. That's a great push from Ashton Hughes. He's going to try on the sweeper here. Can he get any room? Jake Lewis looks to be holding on at the moment. Flawless stuff as he's got a good drive there. Ashton Hughes, we might see it on the straight here. He's got excellent draft behind it. Jake Lewis at the moment with the white flag. This is final lap. Ashton's got to make something happen here. He's going to give it a push. This is the best we've seen down the front straight. And Jake Lewis is just going to hold on again, so still nothing. But is he going to reel him in halfway through this corner?
As we get in a little bit deep, I think.
Unfortunate, isn't it? Yeah, that might be it, I think. Jake Lewis just absolutely perfect again, Brad.
No, absolutely. Those brakes on that KMD Yamaha R6 has certainly been top-notch. That is, again, a 100% accuracy rating for Jake Lewis into turn number 1. And Ashton Hughes now, who was on the back wheel a lap ago, has got to find something special in this last lap here, as does Hayden Fordyce, because Carl Hooper's weathered the storm for now as well. Seth Devereaux's back ahead of Kieran Meyer, so there's been some massive excitement and drama. These 10-lap races have been thrilling and exciting. We had a good one for our New Zealand Superbikes earlier on. This one, no different. Jake Lewis leads. Can he keep the streak alive? This will go to 15 races on the trot and 3 in a row here this weekend. But Ashton Hughes, desperate to break the cycle, desperate to break the mould. Can he find something out of the Christchurch Casino Carousel? He's right on the back wheel again, so he's made up all that ground he lost in turn 1 here into the Parks Towing S's. Well done to Jake Lewis. What a defensive show this has been. Ashton Hughes pulls up along the outside into the dipper. They are side by side, too wide as they enter the dipper. Ashton's going to try it. He can't find a way through. This is going to have to be one of those famous Ruapuna drag races. Carl Hooper, he's managed to hang on as well. He's got now only a couple of corners to wait. What's going to unfold out of this final corner? Keeping an eye on the Cantab legend that is Jake Lewis. Ashton Hughes has got a really good drive around the outside as well. This is going to be a thrilling drag race to the line, but Jake Lewis is going to just hang on for another win here. Ashton Hughes throwing everything at it. Outstanding stuff. And we're going to have a brand new member of the podium. Carl Hooper's going to grab third place ahead of Hayden Fordyce. But Nick, that is about as good as it gets. 0.56 of a second between our 1 and 2.
Unbelievable, man. Jake Lewis had to work for that race win, didn't he? But that, again, makes another perfect weekend for him. He'll run away with a Grand Prix title as well. 3 race wins. Strong start to his campaign in 2026. And that will make it 15 race wins in a row here at NZSBK 600s for Jake Lewis. Well done. That was just absolutely perfect and nothing Ashton could do. That was a standout ride for Ashton. He tried absolutely everything in every part of the track, and Jake Lewis just an absolute defensive masterclass to shut the door on him there. So well done there to Jake Lewis. And Carl Hooper will get his first trip to the podium as well. Congratulations to Carl. That's well earned. He has waited patiently and just gutting for Jesse Stroud to miss out 2 races in a row there. So hurting the points a little bit, but hoping he is A-OK, gets recovery all right, and we'll catch him at our later rounds of the NZSBK. But that was some of the best racing we've seen all weekend, ladies and gentlemen, with Jake Lewis taking out race number 3 for the Supersport 600s over Ashton Hughes and Carl Hooper. We'll go down to Brad at the podium shortly to have a chat about that one. There'll be certainly a lot to digest and see how the riders found that one. And then we've got 2 more races left on our program. We'll roll into our Supersport 300s after this, and then our Bears support class, a mix of Formula 1, Formula 2 and Super Stock Bears. So some action there coming up. We'll head down to the podium very shortly. Here we go. We are away racing the final race for our Supersport 300s of the weekend. Hunter Charlotte been 2 from 2 so far. 2 non-starts for Nixon Frost, and Jethro Bowman has done extremely well as he jumps the start a wee bit though. So he gets the front wheel up in the air, but still redeems a pretty good start as well. Nixon real hot off the front row of the grid as well, and Harriet Grace unfortunately having a off in race number 2 and getting a non-finish there, so gunning for her after getting to the podium earlier on in the weekend. So expect lots of good stuff to come from Harriet Grace this weekend, as the battle up in the lead is going to be absolutely heated this time round. Here we go, Hunter Charlotte. Can he make it 3 from 3 in the Supersport 300? He did the clean sweep of the Supersport 150s earlier today, so he is on his way to having a perfect weekend. But this is going to be one heck of a challenge as Nixon Frost gets a great start along with Jethro Bowman. This is the battle we wanted to see, ladies and gentlemen. Finally, we've got Nixon and Hunter Charlotte absolutely firing up in front of this one. And we'll be having a look with Jethro Bowman. Chris Reynolds, he had some great stuff in race number 2 as well. He was handy to all of that pace. Diego Petrucci and the likes were also handy, along with Anson Huang. Harriet Grace, she'll be dying to better and get back on the points in race number 3 too, and hopefully keep it upright. So we'll take a look at the race leaders as we get into the Dipper with Hunter Charlotte here in control at the moment. Jethro Bowman and Nixon Frost going absolutely at it, second and third place. So Hunter Charlotte only just by a narrow margin at the moment. Look at this. This is exactly what we love about the Supersport 300 class, isn't it, Brad? We've got a 3-way battle for the lead early on, and it's anyone's game at the moment. Can Hunter Charlotte hold on to this one and make it 6 race wins from 6 outings this weekend, or is he going to get pipped right at the end of the day?
Well, this is exciting. I'm just happy to see Nixon Frost back on race pace. He has had an absolutely horror luck weekend. 2 mechanical issues to give him 2 non-finishes. He was a contender for this national championship right at the start of the weekend, but 2 DNFs in a row. He'll be excited about the prospects around the outside. What a move from Nixon Frost. That is outstanding stuff as new race leader Nixon Frost. We were expected good things from Nixon, and now finally we get to see the best of Charlotte versus Frost. This is going to be good. Jethro Bowman, good job. A couple of second place finishes so far this weekend, and looking for the likes of Chris Reynolds, Diego Petrucci and Harriet Grace, some of those podium contenders, Nick, that are really fighting it out.
Yeah, and look at that. We've just seen Hunter get back into the lead too with a great drive out of the West Coast straight and into the Euromark hairpin. He's done enough to sneak back into the lead here too. This is exactly the story we wanted here. Hunter Charlotte with Nixon Frost in the lead at the moment. Jethro Bowman, he's handy to that as well. He's had a great weekend and he's inherited some good results as well with the absence of Nixon Frost up the front too. But this is great to see another one of those great stories from the NZSBK paddock, isn't it, Brad? We used to watch Sloan Chopper Frost and Dennis Charlotte, the fathers of these 2 boys, battle it out in the Superbike class, and now watching their boys absolutely battle in the Supersport 300 class. This is exactly what we want to see, the baton getting passed on to the next generation, and Hunter Charlotte at the moment is in control. Nothing in it, 0.2 of a second between these 2 as they head into the Dipper. And Nixon Frost, he's got some good moves with this track, doesn't he? So he'll be one to watch to try and sneak back into the lead. Jethro Bowman found some pace in the midfield too, so he's keeping relevance with this top 3 at the moment. And then Chris Reynolds is the best of the rest in 4th, with a bit of daylight between him back to the 5th of Diego Petrucci. Harriet Grace and Anson Huang having a big knees up battle there for 5th at the moment. And look at that, Hunter Charlotte, there's nothing in it at the moment. Nixon Frost, he's getting good drive, trying to catch the slipstream of Hunter Charlotte as they head into turn 1. And there's, look at that, 0.3 of a second there. Hunter Charlotte fastest man on the track by 0.1 of a second there. So both of them on absolute firing pace, Brad, as we tick off 2 laps with 6 to go here in the final of our Supersport 300 race.
Oh, this is good to watch. Frost on the back wheel of Hunter Charlotte as they go into Pothole Corner and on the run to the Euromark hairpin. Great stuff. And I'll tell you what, the more these guys chop and change and big moves on each other, that's going to keep Jethro Bowman right on the leash there. So I think we've got some excitement stuff there as our top 3 starting to run away with this one here. Good work from Chris Reynolds, who's got up into 4th place and now trying to break clear of the rest of the chasing pack. So a little bit of a new look at chasing pack with Chris Reynolds. Then go back to Diego Petrucci. You've got the likes of Harriet Grace with Anson Huang and Jacob Henderson. So they've had Harriet's had a podium, Jacob's had a podium. So can we see some of these others that haven't been up the front there get some good results here in this electrifying 300 Supersport Championship, Nick?
This has always been one of the better classes in our program as well. It's always guaranteed for some excellent racing too. And we're getting treated with that at the moment from Hunter Charlotte and Nixon Frost out the front at the moment. As we go into the dipper, this is one of the great motorsport corners in New Zealand. Hunter Charlotte has been flawless through there all weekend, but Nixon's hungry. He wants it. He needs that redemption after 2 non-finishes in this one, so he'll be absolutely desperate to get as much points as he can out of this. And Jethro Bowman as well, he's had a great start to his championship campaign, the man out of Nelson there. He's got 2 seconds under his belt so far in the trophy from the Grand Prix race earlier today, so he'll be happy with his weekend as well. And let's take a look at that time. So still fastest on the track, Hunter Charlotte, 0.2 of a second ahead of Nixon Frost. Half a second separates them on the track at the moment, with Jethro Bowman still handy, just 2 seconds in behind those two. Christopher Reynolds doing well in full position. Diego Petrucci and Harriet Grace, they're still battling well, only 0.2 of a second in it for those two. Anson Huang, well, he's nearly there as well, 0.27 seconds behind Harriet Grace. So a good battle forming for that 5th position as well, Brad.
Absolutely, and I'll tell you what, the Bridgestone tyres have got a lot to be thankful for. We've got a lot to be thankful for Bridgestone tyres, I should say, really, Nick, because this control tyres made these races absolutely electrifying, and Bridgestone have got your summer sorted as well. Check the extensive range of adventure road, off-road and cruiser tyres at bridgestonemoto.co.nz, your headline tyre supplier for NZSBK. And the Star Insure Legends Garage is just getting packed down at the moment. With we still have this Podium and the Bears as well. Not too late to go and see the team at Star Insure, and you can get your quote for your insurance and go to the draw to win that $1,000 fuel card as well. So the Legends Garage has been an absolute raging success, and we can't wait to see that back at MotoFest as well. As long as there's a motorcycle trade show as well, Nick. So if you guys have enjoyed what you see at Euromark Raceway, you will enjoy MotoFest in March of next year. Check it out at motorfest.co.nz, and the final round at Motomania as well. Next weekend we're at the Burt Munro Challenge in Invercargill. Can't wait for that. But tell you what, if the racing's anything to go by this weekend, Nick, man, we're in for an absolutely outstanding Star Insure NZSBK.
Here we are. We've certainly started off with a bang this season here, and again, Brad, that control tyre has done a lot of wonders for, and it's really just narrowed down the competition in these races too. It's great to see it's brought out some competitive racing. As we take a look now with Hunter Charlotte still in control, still bettering his time. He's broken into the 142s, so that is blistering. That is the fastest we've seen him out on the track so far, and he's managed to get 1.2 seconds on Nixon Frost. And then going back to Jethro Bowman, Chris Reynolds, Diego Petrucci, Jacob Henderson getting through past Harriet Grace. So Harriet drops down to 7th position, along with Anson Huang in 8th, Melvin Wu 9th position, Lucas Heislop rounding up the top 10. We didn't have Lucas as non-finisher in the Grand Prix as well, so glad to see that he's up and currently in contention for that top 10. You've also got Maya Wilcox and Megan Kemp, bit of girl power there in 11th and 12th with Seb Mitchell, Carlin Self and Gary Graham, running up 15 runners here in this Supersport 600 class. And that battle in the midfield is extremely active at the moment, as we see up the front, still no change. And Hunter Charlotte has turned the screws in now. He's absolutely flicked a switch, hasn't he, with a bit of breathing room he's got between him and Nixon Frost. And then going back to Jethro Bowman, who's a little out of touch with that front pace of the 1 and 2, Hunter Charlotte and Nixon Frost. And then Christopher Reynolds, again, a bit of daylight between those two before that battle for 5th. That is the one we want to be watching there. There is about 5 or 6 bikes there that are gunning for 5th position at the moment. That's the one we'll be keeping our eyes on as we see where the points lead will fall at the moment. But Hunter Charlotte just been absolutely flawless this weekend. This is looking like it's going to be 6 race wins, 2 Grand Prix. He's been a regular visitor to the podium, and looks like a repeat dose, Brad, you'd say, for Hunter Charlotte at the moment.
Oh, absolutely. This is such a good performance. Hunter Charlotte, he's put a big mid-race squeeze on. He's now got 3 laps to go here to keep the perfect race sheet here this week. And he's had a big race win yesterday, a Grand Prix victory this morning, and now has a 2.3 second lead. Nixon Frost, great to see Nixon back where he belongs, at the top end of racing. He's had a horror run of bad luck this week and 2 mechanical failures in race 1 and 2. So them to be out there and in podium contention, that's exactly what we need to see from Nixon Frost on the TSS Motorcycles machine. Jethro Bowman there in 3rd place. Good job all weekend long. Had a couple of 2nd place finishes leading into this 3rd and final race for the weekend. So good work from Jethro. And I tell you what, there's still plenty to play for, Nick, in that battle for 4th and onwards. There are so many stories unfolding here, Euromark Raceway. And we've still got the Bears to come after this too, so I'm excited about that. One more final race after this one.
Yeah, we've certainly saved some of the best for last as well. That Bears class has brought us some really good entertainment this weekend, and a good healthy field of about 20 riders in in that one too. So stick around for that final race. That will be a must-watch entertainment for the weekend. Hunter Charlotte still in control of this one here, and just showing he means business now. He's had that experience overseas now. He knows what's going on, and he's brought that back to the paddock, put these 300 boys on notice as well. He's an outright dominance in the Supersport 150 class, and doing more of the same here in the Supersport 300s. But great to see Nixon Frost back up the front too. This will be absolutely just what he needs to get back into the hunt with some valuable championship points. And Jethro Bowman, though, he's going to be sitting pretty too, so he'll be, if this the way this pans out, he'll be walking away with 2 seconds and a third over the weekend. That is extremely helpful in the championship run. In the early stages here at round 1, you've got to be happy with an outing like that for sure. And Christopher Reynolds, he's done well as well, but we've had multiple trips to the podium. It's been a different look every time. We had Harriet Grace yesterday and Jacob Henderson this morning in the Grand Prix, so a couple of familiar faces, but also a couple of new ones too to the podium, as Hunter Charlotte now puts 3.6 seconds between him and Nixon Frost, and further 5 seconds back for Jethro Bowman for your top 3 at the moment. Christopher Reynolds still doing what he can, and this is this battle for 5th, isn't it, Brad? This is heating up here as we take a look at Jacob Henderson. Has gotten past Diego Petrucci as well, so we'll change to 5th with Anson Huang and Harriet Grace there. It's just Harriet's back down in 8th position now, but could be as far up as 6th at the moment with the way things are panning out.
All right, shout out outside of our top 10 as well. You got Lucas Heislop, Maya Wilcox and Seb Mitchell having a great little battle with Megan Kemp coming along for the ride as well. So a little bit of our girl power, and cool to see the Helicraft Racing pizza bike in the hands of Maya Wilcox out there as well. So cool stuff. Plenty of awesome tales. The future of New Zealand road racing in very, very good hands when you see the likes of Hunter Charlotte, Nixon Frost out in front, and all the other cool stories. The girl power mixed in with the boys out there. And the 300 Supersport, always a favourite of ours, Nick Mann. And I think this national championship is going to be an absolute doozy. But the one man's put his hand well and truly in the ring. Hunter Charlotte, what a fantastic weekend. He's got a lap and a half to hang on to keep that perfect 3 out of 3 streak going.
Yeah, great watching him through the dipper as well. He's just getting better and better as his weekend's gone on. A 142.7, that's quick around here with a new tyre, and having to do a lot of trial and error this weekend, all of these races to try and dial in the bikes with this new Bridgestone tyre here. So it hasn't been lap record pace in many of our classes, but still, that is extremely quick for Supersport 300s there. So Hunter Charlotte still showing how good he is at the moment, and that margin continues to improve. One would think was 3.6 seconds, and as we count back to Nixon Frost, 4.5 now. So Hunter Charlotte is streaking away with it at the moment. Then we go back to Jethro Bowman there, the man out of Nelson on the number 22 machine. So he's still in the podium position in 3rd place. Christopher Reynolds having a great run there too. Look at all this valuable championship points as well, are going to certainly help these boys. Jacob Henderson in 5th, Diego Petrucci, Anson Huang, Harriet Grace, Melvin Wu, they're all battling. That could be anyone's in there. The bottom of the top 10 is heating up at the moment.
It's great racing going on. Some good battles, good pace, and some real good passing manoeuvres. So no matter where you look out in the 300 Supersport paddock, it is exciting with the final lap here. Absolutely outstanding. So you've got Hunter Charlotte in the Fulton Hogan S's, now half a lap away from an absolutely spectacular weekend. 3 out of 3 in Supersport 150, including the New Zealand Grand Prix Championship. And this one here, I think it's going to feel even better. Nick Mann, he had the bad luck to Nixon Frost, almost gave him an easy run to the New Zealand Grand Prix and race 1. This time he's come out, the showdown's been on, he's won fair and square. He's got now less than half a lap to go, and Hunter Charlotte, we had a lot of questions, a lot of interesting items to think about in our 300 Supersport National Championship. This young man has answered all the questions here in front of his hometown fans here this weekend. Hunter Charlotte is on the run to the sweeper for the final time here at 300 Supersport Racing. What an outstanding round 1 this has been. Nixon Frost is still there in 2nd place, and Jethro Bowman is heading for a 3rd consecutive podium with a couple of corners to go. But out of the final corner in front of his hometown fans, Hunter Charlotte has done an outstanding job this weekend. 3 out of 3 and a dominant performance. He is your championship leader heading into round number 2. Nixon Frost, brilliant stuff. Nixon finally gets back where he belongs, into the podium. And Jethro Bowman coming through, Nick, he'll be happy with 3 consecutive trips to that rostrum.
Awesome stuff to see there from Jethro. Well done. So that's 2 seconds and a third this weekend, and great to see. Just absolutely relieving for Nixon Frost to get back on the podium too. Those that second place points finish, that will be absolutely desperately needed for those 2 non-finishers. So a mixed bag weekend, but it's just showing that Nixon Frost belongs to be up in the front runners of this one. But man, it's going to take a lot to stop Hunter Charlotte this year in the Supersport 300s. He's certainly put the team on notice there. Let's take a look at the rest of our finishers. We've got Christopher Reynolds getting 4th position there, and Jacob Henderson rounding out the top 5. Diego Petrucci holds on against Harriet Grace for 6th and then 7th, and then Anson Huang for 8th. Lucas Heislop with the 9th, and Alvin Wu rounding out the top 10. And then we'll go back to 11th place for Maya Wilcox, Megan Kemp in 12th, Carlin Safe finishing through in 13th with Gary Graham and Seb Mitchell behind them. So well done to our Supersport 300s, and thank you very much to Bridgestone tyres for bringing us the fantastic racing, and they can also bring a wide range of tyre stockers for our fans out there. So do check them out, bridgestonemoto.co.nz. Thank you for bringing us this wonderful racing. So we'll head down to Brad at the podium very shortly, and then we're back for the final race of the weekend. It will be our Beers Support class, the 6-lapper there with the mixture of Formula 1, Formula 2 and Super Stock machines. So one more exciting action race coming up, and then we'll head down to Brad with the podium for our Supersport 300s. Hey, thank you very much to this awesome crowd for hanging around for the final race of our program. Here we go, Beers support class. No pole position. Aaron Scott, a non-starter here today. So, inherited pole is Angus Finn. First home in our Formula 2s was all Heath Boddicker in race number 2, the Grand Prix today. Here we go with the Heath Boddicker. He is away for racing. So he's got the early start. He got the jump on the Formula 2 machine of Angus Finn. And it was also Garth Wilson, James Hugenboosum, Jordan Leslie. There are front runners in this Formula 1, Formula 2 mix here. The Beers support class has provided some great racing here today. Heath Boddicker streaking out to an early lead. And you've got the likes of Simon Attridge as well. He was up on the front row of the ground. He's looking quick. And just take a look at Heath Boddicker as well, already putting a stamp on it. And what a great race we had between Heath and James Hugenboosum in the round 2 of racing earlier today. But it looks like Heath Boddicker is streaking away at the moment with Angus Finn in tow. And the likes of Garth Wilson, James Hugenboosum up there handy as well. So great to see this class. This has been an excellent addition to our NZSBK program. And you can catch more Beers action here in a couple of weeks' time with the Sound of Thunder returning for 2026 as well. So Beers racing alive and well as we get a little glimpse of it, a little bit of action here in the Beers support class as we look for Heath Boddicker, race leader at the moment, over Angus Finn. It looks to be James Hugenboosum as well, who's up there. Double classing today too. We had James competing in the Superbike series, so that was and to do the Grand Prix in that one too. That was a 15 lapper earlier this morning, so he's had to hop off of the Yamaha Superbike machine and then jump onto this beautiful Ducati Panigale and do some Beers racing as well. So he's had a very tough weekend here and getting some good results in this Beers support class too, which is great to see. So we'll be able to update some results. Here we go. Heath Boddicker, Angus Finn, James Hugenboosum, Garth Wilson. And looking like we've got Gary Graham running into the top 5 as well, with Jordan Leslie in there in 6th, Pete Buss, Brian Ashworth, Simon Attridge, Steve Gibbons there, early top 10 at the moment. But Heath Boddicker, the season campaigner, he is streaking away with this one at the moment. Can James Hugenboosum or Angus Finn reel him in? And this was some great battle from those three that we saw earlier on today, Brad. So expecting more of the same here for our Beers support.
Yeah, this is going to be good, actually. Heath Boddicker had a win here yesterday, Saturday's Super Racing, and then got pipped by James Hugenboosum here this morning. So there'll be some unfinished business for the Anchor Engineering man from the top of the South Island. He'll be hungry to try and get back into the winner's circle. Angus Finn has been impressive. He had a bit of a mishap here yesterday with a DNF in race 1, but into the podium for the race this morning. So plenty of exciting tales, and of course, if you like what you've seen here at Euromark Raceway, round number 1 of the Star Insure NZSBK, next weekend, the Burt Munro Challenge from the 4th to the 8th of February. It all starts with the Southland Honda Have a Go track day. That'll be at Teretonga Park Raceway. We've got the Star Insurance New Zealand Hill Climb Championships. That is on Thursday, the 5th of February. We've also got the Drags on Thursday night at Teretonga Park. We then shift our attention to Oready Beach for the New Zealand Beach Racing Championships. That is at 10 a.m. on the Friday. We've got the testing and official day at Teretonga Park for NZSBK. The Super Sala Shelley Speedway is there on Saturday night. We've got the Burt Munro Rally. We've also got the E. Hayes and Sons sprint races at Teretonga Park Saturday and Sunday, incorporating round 2 of the Star Insure New Zealand Superbike Championships. Oh, Nick, man, that is just an absolute festival of entertainment, and I can't wait to be there.
We absolutely love the Burt Munro Challenge, and we'll be there live and loud there at round 2 of NZSBK. Absolutely loving what we're seeing so far from the series and races. Round 2 should be certainly no different. And Angus Finn, fastest rider out there at the moment, so he's cut that margin down to just 0.6 of a second. Heath Boddicker still in control. James Hugenboosum is the exact same gap in between Angus, from behind Angus there. So there you go. And there's your top 3 at the moment. Garth Wilson still holding on for 4th overall. So he's second home for the Beers Formula 2 at the moment. And then Gary Graham and Jordan Leslie battling it out for that last step in the top 5. With Simon Attridge, Pete Buss, and Brian Ashworth and Glenn Corson rounding out the top 10 at the moment. So the parity's been pretty good at the moment. We've seen the big Formula 1 machines reeling in the Formula 2 smaller smaller machines on the straights, but these nimble Formula 2 bikes get them back on the infield in these tricky bits here, like we see with the Dipper and the likes of the Carousel and the Euromark hairpin there. That's where these Formula 2 machines have been doing their work, as we see Angus Finn taking a good look on the inside of Heath Boddicker, but not able to make it stick. Heath only just holding on, as we've got 2 laps down, nearly 3 in this Beers support class, race number 3 of our program, wrapping up NZSPK round 1 in style, with a good battle on our hands here between Heath Boddicker and Angus Finn.
And of course, speaking about wrapping up NZSPK round number 1, we've got the prize giving straight after this Beers race down in the Legends Garage by the Podium. So notice for all competitors, your prize giving is directly after this Beers race at the Legends Garage, and all the public more than welcome to join us there. So 1, 2 and 3 overall for the weekend, prize giving at the bottom of the Legends Garage at the Star Insure Podium. So come and check it out. The heroes of today and the prize giving. If you're not there, you will miss out on your award, as our prize giving straight after this Beers race, Nick Man.
Yeah, excellent to see. We'll be there, looking forward to it, and congratulating all these riders on a fantastic weekend of racing. They've been entertained in every class as well. This Beers support one has been no different as well, as we've got a change for second place. James Hugenbersen getting into his work now as he jumps into second position and going to try and gun down Heath Boddicker again. So Heath has just 2.5 more laps. Can he survive against James Hugenbersen, who has found some incredible pace out there at the moment? And excellent to see. He is the fastest man out on the track at the moment by about 0.4 of a second. And Angus Finn and Heath Boddicker putting down basically identical best lap times at the moment. So very similar competition here at the moment. So keeping the racing exciting, as Heath Boddicker is just in control here for our Beers support, and joined with James Hugenbersen up the front there. Angus Finn, he'll be first in class for the Formula 2s, third overall in this one. Look at that three-way battle now forming up too. Angus has done well to keep up with these 2 bigger machines, and then going back to Garth Wilson for 4th, and Gary Graham for the top 5 in this one here. So Gary having a good battle with Jordan Leslie as well. So this is one you've been watching too, as they're coming through the Dipper now. Jordan Leslie, good to see him in a couple of classes this weekend. Valuable track time here at that Euromark Motorsport Park, as we are with Heath Boddicker and James Hugenbersen. So James is certainly the fastest man on the track, still by 0.4 of a second, and he's cut that margin down to nearly nothing. So James and Heath are going at it, and Angus Finn along for the ride as well.
Yeah, it's going to be now 2 laps to go, so not far to go. This is the final race of an epic NZSBK Star Insure weekend, the iconic Motorbikes Grand Prix weekend here at Euromark Raceway, and we have had some thrilling races. And I can't say enough about James Hugenbersen. He had a massive 15-lap New Zealand Superbike Grand Prix here this morning. He's had 3 Beers races and 3 New Zealand Superbike Championship races on big bikes, 6 races around Ruapuna. That is a commendable performance from him to still be contending for a big race win here. He's got a big final in his hands. Heath Boddicker and Angus Finn make up the other 2 spots of the podium. Garth Wilson, who had a 3rd place finish in race number 1 here this weekend, he's sitting in 4th place. But there's some cool stories to be told, and these guys will be getting really excited about the Sound of Thunder, Dick, man.
Yeah, the Sound of Thunder will be definitely one to watch, as we take a look at the lead at the moment. James Hugenbersen now knocking on the door. Heath Boddicker, he's in a bit of trouble here as we go into the Dipper. James is looking extremely quick around this track. He wants it. He wants to sneak up into the lead of this one. And Angus Finn, look at that, he's right there too. He reels them back on the infield. James gets a good drive. So does Heath, though. Heath actually streaks away towards the end of that corner there as we head into the sweeper. So Heath Boddicker may be safe for a wee bit here, but this is where James Hugenbersen is going to give it a nudge along the home straight, as we see if he can get a good tow, grab the slipstream and try and make something happen here. And now we've got the white flag. We're on the final lap, 5 laps down, just 1 to go in this penultimate race of our program, as Heath Boddicker and James Hugenbersen battle it out up the front, with Angus Finn hot on their tail as well. And Heath looks to still just have it over James Hugenbersen. The black Ducati machine of Heath Boddicker just over that red Ducati of James Hugenbersen. That's how we spot them coming down the West Coast straight into the Euromark hairpin. Heath doing exceptionally well at the moment to hold off a fierce battle with James Hugenbersen. And Angus Finn there, he's looking like he wants to ask a few questions to try and spoil James's weekend as well. So let's see if Angus can get up the further in that podium battle. Well, look at this. It's been Heath from start to finish at the moment. He's still got about half a lap to get through at the moment as we see him through the carousel. He's holding on against James Hugenbersen. This has been a great battle. And look at that mid-corner speed from Angus Finn as well. That's a great push. And he's keeping James honest there. He tries to have a look as we get through the S's just about heading into the dipper now, and we're in trouble here. Look at this, Heath Boddicker. He's got a fierce battle here with James Hugenbosom. Can he hold on through the dipper? And he does. James Hugenbosom and Angus Finn battling it out too. That's been a great battle. Oh no, what a moment from Angus Finn, but he keeps it upright. My word, that was frightful, but he holds on to it. And Heath Boddicker, all the while, he's got it. He just needs to complete the sweeper down the home straight. But man, that's a good toe from James Hugenbosom. This one's going to come down to it here. Look at this, great racing. Heath Boddicker, congratulations. The checkered flag, 0.1 of a second in it. And Angus Finn, to hold on to that, he just about gave it all away in the last corner of the last lap. But he manages to hold on and claims first in class with Formula 2s, third overall in our Bears support with Garth Wilson coming home second in class. Gary Graham hoping to secure that fifth position here. The checkered flag rolling through.
I thought Angus was gone. That was a monster moment. He was way out of the seat. That's a huge save out of the dipper. So, seat of your pants stuff. Congratulations to our Bears Racing. Only 0.1 of a second in it, but Heath Boddicker wins 2 out of the 3 races here this weekend. And they can get up the 20th to the 22nd of February. The Sound of Thunder right here at Euromark Raceway. So come back. Hugely competitive series that is. And the Bears team do a fabulous job. So the Sound of Thunder coming at you very shortly. But Nick Man, Bears Racing, what an awesome supplement to our program this weekend.
It has been. It's been great to have them on board and just giving us a little bit of taste of Bears Racing as they've got their own race series there, but awesome to have them on board for the NZSBK and just a different little flavour that we've got on the program for NZSBK. So that will conclude today's racing. Thank you very much for joining us here. What an awesome crowd we've had at Euromark Motorsport Park here today in Christchurch, and we've been treated to some excellent racing here. We couldn't do it without iconic motorbikes, Star Insure, Bridgestone Tyres, Alpine Stars and Poodleen Oils, the Cycle Spot Group and Race Supplies NZ. They are our main sponsors here who have made this magic happen, and an awesome show that's been put on by Mike Marsden here and has really elevated the offering of NZSBK here for 2026. The racing has been exciting and been an absolutely treat to watch, and all the Legends Garage being able to walk the pit lane and get out on tracks as well, that has been a real highlight of this event. So we hope you'd enjoyed it, and do join us for the prize giving happening at the Legends Garage Podium very shortly. Thank you.